Chapter 1 Master's Hand. In the early morning of winter, the cold wind roared. On the snow-covered wilderness, a white-haired hound was dragging his sleigh and ran to his head. A thin boy sat on the sleigh, and the cold wind blowing up raised his cloak hood, revealing a delicate face. For a country boy who has just turned 13 years old, Joan Vida, who has passed the Leiden College entrance examination and has officially become a mage apprentice, should be proud. But when he thinks of what the examiner said to him, it will inevitably be depressed. Joan Vida was born in a small place called Derlin Township in the south of Yalfheim. Since the day of remembering, he has no parents. His grandfather raised him, taught him to read and write, and gave him the opportunity to pass the book. Learns about the more colorful world outside the town. In the world called Vers where he lives, the supernatural powers represented by magic are not uncommon. Humans have learned the skills of contacting magic nets and applying magic from elves. But in a civilized society, in addition, the rampant warcraft in the wilderness and the grotesque monsters lurking underground, do not need to learn arduous and profound spell knowledge, or even need spells and gestures to release powerful spells by virtue of the magic contained in their blood. Because the world outside the city walls is too dangerous, ordinary people usually dare not go alone into the wilderness except for those mercenaries who take ventures. Joan walked alone in the snow hundreds of miles away from home, not for adventure. Before being exposed to arcane knowledge, he was no different from other boys of the same age in Derlin Township. He had never expected that he would leave the town one day and go out to the world alone. Until 3 years ago, Joan's life began to change. At that time, he had mastered reading and writing skills, and also learned a strange word called kunya from his grandfather. It is said that this was a language created by ancient elves and sages. Today, he lives in Yalf. Elves deep in the jungles still use this simple and elegant script. Compared with the various languages and words created by humans, the Elven language's biggest feature is that it has a special rhythm, and it has a particularly high affinity with the magic net. It is easy to guide, shape and control the magic. Therefore, the magic books that are popular in the world today are written in Elven text. Of course, Elven language is not the only magic code. Those ancient races, such as giants, dwarves, and dragons, who lived in this land before the birth of humans, and have almost the same history as elves, also have their own languages, and can also be used as a spell. It's just that the relationship between these races and human ancestors is not as close as elves, and the impact on early human society is not as great as elves. Humans who understand the characters of giants, dwarves, and dragons are even rarer. The magic scroll and the ancient scripts written above books are far rarer than those written in Elven text. Grandpa Kieown's collection of books is not that large. When a boy looks at the last piece of paper in a tired home at the age of the most eager for curiosity, he naturally looks away from his door, eager to search for new books. The first place Joan yearned for was the small church in the town. Mr. Pastor was also the principal of the primary school in Derlin, and was recognized as the most learned person in the town. During that time, Joan went to the elementary school to clean the house every evening, in exchange for the privilege of borrowing books in the church library. Joan was eager to read the church collection, and was particularly interested in history, geography, and mathematics books. As for the theological books that Mr. Pastor repeatedly recommended to him, he was not too interested. Perhaps because of his character, Joan couldn't convince himself to devote his mind and body to a certain spirit. Instead of expecting the spirit to reach out to help him change his real dilemma, instead of using faith for gifts, he would rather rely on his knowledge to change his destiny. Even in the end, it cannot be changed. At least the initiative is in your own hands. At the age of 12, Joan had already read the church's collection of books, and with no intention of seeking a priesthood, he gradually moved away from the church and turned to other ways to gain new knowledge. In addition to the church, there is only one grocery store in Derlin Township that also runs a mortgage business and occasionally sells books. Joan is a frequent visitor to this shop, usually leaving while disappointed. Until a year ago, Joan accidentally found a consignment scroll in the grocery store, and he was pleasantly surprised that the scroll was densely filled with elven text. Probably a spell scroll. Joan was the treasure, and immediately found the shopkeeper Aunt Barbara, inquire about the origin of the scroll. The day before yesterday, a group of adventurers were staying in the town. They were rough people who didn't know a few big characters. I didn't know where to get the scroll. I couldn't understand what was written on it. Wine money, they offer 20 gold dagger, of course not worth the price. I only willing to pay 10 gold coins, and finally sold as I want, little guy. If you like this reel, the aunt will sell you the original price. Aunt Barbara said to him with a smile. 10 kinduga, which is not a small number for Joan, who is in a destitute situation. He didn't have such a large amount of money on hand, so he urged Aunt Barbara to keep the scroll for him, and for the first time in his life, he boasted to Haiku to guarantee that the money could be collected in at most 1 month. In fact, even Joan didn't believe this kind of nonsense. His total savings for odd jobs in the past 2 years are only 6 gold dugas. Where is he going to borrow 4 gold coins? In order to get the magic scroll, Joan went to his grandfather to ask him to borrow 4 gold coins. Blame the old man Guillaume Tell. After listening to the reason for Joan's borrowing money, he lighted a pipe and smoked twice, and said coldly, even if it is really a scroll of magic, you can't buy it. It's like you have never been exposed to magic. Children, it is impossible to learn even the simplest spells without teacher guidance. I want to try it, Joan said stubbornly. Don't even think about it. Old man Tyre is more stubborn than his grandson. If you want to buy something else, I will give you how much money, but this thing will not work. Joan, you can't touch arcane. It's not you should go road. Grandpa's arrogant attitude disappointed and confused Joan, but this did not stop the young man's fiery passion. Regardless of whether his grandfather funded it or not, he was determined to buy the scroll that he had longed for. For a whole month after that, Joan hunted in the woods day and night. Fortunately, with the help of the hound Jamie, plus the spring and summer, there were many birds and beasts in the forest, and the young hunters harvested well. If you hit a hare or a duck, you will be sent to a town pub in exchange for 3 or 5 copper plates. On an accidental occasion, Joan learned from the pub run hall folks that the pub's signature dish, golden trout, has always been out of stock recently, and a live gold trout can be sold for 2 silver duga per pound. This is comparable. The hare is too valuable. Since childhood, Joan accompanied his grandfather to fish on the Dring River. His fishing skills are quite good. Now that he knew that the golden trout was so popular, he decided to make it his own way of making money. The technique of fishing is of course important, but the key is to be patient. Although Joan is young, he doesn't lack patience at all. Rather, his lonely personality complements fishing, a seemingly boring activity at first glance, and he can read books while fishing. Without delay, Joan started carrying his fishing rod until dawn, and came back at dusk. There will always be 1 or 2 fresh and fat golden trouts in the fishing basket made of wick grass. In this way, the early greedy labor, coupled with the frugality, Joan finally rushed to get 10 gold coins before the end of the month and bought the reel from Aunt Barbara. The whole month of hard work was not in vain. Joan opened the yellowed sheepskin scroll with trembling fingers. After a long period of study, he finally determined that the scroll was written in the elf text. It was a ring 0 spell called the Master's Hand. The Mage's Hand can't even be regarded as real magic, it's just a trick. But for a teenager who has never been exposed to spells and whose basic knowledge is almost 0, this is probably a great luck if the spell level recorded on the scroll is too high. Joan has no ability to interpret it, and it is impossible to use. This is the stepping stone to the threshold of becoming an arcane spellcaster. Joan spent half a year studying this scroll, and finally managed to master the Master's Hand. This is undoubtedly an unexpected achievement. And even the arrogant and stubborn old man Tyre had to admit in front of his grandson that he looked away and underestimated his self-learning ability. Joan himself was motivated by this, giving him reason to believe that he is different from other peers in the town and has the talent to become a mage. At the same time, this small achievement also prompted him to have a stronger interest in magical knowledge. I am eager to devote myself to the vast ocean of knowledge and learn more and higher level spells. There is no mage to settle in the country town, and Joan cannot always expect to find a treasure in the grocery store. Now he has mastered a zero-ring spell, which is barely a mage apprentice. If he wants to continue his education in this industry, the only way out is to go to Leiden to study. Port Leiden is the capital and the most prosperous trading city in the colony of Alfheim. Joan heard that there is a Leiden Academy there. Every year at the beginning of the year, he will recruit students for all of Alfheim, literature, art and law. Subjects such as mathematics, engineering, and medicine enroll elementary school graduates, and the thresholds of seminaries and arcane colleges are higher. Not only are candidates required to have primary school education, proficient in reading and writing, and basic arithmetic, but also must have the ability to become a magician or arcane spellcaster talent. How to check whether a young man has the talent to cast spells? It's actually really easy. As long as you are proficient in releasing at least one zero-ring spell in front of the examiner, you are considered to pass. Among all the 09-ring spells, the zero-ring spell is the most special subclass, and it can even be said to be the most important subclass. Its importance is mainly reflected in two aspects. Spells 1 to 9 have a corresponding number of spell slots. The number of spells that can be cast per day is very limited. There is no limit to the number of spells in the zero ring. As long as the caster has enough energy, he can cast unlimitedly. Therefore, even if it is a high-level wizard, the most frequently used in daily life and adventure is still zero-ring spell, which shows its importance. In addition, the zero-ring spell is the basis of all higher-level spells. If you compare high-level spells to superstructures, their zero-loop trick is like a foundation. Only by tamping the foundation can you build a majestic and stable high-rise building. With the deepening of his understanding of magic, Joan has formed a clear theoretical framework, the future development direction of mage, which school he majors in, and which type of spell he specializes in, depends largely on his enlightenment education, depending on what are the zero-ring spells that he initially mastered. Most high-level spells can be reverted back to one or several zero-ring spells. Joan's Master's Hand is now the prototype of many high-level force field and remote control spells, such as the 9-ring spell Mage Smashing Palm, which is nothing more than a more destructive Master's Hand. P.S. This book's settings mainly refer to Pioneer PF and Dragon and Dungeon 5e, but there are also many house rules. The most important one is to increase the difficulty of the resurrection of the dead. Only the 9th ring magic can be brought back to life, because there are only a handful of people who can perform 9 divine spells. This means that it is almost impossible to resurrect after death. Chapter 2 Weird Blood. Joan's ideal is full, but the wallet is very skinny. Port Leiden is located in the middle of the east coast of Alfheim, quite far from the southern hinterland of the town of Dillin. It takes a month to walk, and it takes 1 to 2 weeks to ride a sleigh. The uninhabited primitive jungles that are rampant with warcraft, especially in the snowy and severe winter season, this trip is particularly difficult. However, all suffering and danger cannot stop the enthusiasm of young people to pursue their dreams. Joan had determined his ambition to go to Leiden port for the entrance test last summer. To this end, he spent more than half a year planning his itinerary. He started to spend money on the odd job to save money, and finally made up for the travel expenses after the new year. One morning, Joan left a letter to his grandfather, carrying a suitcase, carrying all his belongings, holding the loyal and humane hound Jamie out of the house quietly, sitting on a sleigh, braving the cold winter wind in the endless snowfield. Go on flying, and thus start your own school journey. This is the first time Joan has ever traveled far away, and it is just the courage of the young people who do not know the sky and earth. If he is older and understands the various risks that may be encountered in the wilderness, I am afraid that he will not have the courage to get out of the house. Perhaps it was because of the goddess of fate. This 13-year-old country boy who was ignorant of his future was shocked all the way, ignorantly traversing the heavy obstacles of snow, jungle and beasts. He arrived in Lehigh safely 10 days later. Dayton. Joan didn't want to recall the hardships of the journey, nor did he pay attention to the prosperous scene of the metropolis. The first thing to enter the city was to inquire about the location of Leiden College, and then just led the dog and dragged the sledder so as to fully conform to the city. The image of steamed buns imagined by Lyron walked into the admission hall. Joan didn't pay attention to how the fashionable children in the city looked at him. He went straight to the arcane professional admissions office sign, and bravely asked the man who was wearing a grey robe and sitting at the long table. "Examiner, how much do I have to pay for the registration exam?" Joan asked anxiously. "No need to pay." The examiner smiled kindly. "Register first with me, get a number plate, and come over for the test when it's your turn." Hearing that there was no payment, Joan took a breath. The biggest worry he had along the way was the poor money. The examiner saw a change in his psychology, and there was a touch of pity in his eyes. Poor teenagers like Joan, who have nothing but dreams, have seen somehow. If the other party is lucky enough to pass the entrance test, they will understand that they are too happy. Leiden College has never been a poor child paradise. Joe arranged for number 13 and sat on the bench while waiting for the test number. Candidates are mostly around his age, and most of them are similar to his age. Some people leisurely raise their legs and close their eyes to refresh themselves. Some people are sweating nervously and frequently, and more candidates are digging their heads to study spell books. Joan sat in the corner, opened his backpack, took out a hard stone like black bread, and chewed silently. Every time he swallowed this rough food, Joan felt a sharp tingling in his throat knife and had to swallow it so hard that his forehead bulged. Fortunately, the admission hall provided free hot water. Joan filled his sheepskin water bag and ate a mouthful of dry bread, finally filling his stomach before the test. Casting is a high-intensity mental task, and you can't get good results when you are hungry. In order to save as much money as possible, Joan almost never had a full meal during that trip. Although the food was rough and even the city's pet dogs didn't bother to eat, the long-lost satiety in his belly made him feel an unspeakable happiness. Thanks to the blessing of this half-piece of black bread, Joan ushered in this excellent test to decide his life. After listening to the examiner's test requirements, he concentrated on entering a state of high concentration, skillfully struck a series of spellcasting gestures, chanted mantras softly, and ended with a start character. Ruma. Ruma is an ancient Kenyu elven word, which roughly means lift, move. Heavy things. Those arcane arts that belong to the Change School or Plastic Energy School mostly use this word as the start character if it involves calling the magic remote control of something. Joan played well on the spot, with spellcasting gestures and spell rhythm nearly perfect. At the moment of Ruma's character exit, a ghostly pale glow appeared in his right hand. His fingertips pointed to the left end of the long table with his fingertips. The 5-pound weights used as examination tools floated out of thin air. As Joan's fingertips moved, this little lead block seemed to be held up by an invisible hand, floated to the other end of the long table, and finally landed on the table smoothly. "Okay." The examiner nodded gently. Joan cancelled his spellcasting concentration and took a breath, with thin sweat beads visible on his forehead. "Mr. Examiner, did I pass?" "Well, pass," the examiner replied routinely. "The school starts formally on April 1st. Remember to pay the tuition fee 1 day in advance." Tuition. Joan couldn't help raising it. "How much?" 3,000 gold dugger. The examiner looked up and looked at the scared country boy with a compassionate look. 3,000 a year, excluding room and board and other miscellaneous expenses. Joan seemed to be stuffed with sackcloth in his throat, unable to say a word. He expected that tuition would not be cheap, but he didn't expect it to be so outrageously expensive. How much was 3,000 duga? His barren brain couldn't imagine it. "Is it difficult at home?" The examiner still spoke of routine business. Joan's face flushed, and finally nodded honestly. The examiner dropped the quill, put his hands and thumbs together and rubbed gently, and said with a deep voice, "It is not uncommon for you to have this situation. The college also has a corresponding student assistance program. Do you want to know?" Joan nodded in a hurry, the spark of hope rekindled in his eyes. The examiner gave Joan a deep look, and a magic halo seemed to appear deep in his eyes. After a few seconds, the drawer was opened, and a long ruler with dense rainbow-colored grids, a piece of grey paper, and a box of steel needles were taken out. The examiner picked up a needle and handed it to Joan. "Pierce the finger and squeeze a drop of blood on the test paper." Joan froze for a moment, then pierced his as he instructed, and smeared blood on the grey paper strip. The examiner took the test paper and placed it on the long ruler of the chromatographic band, carefully comparing the colors presented on the test paper. Joan doesn't know what this means. However, he soon found that the blood stains on the test paper changed from red to blue, and finally the shape was blue and purple. What does this mean? Normal or abnormal? Just when Joan was full of doubt, the examiner whistled and a smile appeared on his face. "As I guess, it is no wonder that among your 3 spiritual attributes, the charm is particularly high, and it really has a special bloodline." "Excuse me. How do you know my mental attributes?" Joan couldn't help but ask curiously. "Of course, it's identification by magic." The examiner pointed to his own eyes. "In order to cope with today's proctoring task, I specially prepared a 2-ring higher endoscopy." "Well, let's focus on judging from the results of the ribbon comparison. You are likely to have a strange pedigree." "Young people, how much do you know about this?" Joan's lips trembled and shook his head gently. "You don't know anything about your blood unity?" The examiner glanced at him suspiciously and murmured, "It's not surprising, after all, it's from the country." "Mr. Examiner, what do a strange pedigree mean?" Joan restrained the urge to stroke the back of the neck, barely remaining calm. "This is not something that can be explained clearly in 2 or 3 sentences. Simply put, your ancestors may have been in contact with powerful strange monsters such as Destroyer, Demon, benthic devilfish, or concluded some kind of the mysterious contract, so that your family is integrated into the non-human blood. This blood power may not appear for several generations, but when it happens, it will be highlighted in a lucky descendant, and you are the lucky one." The examiner looked at Joan with a smile. "Lucky?" "Yes, you are lucky, young man. Your bloodline contains a mysterious magic power. Although we have no way of knowing what kind of strange creature this power comes from, it will undoubtedly bring you a great benefit, provides you a shortcut to get magic." "Shortcut?" "The Warlock's way." The examiner asked Joan, "Have you heard of Warlock?" Joan nodded gently. Warlocks are the mainstream arcane spellcasters alongside mages. The difference is that mages rely on hard study and research to enhance their ability to cast spells, while warlocks rely on constantly discovering and strengthening their bloodline power to improve their ability to cast spells. The mage's learning ability depends on intelligence, and the warlock depends on charm, that is, the external manifestation of blood potential. "Young people, I want to give you a suggestion. If you insist on taking the path of a mage, then you are only a middle-upper intelligence level compared to ordinary people, and you may pay a lifetime of life to be a mediocre low-level mage. On the contrary, if you are wise enough to choose the warlock as your lifelong career, fully develop the strange magic contained in the bloodline, and have a chance to become a superior high-level warlock." The examiner stared at Joan with bright eyes. "Which way do you think about it?" "Sorry, I need some time to consider." "You have enough time to consider. Just make a decision before the start of school." "That tuition thing. Oh, I almost forgot." The examiner patted his forehead and pushed the table on the table to Joan. "If you have a difficult family, you can apply for their direct and trusted training aid provided by the Colonial Company and Leiden College loan. This can help your family greatly reduce the burden of tuition." "What loan?" Joan didn't understand the long list of mouthful nouns. "Directly entrusted training student loans, in simple terms, means that a large company will help you bear part of the tuition fees with low-interest loans. You can pay off your debts even before the graduation, or you cannot pay the money. Instead, sign a long-term employment contract with the company. This is like the company spending money to train you for professional skills and waiting for you to return to work after you graduate. Is this such a good thing? Joan doubted. After all, talent is rare. The examiner seemed to laugh. After signing this contract, how much can I get? It depends on whether you choose the Master's Major or the Warlock Major. If you choose the Master, you can get a 1,500 gold Tuga student loan every year. If you choose the Warlock Major, it will be very different. The examiner exaggerated. Whistle, you don't need to dig out a copper plate yourself. The student loan is fully covered. This shows that warlocks are more popular than wizards? Joan asked thoughtfully. No, it's just because your talent for warlocks is far better than the talents for wizards. The company is happy to spend 3,000 gold coins every year to support a promising young warlock, not a ... cough. Imho, a mediocre wizard. Apprentice. After listening to the examiner, Joan was deeply touched. On the surface, it seems more wise to choose warlock as your lifelong career, which not only fits your talents, but also saves a lot of tuition. However, Joan is still unable to make a decision. One reason is that he does not understand the practice of the warlock at all, and I don't know where to start to explore the magic power of strengthening his own bloodline. The human heart is inexplicably frightened by the weird power lurking in his blood. Joan couldn't help but touch the back of the neck. A mass of raised hard objects touched the palm, still turning slightly. He couldn't help but shudder, and inexplicably had a hunch. If he chooses a warlock profession, it can indeed be outstanding as the examiner predicts, but as the hidden power in his bloodline is constantly being unearthed, he is gaining more powerful magic. At the same time, I am afraid that it will become more and more weird, until it becomes a monster completely just like the source of this bloodline. Thinking of this, Joan had just returned from the Hot Heart, but took down the student loan application form on the table, bowed deeply to the examiner, and turned to leave the examination room. P.S. Kenya comes from the Lord of the Rings, which is the Elven language created by Tolkien. There are some diacritical marks in this language that cannot be displayed correctly in my writing document. I have to rewrite it into approximate English letters. Please forgive me. Chapter 3 Tears of God. Joan clutched his back neck and hurried out of Leiden College. After going out, he put on a hooded cloak and completely covered his neck in the hood. He whistled and recalled Jamie, who was snatching food from the stray dogs in the city, led the dog, dragged his sled, and walked silently for half an hour on the wide snow-covered street, and finally found a family business that sells magic devices, spellcasting materials, and various books. Joan walked into the business and stared greedily at the neatly arranged books on the shelves, wishing all of them were in his pocket, but the string of expensive numbers on the price tag brought him back to reality, making him realize that he was shriveled. His wallet cannot afford the overexpanded dream. After a long period of thinking and calculation, he decided to buy two things he currently most desperately need and can afford: a blank spell book, plus a bottle of special ink added with deep-sea squid ink. This ink can be closely combined with magic spells, so that the scroll of spells it can be stored for a long time without losing its magic power. After buying the spellbook and ink, Joan's remaining money was barely enough to buy a zero-ring trick reel. Perhaps because of sympathy for this handsome and thin country boy, the boss of the firm also gave Joan 2 trick scrolls, one for endoscopy and the other for frozen rays. The zero-ring spell is also known as juggling, and usually does not need to be copied in the spell book, and there is no limit to the spell position, and it can be cast indefinitely. But Joan still wrote down all of his 3-ring spells in the spell book, so that he seemed to be more like a real master. Joan left Leiden Harbor after buying good things, and embarked on a journey back home. Along the way he came. Jamie dragged his sled through the wilderness, and Joan, sitting on the sled, didn't waste time. He hurried off while studying 2 new spell scrolls. Frozen Ray is a relatively rare offensive spell in the zero-ring trick, and it is also the basis of many high-level plastic energy spells, especially ray-like spells. It is more difficult, and Joan has not yet figured out the clue. As for another zero-ring trick, endoscopy, it is probably the most popular spell in the world of airs. All extraordinary professions that can cast spells. Introspection is always in the spell list. This spell is very simple and magical. You can enter the state of meditation after casting the spell. You can view your current health status and various attributes through your thoughts. All the information is presented in a digital way. In fact, not only the spellcaster must learn endoscopy, but people who do not have the ability to cast spells often need to examine their own status. At this time, they have to spend 20 gold coins to buy a bottle of endoscopic potion. Can temporarily gain insight. Joan devoted himself to the study of endoscopy during the journey, and this morning, he finally successfully exhibited this zero-loop trick. The moment when the spell was completed, Joan entered the state of meditation unconsciously. The world outside him quietly disappeared, and what appeared in his consciousness space was a piece of slightly luminous text and data. Occupation, Master Level 0 Apprentice. Status, Healthy. Attributes, Strength 10, Dexterity 12, Constitution 9, Intelligence 13, Wisdom 14, Charisma 16. With the help of endoscopy, Qiao Anping had an accurate understanding of his physical condition for the first time. After a brief surprise, he recalled what the examiner said when he took the registration test for the Arcane Major. The upgraded version of Ring 0 Endoscopy is Ring 2 Advanced Endoscopy, which not only allows you to view your own attributes, but also has the opportunity to gain insight into the attributes of others. At the beginning of the examination room, the examiner used higher endoscopy to check Joan's physical condition, and later explained that his three physical attributes, strength, physique and agility, are very general, which is the level of ordinary people. As for the last three spiritual attributes, the intelligence is only moderately high and the perception is slightly higher, but it is not particularly excellent, but the charm attribute is outstanding, which means that Joan may have a special bloodline and have the ability to become an outstanding warlock. Potential. At the time, Joan was doubtful about the examiner's words, and now he used endoscopy to see the values of various attributes of his own eyes. Charm is indeed the most prominent item. Mr. Examiner is right. With my intelligence level, no matter how hard I try, it is difficult to become an excellent mage. The profession of warlock is more suitable to my talent. But, sitting on the speeding sleigh, Joan thought about something sullenly, his fingers unconsciously reaching behind his neck. A sudden roar came from his ear, scaring him almost to fall off the sled. Jamie also stopped alertly and raised his ears to growl in the direction of the explosion. Joan jumped off the sleigh, followed the roaring sound, and saw a beam of light rising from the sky, splitting branches of varying thickness at the top, which looked like a giant silver tree running through the world. Since his birth, Joan has never seen such a magnificent and terrifying scene, and he stayed for a long time before recovering. At this time, the wonders in the sky have faded, and there is an empty silence between heaven and earth. Where is there a silver beam? Looking back at the scene I just witnessed, it seems like a short dream. After the shock, Joan first thought of avoiding the place where the explosion occurred, and continuing to drive his own way. Don't get in trouble. It's none of our business, Jamie, go. However, contrary to Joan's expectations, Jamie, who had always been very obedient, ignored his instructions at this moment and turned his head and flew towards the place where the explosion occurred. Not over there. Joan shouted eagerly at Jamie's back, that's not the way home. Dangerous. Jamie is a half-breed winter wolf. He has the wisdom of far beyond ordinary animals. Although he can't speak, he can understand human language. I don't know what evil I committed today. Ignoring the little master's repeated scolding, I dragged my sled and ran my head in the direction of the explosion. Joan couldn't rely on two legs to travel home hundreds of miles on the vast snowfield alone. Looking at Jamie's back quickly, shook his head helplessly, and had to chase it to the area where the explosion just happened. Joan ran out of the snow for about 200 yards. The terrain in front of him suddenly fell. He couldn't hold his foot in a hurry. He rolled down the snow-covered slope, and finally fell firmly on the ground. His eyes were black and lying on his back. After wheezing on the snow for a long time, he recovered. Jamie heard the exclamation of the little master when he fell, hesitated to stop his footsteps, turned around and ran back to Joan. He dropped his head and whimpered softly in his ear, and his eyes were full of concern. Joan raised his hand and stroked the white, smooth, satin-like mane of the half-breed winter wolf, indicating that he didn't matter, and turned and struggled to get up. Looking up at the opposite side, I could not help but take a breath. He passed by here half a month ago, and clearly remembers that there is a small village under the snow slope. About 40 or 50 families settled here, mostly living on fishing and hunting. Now all the wooden fences surrounding the village have disappeared, and the wooden houses built by the villagers have been turned into ashes, and the dust is flying across the sky with the north wind. Joan stood staring in front of this ruin, not knowing how long it took before he suddenly recovered, and shouted in a trembling voice, "Anyone?" The echo floated over the snowfield, but no one responded. Joan didn't know what kind of disaster just happened here, so that the whole village and all the residents were burned in an instant, and even a complete bone was not left. Is this a thunder from the god's wrath, or is it a masterpiece of a powerful and evil caster? Joan didn't dare to think deeply. Jamie snarled suddenly, her green eyes fixed on the snowdrift on the opposite grave. Joan approached the observation and was surprised to find a young girl lying on the back of the snowdrift, eyes closed tightly and unconscious, sick cheeks glowing on her beautiful cheeks, long linen hair braided into many slim braids according to this rich the ethnic hair accessories and the girl's extremely fair skin tone. Joan guesses that she should be an Issa. The Issa tribe is one of the main aboriginal peoples in Alfheim and even throughout the New World. It claims to be a descendant of ancient gods. However, in the eyes of colonists from the old continent, these indigenous people living in the jungle are nothing more than a group of civilizations away from civilization society. Barbarians who can't keep up with the trend of the times. Joan is also a descendant of the colonists who live in a civilized world, but he did not discriminate against the indigenous people, and he did not want to be busy, but just throwing a comatose girl in the snow in the wilderness is too much. Too cold. Joan walked to the unconscious girl, squatted down and reached out a hand to test her nose, confirming that there was weak breathing, and could not help but raise a question. The residents of this village have no bones in the explosion just now. Why is this little Issa girl still alive? Just as he was thinking, Jamie had waited impatiently, biting the girl's trousers straight and dragging her towards the sled. Joan was not surprised by Jamie's move. The winter wolf is almost cruel and evil, but Jamie did not inherit the cold-blooded nature of his father's side. He was trained by Grandpa Jones since he was young and was trained to be a competent and dedicated hound. Hunting, protection and search and rescue are the three basic skills that hounds must master. Jamie has done a great job in each one. What is more rare is that it also has a strong sense of justice and compassion. If the victims are found in the wilderness, will definitely try to rush to rescue. Joan couldn't stop Jamie from rescuing her because she was in love with reason. She had to temporarily put aside her doubts and uneasiness, help Jamie drag the unconscious girl onto the sled, and cover her with a blanket. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Joan was about to leave this ruin with a strange atmosphere, and he was squinted inadvertently. Something seemed to glow in the snow. Joan walked over curiously and took a look at the snow. There was a shiny crystal on the ground, about the size of a fist. The drop-shaped appearance showed beautiful and smooth lines, and no signs of artificial cutting and grinding were seen at all. What is that? Joan looked at the beautiful and mysterious spark curiously. For safety reasons, he did not reach out directly to touch the spar, but cast the mage's hand 5 feet away, using magic to transform an invisible palm of the force field. gently holding the spar from the snow. Up, Joan maintained the focus on casting, and remotely controlled the master's hand to send the spar to himself. After a long and careful observation, he was sure that this thing would not explode easily. Then he extended a finger and carefully touched the spar. A smooth and cool touch came from his fingertips, and then a cool airflow passed through his fingers into Joan, making him feel a trance, and inexplicably many unheard of knowledge came out of his mind. And all of this knowledge, it is closely related to the mysterious spar touched by his fingertips. Joan stood staring in the snow, and the look in his eyes gradually changed from fear to surprise. He clasped the mysterious crystal as if it had life and wisdom, and chanted its name gently. Tears of God. Chapter 4. Artifact. Like a sand in a clamshell that has been ground for many years to become a dazzling pearl, a huge magic crystal mine that is like a mountain and floats in the void of the astral sky was blown into the land of the gods by the astral storm and fell into the gods' punishment. I is like a grain of sand falling into a clamshell. After thousands of years of infiltration, the huge magic crystal ore is refined into a small magic crystal stone with a purity of up to 100%, which is called Tears of God. When God's punishment eye wakes up, God's tears will be liberated and fly to a corner of the multiverse. Those who are fortunate to pick up this artifact, if they are an arcane spellcaster, such as a wizard or warlock, may be recognized by the tears of God and become the master of this artifact. Joan has heard of the magic crystal mineral, which is said to be a high energy ore formed by the combination of the bones, spirits and veins of ancient gods and deities, which can be used as an energy source for driving magic guides, steam engines and even guns. Alchemists and Leogan warlocks also used magic crystals as ingredients to create many novel devices, so they are recognized as the most important mineral resources in the world of Velis. Joan's hometown, the Alfheim region, has not yet discovered large-scale magic crystal-rich deposits, but it is said that in the Midgard of northern Alfheim and the Jotunheim area further north, it is rich in magic crystal ores. It is known that if the mining, processing and export industries of magic crystal are flourishing, the major colonial cities in the north will not be as prosperous as they are today. The content of magic crystals of natural ores is very low. The purity of industrial magic crystals made after smelting is only about 10%. And the price per pound is as high as 10,000 gold dagger. Joan also heard that the most advanced magic crystal purification technology in the world of Velis can only extract magic crystals with a purity of about 20%, and the Tears of God in his hand is actually a magic crystal with a purity of 100%! Is it possible? He simply suspected that he was dreaming. Joan weighed the crystals in his hand, weighing about 1 pound, and couldn't help but figure out how much this thing could sell. Not to mention worth 1,000,000 gold dagger, right? If someone really buys it, wouldn't he want to make a fortune, which should be used to worry about the tuition of 3,000 gold dagger per year? Joan shook his head to dispel the idea of quick success. Resonating with the spirit of Tears of God just now, he vaguely guessed that this crystal was a priceless treasure in his hands. It was too short-sighted to sell the money and was destined to regret it. But if you don't sell it for money, what use do I have with it? This question just came to mind, and Joan suddenly felt dizzy and passively entered a state of meditation without foreign objects. Rows of glowing words appeared in front of his eyes, which felt like he had started endoscopy. But what is presented is not his own attribute, but an overview of the spar in his hand. Tears of God. Higher artifact, seal. Limited class, arcane spellcaster. Strength and mana, artifact holders. Spellcasting attribute intellect or charm +2. Myth sensation. The holder of Tears of God can detect the mythical creatures that exist around. As the holder's mythological class rises, the range of induction also expands. Mythical recharge. The energy contained in Tears of Gods can be used to replace spell slots, super magic needs, the power of mythology, and drive magic guides. The upper limit of the current mythic energy is 10 energy levels, and it automatically restores one consumed energy level every day. Each energy level can replace the highest ring spell slot of the master of the artifact. Sage's Stone. Tear of God is the first Sage's Stone born in the multiverse, and most of the other magical wanders named Sage's Stone are imitations. Immerse Tear of God in a glass of water for a few seconds and consume 1 energy to get a cup of potion. As the holder's mythological level increases, the potion made by Tears of God becomes more effective. The potion is only effective on the day, and it returns to clean water after a day. Current medicinal power, secondary rehabilitation utility, relieve fatigue, restore attribute damage, delay toxin and disease onset. Mythology. This feature will be activated after the owner of Tears of God completes the first stage of mythology trial, at which time the owner of the artifact will receive the professional inheritance of Mythical Master. After each stage of mythological trial by hunting mythical creatures, the artifact will then unlock a seal to provide more knowledge and power to the holder. Joan hurriedly read the introductory text that appeared in front of her. Many of the nouns were half understood, which inevitably led to doubts. In order to verify that this is not an illusion, Joan reluctantly suppresses the excited emotions, performing zero-ring endoscopy, a string of beautifully rhythmic Kenya spells floating out of his lips, and finally ending with a short and powerful character. Tersn. In ancient Elven language, the word Tersn has the meaning of insight. Many prophetic spells related to the insight function use this word as the starting character of the spell, and endoscopy is no exception. When Joan successfully launched endoscopic surgery, the situation in front of him changed, and the related information of Tears of God faded. Instead, a clear introduction appeared to him in front of him. Occupation, Master 0 Apprentice. Status, Healthy. Attributes, Strength 10, Dexterity 12, Constitution 9, Intelligence 15, Wisdom 14, Charisma 16. The other attributes are the same as before, except that the intelligence attribute is changed from the original 13 to 15. This is enough to prove that the Tears of God in Joan's hands is more than a magic crystal of great value. This artifact can indeed enhance his intelligence. Attributes. Higher intelligence means more efficient learning ability and the opportunity to learn more advanced spells. Joan couldn't help but squeeze this treasure in his hand tightly. Even if someone put a golden mountain in front of him at this moment, he couldn't bear to exchange Tears of God. At this moment he suddenly felt a light in his hand. Tears of God seemed to turn into a ball of air, disappeared from his palm without a trace. Joan spread his hands quickly, and his hands were empty. Is it just an empty joy? His heart sank quickly, and disappointment was like rising tide. However, at the moment when he was eager to find the Tears of God, a trace of coolness sprang from the palm of his left hand, and the beautiful crystal clear gem emerged from his hands again. Joan froze for a few seconds, and gradually realized that this artifact could be absorbed into his body and stored, and he could call it out with his thoughts when needed. Joan relieved himself secretly, quickly disappointed with disappointment, and quietly said to himself, "This is better. At least don't worry about this artifact being robbed." Joan collected the Tears of God and looked back at the comatose the sled, with a hint of sympathy in her heart. Through telepathic contact with God's tears, he now knows that this Asa girl is also a traveler who happened to pass by here, seeing the devastating explosion caused by the fall of God's tears from afar, and ran out of curiosity to see what happened. And he was exposed to Tears of God earlier than himself. It is a pity that this girl is not an arcane spellcaster and cannot be the master of this artifact approval. She was rejected by the inner will of the Tears of God and was stunned by the impact of divine power. It was lucky to be able to retrieve a small life. P.S. Regarding the mythical power involved in this chapter, the relevant settings of Pioneer PF are borrowed and changed. Chapter 5 Weird Old Man in the Town. Whenever people talk about the Yalfheim region in the south of the New World, they always use a vivid analogy. If a squirrel continually jumps from one tree to another, she can walk from Yar without touching the ground. The Brass Mountain Pass at the southernmost point of Wyme jumps to Prince's Harbour at the northernmost point. Before the immigration of human beings, the Yolf jungle was a paradise for fairies and elves. The place name Yolfheim came from Elven language, meaning the kingdom of the elves of light. Nowadays, human immigrants from the old continent are replacing fairies and elves as the new masters of this land. Thanks to the warm and humid climate, the flat and fertile land, the dense vegetation of Yolfheim region, the river network is vertical and horizontal, there are countless prey in the forest, and the flocks of waterfowl and beavers inhabit on the beaches. The colonists of the mainland kept pouring in, and a southern society based on agriculture was gradually taking shape. In this agriculturally developed southern colony, wealthy plantation owners control most of the fertile land. In order to increase the social influence of themselves and their families, they also actively devoted themselves to public political activities as city councillors and military generals. The power and wealth of the large plantation owners are comparable to those of the princes of the old continent. They raise servants in their manor houses, build luxurious houses, live aristocratic luxury life, and regularly take cruise ships to go abroad for vacations. The social circles of the civilized world upper society maintain close ties. The socio-economic position is second to the plantation owners. They are self-cultivators. They are committed to developing new land outside the good fields occupied by the main circle of the manor. They dream that one day they can become the owner of the manor. Even more impoverished than self-cultivating farmers are those contract servants and hereditary serfs, who not only have no property of their own, they even dare not want to be free, and are very satisfied to be able to discuss a good job with their master. Joel's hometown Dillin Town is a typical southern town with self-cultivation as the main body. More than 2,000 inhabitants of the town are mostly descendants of old continent settlers. They have cultivated farmland along the river for generations, and mostly live on the cultivation of grain, tobacco and cotton. Guild leaders from all walks of life together form the town council. All the members elected a mayor to manage the daily administrative affairs, and appointed a veteran to serve as the sheriff and militia company commander. Right now in the middle of winter, the Dillin River has formed a layer of ice. The river flows quietly under the ice, and the fields on both sides of the river bank are covered with thick snow, which looks a bit desolate. When the sun was west, a tall and muscular winter wolf dragged the sled and ran along the river bank. Perhaps it was because he finally returned to his hometown after a long absence, and Jamie screamed in excitement. The wild dogs wandering in Zenqui heard the domineering growl, and they were all frightened with their tails running around. Joan withdrew his gaze from the spell book, reached out and touched Jamie's back, calming it down. The half-winter wolf hung his head gently and dragged his sled across the town's streets until it slowed down until the woods near the northernmost part of the town. Joan instructed Jamie to stop, got up and jumped off the sled, moved a bit of frozen stiff hands and feet, and suddenly remembered that there was still a person on the sled, turned back to observe, and found that the Azagirl was still awake. His face seemed paler than in the morning. Joan had to worry that she would not wake up like this, and he didn't understand medicine, hesitated, and had to drag the sled to find her grandfather there. Joan's parents and grandfather were both professional adventurers. They lived in the wild all year round, and it was inevitable that they would be unlucky. Just before Joan was born, my grandfather and his parents encountered an accident during the expedition, and my grandfather lost a leg. His father rescued his pregnant wife, but he was unfortunately killed. Shortly after Joan's birth, his mother also died of illness and was raised by grandmother Guillaume Tell. As an orphan, Joan's childhood was not so happy, but at least he didn't have to worry about being hungry. Joan was very attached to her grandfather when he was a child. However, as he grew older, especially after insisting on self-study of arcane knowledge against his grandfather's wishes, his relationship with his grandfather turned sharply. Grandpa was deeply disappointed because Joan didn't listen to his advice. But Joan felt aggrieved by Grandpa's brutal way of obstructing his pursuit of his dreams. The relationship between the old and the young became more and more tense. Without speaking first, the other party will never take the initiative to communicate. The grandfather and the grandson stalemate like this, sometimes not saying a word for several days. Joan's house has two wooden houses in front and back. The house in front is relatively large and has two rooms. It was the residence of Joan's parents before he lives. Now he lives alone. The house where his grandfather lives is by the forest of the back mountain. Usually seldom go out. Joan first returned to his house, pushed the door in, and looked at it. There was a layer of dust on the ground, the room was silent, and all the furnishings were exactly the same as when he left. Putting his luggage away, Joan dragged the sled and the still sleeping Azagirl back toward the mountain, and outside the public house, he hesitated and knocked on the door again and again. "Coming." An old voice came from the room, revealing a sense of impatience. Joan pushed the door open, but did not enter the room, just staring at the grandfather who was working in front of the window. The pale, thin old man with curly hair sits on an armchair near the fireplace, with a cane standing against the wall next to him, and a crude wooden prosthesis under his left knee. If the workmanship of this prosthetic leg was used to measure Mr. Guillaumetel's carpentry skills, he would be wrong. The old man ended his adventurous career and returned to his hometown of Dillon to live in seclusion for years. The crossbows made are recognized as the best masterpieces, but the old man's temper is extremely weird. If the crossbows made do not meet his own standards, even if someone is willing to buy him, he will not sell them, but rather throw them in the fireplace and burn them. Because the old man is too harsh on his work. Sometimes he can't make a bow all month, and the town residents can't spend too much money on the crossbow, so his work can't be priced more than the ordinary goods sold in the grocery store. Too much higher, income is barely enough to make a living. Old man Thel glanced at Joan, turned his head without saying a word, and continued to polish the silhouetted arms in his hands. Joan was not surprised by this, knowing that Grandpa was still stubborn about his resignation. After so many years of getting along, he certainly understands his grandfather's temper. In fact, as long as he takes the initiative to apologize to the old man, he will be angry. The reason Joe is safe, but he can't do it. Guillaume Tell is a strange old man in town, and Joan is not much better. Although he does not want to admit it, his character is indeed greatly influenced by his grandfather. The solitary and surly temper of the grandfather and the grandson are exactly the same. Joan didn't think he had done anything wrong, and forced him to take the initiative to bow down to his grandfather, which was more uncomfortable than killing him. The grandson and grandson were relatively speechless, and finally Joan took the lead in breaking the deadlock. He briefly described his experience on this trip. The key point was to tell his grandfather that he had picked up her the way home, and she was still unconscious and worried about her. "Just die like this, I do not know what to do." Old man Thiel reached out and grabbed the cane, supported and stood up, looked at the sled through the window, and after a long time he spoke. "It doesn't matter if she wakes up after a while. What should I do with her?" Joan asked. "What's what to do?" The old man replied coldly, "You picked it up, you figure it out for yourself." Joan had long guessed he would say this, secretly sighed, turned away from the grandfather's house, and dragged the sled back to his hut. Joan's bedroom was his father's study room before his death. He carefully kept all the books as a tribute to his deceased father who had never met him. The next room is the bedroom before the parents died. Every time Joan walked into that room, he saw the big bed that his parents had slept in. The mother sat in front of the window on the wooden table dressing the mirror. There was always an inexplicable sadness. So he seldom walked into this bedroom, just cleaned every day, like a silent hall. In order to house the little girl who was retrieved by the roadside, Joanne had to use the next bedroom, put on mattresses and bedding, and put the sleeping in the bed. Having placed the guest, Joan closed the bedroom door and looked at the kitchen. There were only 2 black bread, half a jar of salt and a little tea in the cupboard. Joan Marley's boiling water, making tea, putting bread, salt shakers and teapots on a tray and setting it on the next bedroom table. After finishing all this, he returned to his room and fell into a chair like a bag of wet flour, feeling backache and fatigue. He really wanted to open the spell book on the table and continue to study the 0-8 tricks that he had just figured out. However, the fatigue accumulated by the long-distance travel exploded like a mountain, making him feel powerless and could not afford to study the spell. Just when he was hesitant to go to bed early, Joan suddenly remembered the tears of God, struggling to get up and poured a glass of water, calling tears of God out of his thoughts. Holding the crystal-clear gem in the palm of his hand, Joan looked at it for a few seconds, and then gently put the gem into the cup. Tears of God has the function of making magic potions. The potion that can be made at present is equivalent to the secondary restoration of the first magic. Although Joan is not a divine spellcaster, after all, he has served as a sacrificial offering in the church for 2 years. He knows that secondary restoration has the effect of relieving fatigue and boosting the spirit, which is in line with his current needs. Joan waited patiently for a minute, picked up the spoon and took out the tears soaked in the teacup, and carefully observed the water in the cup. It didn't seem to be different from the clear water, and even the smell of the drug could not be smelled. Does this really work? Joan picked up the teacup and drank the water in one go with a doubtful attitude. Chapter 6 Candy Bovet and Joan put down the teacup. There was no special feeling at first. After a few seconds, he felt that his stomach was warm and comfortable. This wonderful warm current quickly spread all over his body, as if he had just soaked in a hot bath to disperse his exhaustion and refresh his spirit. It seems to be really useful. Joan put down the teacup and raised his lips slightly. Looking at the god's tears in his hand, he found that this artifact gem seemed to be dimmer than before. This is not surprising. It takes energy stored in gems to make potions. Originally, there were 10 energy levels, but now there are only 9 left, so it will be slightly dim. Fortunately, Tears of God will automatically restore an energy level every day, but don't worry about energy exhaustion. Joanne didn't want to waste this precious potion in vain. Unfolding the book through the setting sun in the window, and soon immersed in the ocean of knowledge, completely forgetting the trivial things outside. The magic of Vale's world can be roughly divided into 11 levels. Excluding legendary spells that are rare in the world, the rest are the 0th to 9th ring of conventional spells. The level of a spell should be determined by the upper limit of the magic power that can be called. In addition, whether the spell's target is a single or a group. The level of spells that can affect multiple targets is often higher. According to the above 2 criteria, if the highest magic level that an arcane can call is 5 degrees magic level unit, then it can be regarded as a ring of arcane regardless of whether it is a single or a group. The maximum magic power of the second ring of arcane effective against a single target is 10 degrees. The maximum magic power of the second ring of arcane effective against the group is 5 degrees. The single limit of the 3-ring spell is 15 degrees. The group is 10 degrees. And so on. The upper limit of the single element of the 8th ring arcane is 25 degrees, and the upper limit of the group is 20 degrees. Whether the 9th ring arcane acts on the monomer or the group, the upper limit of the magic power that can be called is 25 degrees. Beyond this category, it is a legendary spell. As for the 0-ring spell, the upper limit of the magic power that can usually be called does not exceed 1 degree. The energy level of the frozen ray has not even reached the upper limit of the 0-ring, only 0.5 degrees. How powerful is the 0.5 degree magic power? To put it simply, a frozen ray hits the target, which is similar to the killing effect of Joan using his full strength to smash a brick on the same target. Of course, this doesn't mean that Joan might as well study the frozen ray rather than practice hard to make bricks. Although this spell has weak lethality, the benefit is the addition of a frozen special effect. Its use is not limited to killing enemies, and stuns people on the top of the brick, but it can't instantly cool a cup of boiling water. Just as Joe was focused on the spell, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. "What's the matter?" The thought was interrupted, and Joan's words inevitably ignited. "Excuse me, Is it convenient to say a few words?" The girl's clear voice came from the door. "Inconvenient," Joan replied, almost frankly cold. There was no movement outside the door. I don't know how long it took. Joan finally solved the problem he just encountered, relaxed his nerve a little, and suddenly remembered that someone seemed to knock on the door just now. "When I looked back, my eyes seemed to be flashing across the door." Joan frowned and got up to open the door. Sure enough, the other girl who he picked up halfway was trying to slip away. "Don't go first," Joan called to her. "What's the matter? Are you free to talk to me now?" The girl's smile widened, and Joan frowned impatiently and hurriedly said, "I want to know where this is and why I am here." Joan scratched his hair, and was upset when he thought of saying a lot. He went back to the house silently and quickly wrote on the paper with a pen. The girl stood outside the open door of the house, her dark and clear eyes filled with confusion, and was hesitating whether to enter the house. Joan had used the simplest and most concise words to say where is this and why did she come here. After answering these two questions, she turned back to the door and handed her the piece of scratch paper with the answer. The other girl took the note at a loss and looked at it quickly. The enlightened expression appeared on Kinxia's face. Joan relieved herself secretly, thanking her for her literacy and saving her a lot of trouble. "Thank you for saving me." According to the traditional etiquette of the Azat tribe, the girl pressed her arms across her chest and bowed deeply to Gyaoan. Afterwards, she couldn't help but ask him curiously, "Why don't you explain the situation to me directly? And is it to be written on paper? Isn't it troublesome to write so many words?" "For me, it's just the opposite," Joan reluctantly explained to her with patience. "I don't speak much, and it's too time-consuming to explain a complicated thing in words." Joan does not lack language skills. If he is allowed to speak to himself, he can tell a complicated story vividly, but having other people present is another matter. Perhaps because of his character, he is extremely disgusted and even hates social activities. Every time he is forced to chat with people, he would like to cut off his tongue, preferring to be born dumb, so that people will understand his silence. And it wasn't out of good intentions to pull him to say meaningless polite words. If you have to talk to people and the environment allows you to write, Joan is willing to use pen talk instead of language communication just like this. The other girl didn't understand his quirks, and he gave a half understand, and his eyes flashed, revealing a curious look. "Is there anything else?" Joan held the door handle. "Nothing else." The girl rushed to see Joan's intention of catching up. "My name is Candy Poverton." Joan nodded, saying he heard it. Candy is not stupid. Of course, it can be seen that the indifferent teenager opposite did not care what her name was, just hoped that she disappeared quickly so that he could read the book quietly alone. She has grown so old that she has never seen such a weird person, barely keeping a smile on her face and asking, "What is your name?" "Joan Vida." "Joan?" Sounds like the girl's name, Canty muttered in a low voice. Joan's reaction to her was not unexpected. The name Joan was given to him by his grandfather to commemorate his deceased mother Joan Tell. Joan didn't care about it, just as he didn't care who Candy's surname was, or how others called himself. The name is just a code name for him. He would rather not mention his name by others, or disturb his peaceful life by anyone or anything. There is no place for social activities in his world. Almost all of his time and energy are devoted to the study of magic. Everything but magic is not important. "Joan, do you live alone?" Candy asked curiously. "And my grandfather Guillaume Tell, who lives in the log house behind." "Can I go visit Mr. Tell?" "Up to you. I'll go here and see you later." Seeing that Joan was getting impatient and chatting with her, Candy waved her hand witfully, and turned to the wooden house on the hillside, bouncing like a lively deer. Joan closed the door, took a breath, and returned to his ideal state of life. No need to ask or be disturbed. It took less than 5 seconds for Joan to throw Candy's figure completely out of his brain, and concentrate all his mind to continue to study the zero-ring trick Frozen Rays. The magic of the Valice world, whether it is a clergyman's magic or a magician's arcane, is composed of two basic units: Spell position and spell configuration. Spell bit is the source of magical energy, like the torrential waters that drive water wheels, the whistle winds that drive windmills, and the hot steam that drives steam engines. This energy itself has no attributes, and the caster can convert it into ice, fire, lightning, etc. Energy with specific element attributes can also be used to drive non-lethal spells such as invisibility, transformation, and flying. The specific application varies with different spell configurations. Just as the energy used to drive water wheels, windmills, and steam engines is not generated by the body itself, but from nature. The magic energy of the spell position is usually not synthesized in the living body, but from all over the universe, extracted from the magic web. The so-called caster refers to those who can link to the magic web and obtain spell slots from it. Chapter 7 Parsing Magic. The number of spell slots that the caster can obtain from the magic net every day is quite limited. The specific number is determined by the caster class level and the spiritual attributes required to cast the spell. Intelligence for the wizard and perception for the priest. For the warlock and the minstrel, it is charm, a joint decision. But there is a special exception, which is the zero ring spell. The magic energy level of the zero ring spell bit is too low, and the caster can theoretically extract an infinite number of zero ring spell bits from the magic net. Of course, in fact, it is not so easy. After all, the casting is a very heavy mental work. Even if the continuous casting of zero ring tricks will consume a lot of energy, it will be difficult to maintain concentration over time. The success rate of casting will also vary. The sharp decline with spell position. The next thing the caster has to consider is what to do with this pure magical energy. It is like the heat energy obtained by burning coal, which can be used for heating, lighting, and cooking. Energy itself is useless. The utility comes from the creativity and execution of energy users. The same is true for magical energy. All the spell bits of the same ring number contain the same energy, but combining it with different spell configurations can transform the results into very different spells. For example, Joan's current hand of the Mage and Endoscopy belong to the zero ring trick, but the function is completely different. The difference is that the structure of the two is different. To learn a new spell, you must first determine that you have the corresponding spell position. The next highlight is to disassemble and analyze the spell's configuration, sort out its structure clearly, and understand the rules of operation. The structure of most spells can be divided into three types of elements: seeds, rules, and materials. Seed is the basic module for determining the characteristics of spells. It is usually composed of several long or short character strings. For example, Seed of Mage's Hand is force field and remote control. The rule element covers a wider range, including the method of casting, the scope of action, the difficulty of exemption, etc., which is equivalent to a programmed grammar or algorithm. The casting rules are not unchangeable, but changing the rules often means that a higher mana energy level needs to be called, for which reason a higher number of spell slots have to be used. There are countless techniques for changing the casting rules, collectively known as super magic. For example, using the super magic technique of spell spelling and Mage's Hand, you can eliminate the chanting of spells at the cost of raising a spell level. You need to use at least one ring of spell slots to silently ring 0. The Master's Hand. The final element of the spell structure is the casting material. Some spells must be matched with specific materials or instruments to be successfully displayed, and the effectiveness of such spells is also closely related to the materials. If you change the casting materials, it will either cause the spell to fail or change the function of the spell. For example, 2-ring cobweb requires a little spider silk as a casting material. After the casting is successful, a large sticky and tough web will be created, covering the space specified by the caster, or entangled with a specific target. If the material is changed during the casting process, such as replacing the spider silk with a silkworm cocoon, the spider web that the spell should have created will become a large piece of raw silk satin, and this spell is no longer spider web, Cold textile is more appropriate. When Kiaon saw the description of cobweb mutating into textile in his book, he had a sudden thought. Since textile can create a large piece of silk with a small amount of silk, is it not a shortcut to get rich? With the deepening of his knowledge of magic, he later had to give up this naive idea. No matter the spider web or the satin created by the spell, it can't be preserved for a long time. When the magic power is exhausted, these magic creations will disappear automatically. Textile does not make the honest caster rich overnight, but opens a convenient door for fraudsters. The analysis is based on the 3 elements that make up the spell. This is the basic method most wizards in the Velice world use. This arcane analysis method seems simple. In fact, every link contains countless details. The more in-depth exploration, the more complicated. In the final analysis, human beings have learned the mysteries of magic from elves. Most of the existing spells are still written in elven language, also known as Quenya. In order to fully understand the operation of spells, Kiaon at the same time of parsing the structure of the spell, I had to translate the elven language into a less precise human language. As a result, this work became more complicated. A subtle translation error would lead to a misleading, wasting a lot of time and energy. The mage's analysis of the efficiency of a new spell depends mainly on his knowledge accumulation and intelligence level, probably because of the improvement of 2 points of intellectual attributes by Tears of God. Joan felt that his brain was turning very fast today, and the analysis of frozen rays was proceeding smoothly. Now he has completed the first stage about the deconstruction of the seed of the spell, and analyzed that frozen rays belong to the cold subcategory of the plastic energy school, and the most critical spell activation characters have also been successfully deciphered. Frozen ray does not need to add any casting materials, eliminating an element. Joan's next job is to analyze the casting rules, and this is precisely the most complicated and difficult part of all spell elements. Kiaon worked hard until late at night, and finally the drug effect of Tears of God was finally no match for the physical and mental exhaustion accumulated by long-term high-intensity mental work. Kiaon found that his headaches were getting worse and he could no longer concentrate and had to concentrate. Temporarily looking away from the book, I felt the stomach and intestines twitch due to excessive hunger, the abdomen was burning uncomfortably, the heart thumped, and I could not lift a trace of energy. Joan drank the cold water in the toast and settled down. He stood up hard and walked into the kitchen to swallow a piece of dry bread. Inadvertently found that the window in the next bedroom was still open, walked over and glanced, and saw Candy sitting on the bed through the window, lowering his head, his forehead pressed against his knee, his hands covering his sides of the forehead. Very painful. Joan stared at her for a while outside the window, turned back to the kitchen, wrote a note first, and then put the rest of the food on the plate, along with the note, and sent it to the window of Canty's bedroom. Gently place on the desk next to the window. P.S. The new book opens, and it is in urgent need of popularity. Please all new and old friends to vote for collection and support. Thank you very much. Chapter 8 Credit. Although Joan deliberately lightened his movements, Candy was aware of it for the first time and quickly bounced from the bed, inadvertently showing a strong body. Seeing Joan bring food, the girl's eyes appeared grateful, holding back the headache, and squeezed out a smile and thanked him. Joan handed her a note with a short sentence: "Headache. Since I picked up a strange glowing spar near Beaver Village yesterday morning, my head has been in pain." Candy rubbed her forehead and looked both frustrated and confused. She still didn't understand what bad luck she had gone, nor did she know that the mysterious crystal that had caused her headaches had fallen into Joan's hands. Joan looked at Candy's slightly sick face, guessing that she was mostly affected by the energy burst from the Tears of God, and her spirit was shocked. He sympathizes with Candy's experience, but unfortunately he is powerless. After all, he doesn't understand medical skills, nor is he a magic spellcaster. "I just went to visit Mr. Thale. The old gentleman is very kind. Let me stay here temporarily and wait until my body is better. I hope this will not disturb you." Candy looked at Joan's face timidly. Bright eyes flashed slightly in the night. Joan shook his head. "I wanted to say something, but felt that it was worth noting." I turned around silently and went back to my bedroom. The next day, Joe Anton got up before dawn, and had nothing to eat at home. He stood in front of the empty cupboard, holding the same empty purse, and his mood was as gloomy as the weather outside the window. People have to eat when they are alive, and Joan now has to face two choices: either go to Grandpa to borrow money or go to the grocery store to buy food on credit. He was disgusted with both options, because he had to ask for help. When most people encounter difficulties, the first thing that comes to mind is to seek help from relatives and friends. It can even be said that human society is built on this kind of mutual help and friendship framework. However, Joan, a lonely boy in the bone, is not like ordinary people. The opposite is true. If you have to ask someone for help, he would rather speak to a stranger than owe it to friends and family. Rather than asking for help from his only relative in the world, Joaning would rather go to Aunt Barbara, an unkind grocery store owner, to take her credit. When it was almost 6 o'clock, the snow outside the window was fast, and Joan left the house alone in the cloak, and the footprints behind him were instantly overwhelmed by heavy snow. Joan trudged through the knee-length snow for half an hour. When the grocery store in town just opened for business, she found her Aunt Barbara and handed her a note. Barbara is a middle-aged woman in her 40s. She has a chubby figure like a wine barrel. She always has a hearty smile on her face. She is known for her enthusiasm and nostalgia in the town. On occasions of funerals and marriages, her active figure and enthusiastic Jiangluo are indispensable. Aunt Barbara didn't have much ink in her belly. Fortunately, Joan took this into consideration and wrote out the request for food on credit in as plain text as possible. Finally, he also set up a document and solemnly promised to guarantee the return of the interest before the end of the month arrears. Aunt Barbara's eyes narrowed slightly and she leaned over to the window. After reading the note with a little morning light through the window, her mouth grew wider and she couldn't help laughing. Joan clenched her fists tightly, not understanding why she laughed. "What a weird boy." Aunt Barbara threw the note aside, and hurried to the food counter with agile footsteps that did not match her figure. She grabbed the hot bread and stuffed it into the basket, and put another jar of honey in it. "Well, take it." Aunt Barbara handed a full basket of food to Joan, freeing her chubby left hand to touch the teenager's head. "My little pitiful, eat more. Don't be hungry." Joan thanked him in a grateful manner and promised to repay the money on time. Aunt Barbara laughed again, and smiled and told Joanne that she started her own shop to do business, and her patrons were all neighbors and folks. "This is not a shameful thing. My good boy, you are the smartest kid in our town, and you will surely become a great archmage in the future. Why worry about this little money? Even if the bread is delivered to you by the aunt, can you make the master hungry?" Aunt Barbara's enthusiasm made Joan both moved and embarrassed. She bowed to her again, lifted the bread basket and ran out of the grocery store like a fugitive, and ran home all the way. The bread was still warm. Joan sat down to drink a glass of water and took a breath. He ate a loaf of bread and wanted to eat the second one, but forced himself to restrain his appetite because he didn't want to ask Aunt Barbara for credit before paying off his debts. Although the enthusiastic female shopkeeper didn't mind this, the more enthusiastic and generous the other party was, the less Joan wanted to owe her too much. Joan divided the remaining bread and honey into 3 parts. One was stored in the kitchen pantry, and the remaining 2 were reserved for Grandpa and Candy. Joan first sent one of the foods to his grandfather's wooden house. Without disturbing the sleeping old man, he quietly entered the house and left quietly. The copy for Candy had not yet been sent, and the Azag girl had gotten up and washed, and said good morning to him with a smile. "Kitchen, breakfast." After Joan briefly explained, he turned and whistled, calling for the hound Jamie. Joan polished the hatchet, wrapped it in a piece of cloth, slanted it around his waist, led the dog and went out. Not far away, There were rapid footsteps behind him. Joan stopped to look back and saw Candy's mouth holding a piece of bread, which was flying towards her. She ran fast, like a carefree fawn, with linen braids fluttering in the wind as she ran. Joan, where are you going?" Candy chewed the bread, his watery eyes filled with curiosity. "Hunting." Joan pointed to the woods in the distance. "He hopes to gain something today and sell his prey to pay for the bread and honey." "Hunting? Then you must bring me," Candy said eagerly. "I will hunt for you, even if I pay for the food." Joanne could see that although Candy was only a 13 to 14-year-old girl, she was not the kind of young lady who could not help the wind. And she was quite capable. Considering that the Asa people live on fishing and hunting for men and women, Candy has also been trained in hunting. It is really helpful to bring her, but Joan is more worried about her health, so he refers to his own temporal part. "Today's headache is not as severe as yesterday." Candy smiled deliberately. "Don't worry, I won't be your burden." Seemingly to prove his strength, Candy suddenly reached forward. Joan hadn't had time to see her movements, and the hatchet in her waist had fallen into her hands. The new book is opened and it is urgently needed. Please all new and old friends to vote for collection and support. Thank you very much. Chapter 9 Forest Hunting. The knife borrowed from me. Candy shook his hatchet and turned to walk toward a tree. He swept the branch off with a knife and cut it into sticks skillfully. Joan saw that she was working on a weapon, but he didn't think how useful a wooden stick with a thick thumb would be when facing a beast. "Fine." Candy cut the slender wooden stick as smooth as possible, nodded with satisfaction, and returned the hatchet to Joan. "Do you really plan to use this thin wooden stick against the beast?" Joan couldn't help asking. Candy sensed the concerns in his eyes and smiled calmly. He held the stick in his right hand and made a string of gestures in his left hand. At the same time, a string of mysterious and melodious mantras flowed out of the girl's lips. Joan stared at Candy, realizing she was casting a spell. The girl uses elven language, but the chanting mantra is very different from the arcane mantra he knows, and it sounds more like singing. Joan listened carefully and tried to translate Candy's chants into the human lingua franca, and soon realized that this was actually a simple and beautifully phrased prayer praising the power of nature. It was not until this time that Joan realized that Candy was not performing arcane spells, but was communicating with the origin of nature, using himself as a medium to introduce the divine power of nature into the wooden stick in her hands. The wooden stick is filled with natural power, and the wooden texture glows with a light green light. Joan can feel that this rough and slender wooden stick has been transformed into a powerful magic weapon with two powerful steps. Candy ended the cast and turned to swing a stick at a rock on the side of the road. Along with the breaking wind, the wooden rod hit the stone hard, and with a bang, the stone more than 2 feet high was interrupted by the waste and the gravel splashed. Joanne couldn't help but inhale when she saw the scene. The wooden stick that was cut by the branch in Candy's hands has undergone a reborn evolution under the blessing of divine power. From the point that Candy just smashed the rock with a wave of hand, the power of this wooden stick is no less than that of a steel-forged warhammer, and Candy's own strength is probably not much worse than that of the muscular dwarf blacksmith in Dillontown. Candy picked up the stick and smiled at Joan. "Let's hurry up. The magic Ophicorn Club will not last long." Octopus. A simple natural magic, all druids will perform. Candy answered casually. Joan has heard of druids, these hermits who worship the depersonalized natural origin of the personality god. They're good at using natural magical techniques and are highly respected by the indigenous tribes. But he never thought of Candy as a self. The little girl of similar age turned out to be a druid, and it seemed that the rank was not low, which was really unbelievable. Although he became more and more curious about Candy's life history, he restrained the urge to inquire, followed Candy's advice, and quickly walked into the depths of the woods. 14 years ago, old Guillaume ended his adventure and returned to his hometown of Dillon to settle down. Many apple trees were planted on the barren hills near the former residence. Oak trees and cypresses were mixed between the fruit trees. Now that these trees are all grown, due to the inconvenience of legs and feet, The old man of Tyrell takes care of the woods in person. Among all the trees in the forest, the most important thing for Joan is a rare black oak tree. The black wood produced is hard as steel, but very light and very valuable. Because the texture of black wood is much lighter than other wood, the entire tree can only produce 150 pounds of wood. Mr. Jason Dingdall, the mayor of Dillon, runs a wood processing plant. He once intended to buy this black oak tree for 1,000 gold dugger, but neither Old Man Tyre nor Joan would be willing to sell the best tree in his own forest. The forest is silent and full of snow. In this cold season, the herds have already migrated to the warmer woodlands in the south, and the black bears have also hid into the deep burrows to hibernate. Joan led Candy and Jamie to search for prey in the snow-covered woods. He didn't expect to catch any big animals. He was very satisfied that he could catch 1 or 2 grouses or snow rabbits. Good luck today. Jamie soon found a string of shallow traces on the snow, and roared excitedly, urging the owner to come and see. Joan and Candy catch up to observe the footprints on the snow, both guessing that it is the footprints left by the hare. In this season, the hare has already put on a white fur, walking through the snow-covered bushes. It is a very concealed nature. It is difficult for ordinary people to find their traces even with good eyesight. Fortunately, Jamie not only has excellent eyesight, but also has a very sensitive sense of smell. The nose tip is attached to the snow, sniffing along the trail left by the hare, and quickly find the cave where the rabbit hides. Jamie, push it out, Joan whispered to the hound, and there was a hint of excitement in his voice. Jamie huddled towards the hole and confirmed that he couldn't directly drill into the small rabbit hole with his size, so he burst into a cold breath. The supernatural breath of the half-breed winter wolf is like a cold wind penetrating into the depths of the warm cave. All the rabbits hidden in it feel the threat implied in the cold, and fled instinctively after being frightened. The rabbit hole hidden deep in the snow is far more complicated than Joan and Jamie expected. The cave they found was just one of more than a dozen exits. A group of frightened rabbits came out from other more hidden caves. The snow ran wildly, and it looked like many snowballs were rolling, making Joan's eyes bloom, and he didn't know which one to catch. Jamie reacted faster, swooping up and holding a hare closest to him, biting off his neck and throwing it aside, staring green eyes and looking around, looking for the next prey. Candy saw the hare running around the ground, and occasionally ran past his feet. He simply put the wooden stick on the snow, freed his hands to make a spell gesture, and chanted the magical prayers that praised the origin of nature. At the moment of completing the casting process, the yellow bushes rooted in the snow at Candy's feet seemed to be injected into life. All came alive, quickly stretched the branches, climbed and twisted against the ground, and entangled the hairs that fled on the snow. Tightly bound. Okay, now they can't run away. Candy finished casting the spell, wiping sweat with a smile. Joan carefully avoided the green snake-like vines at his feet and told Canty after the inventory that he had caught a total of 9 hares, which was an unprecedented bumper harvest. We don't have to grab all these pitiful little things. Let go of those female rabbits and little rabbits, and just grab a few of the fattest male rabbits. Canty looked at Joan's eyes to discuss the tone said, if all the hares were caught today, there would be no such prey in the future. Joan knew that Candy said this not only out of pity, but also in practicing the principles of the Druid Society to maintain natural balance, so he nodded silently, took Jamie close to the vines, and picked out the 3 fattest males. Rabbit. The new book is opened and it is urgently needed. Please all new and old friends to vote for collection and support. Thank you very much. Chapter 10 Frozen Rake. Candy chanted another mantra, and the vines disappeared everywhere. The freed hares were frightened, and they all rushed back into the cave to hide. Joan bundled up the 3 fat rabbits one by one, tucked them in their prey packs, looked up at the sky, and said to Canty, it's almost noon. There is a log cabin in the forest in front of us. Let's rest there. Okay, maybe you can hit other prey on the road, Candy said happily. The result was really her. When approaching the forest hut, Jamie suddenly stopped and snatched up a straight birch tree. Joan immediately realized that there was something on the tree, raised his hand to cover his forehead, and carefully observed through the sunlight through the treetops, and soon saw a pheasant standing between the branches, with feathers brown and white. Slender the tail feathers show a variety of colors, falling down from the branches, swaying with the wind, especially moving. "Wow, it's so beautiful." Canty also found the pheasant in the tree. His eyes lit up. Joan booed with her index finger up, beckoning her not to be loud, so as not to scare away the pheasant. "This wild bird looks plump. In fact, there is no 2 pounds of meat on the body. Instead, the beautiful feathers on the tail are far more valuable than the meat." Jamie crept close to the birch tree and suddenly jumped towards the branch where the pheasant stood. It's a pity that the pheasant was more alert than he expected, and slammed his wings before Jamie jumped. Jamie threw himself into the air, broke the branch with a slap, fell back into the snow with a thud, and groaned in disappointment. The pheasant hovered over the woods for several weeks, seeming to be sure that the hound and the boys and girls behind him did not pose a threat to himself, so he gathered his wings and landed again, standing on the branch 20 feet from the ground, squinting his eyes and looking down. Jamie, who had been turning around, looked scornful. Candy giggled, not knowing whether he was laughing at Jamie by effort, or the arrogant expression of the pheasant. Joan stepped forward and patted Jamie's back, calmed it down, and looked up at the twitch-headed pheasant, squinting, silently calculating the distance, and then raised his right hand to fight. Peng slid down his wrist, revealing a white and slender index finger, pointing to the branch of the pheasant. The lips slightly opened, and spit out a low and rhythmic elven spell. Ringer. Finally, Joan finished with a Kenya character symbolizing coldness to complete the preparation for casting. The right index finger glowed with cold light, and a slender ice blue light beam blasted from the fingertips, instantly flashing across the sky, hit the pheasant standing on the branch, 20 feet high from the ground. The lethality of the zero-ring trick frozen ray is not great, but it is enough to deal with the pheasant. Accompanied by a long cry, the pheasant fell off the treetops and fell heavily on the snow. The cold magic that had penetrated into the body shivered and it struggled to flap its wings and escape from the ground. Before Joan ordered, Jamie had already rushed past, biting the pheasant's neck fiercely, and made a terrible breath. Joan, what spell were you using just now?" Canty hurriedly asked. "A little trick. It's not worth mentioning." Joan was a little embarrassed. He knew that his ability to cast spells was indeed far inferior to that of Candy, and it was not worthy of her fuss. She secretly guessed that maybe because Candy was a divine spellcaster, he had little understanding of arcane spells, and how great the spell he had just cast. "Although it's just a trick, but it looks so handsome, and it's very practical." It knocked down the pheasant with a slap. Candy imitated Joan's posture when he cast the spell, and pointed out his index finger to pierce the sky, complacent, laughing non-stop. Joan shook his head, wondering what the girl was really happy about, laughing from morning to night. Although his character is at exactly 2 opposite extremes compared to Candy, Joanne has to admit that the cheerful as a girl exudes optimism and temperament, like the bright morning sun, making him inexplicable feeling uplifted and forgetting trouble unconsciously. Jamie brought the pheasant back and waved his tail excitedly to the master. Joan patted the hound's head, squatted down to pluck out some of the most beautiful feathers on the pheasant's tail, and the rest of the chicken was served for Jamie's lunch to reward its excellent performance in this hunt. Joan carefully wiped the blood on the feathers of the pheasant, and was about to put it in his backpack. He accidentally found Candy staring at the feather in his hand, and his eyes were extremely hot. "What a beautiful feather," Candy murmured. Joan seldom dealt with women, but she was not stupid. Upon hearing Candy's words, she immediately realized that she liked the pheasant feathers very much and handed her all the feathers in her hands. "All to me? Really?" Candy's eyes widened in surprise, and the smile became brighter. "Thank you. Just one is enough." She took out one of the most colorful feathers from Joan and said excitedly, "It must be beautiful to put on the hat. What do you think? Fortunately, Joan carefully combed the remaining lingu, rolled it up with a cloth and put it in his backpack. He is not interested in hats decorated with pheasant feathers, but he knows that such dresses are popular in Leiden City. Those wealthy young masters always wear a woolen hat decorated with beautiful feathers when they travel. Like a pheasant on his head, instead of looking good, he thought it was funny. But speaking back, his personal preferences are not important. The important thing is that these beautiful feathers are very valuable. At least 5 gold coins can be exchanged, which is not only enough to repay the money owed to Aunt Barbara. Worried about the family, with the debt pressure off his shoulders, plus a companion who is Yan and an optimistic and cheerful companion, the rugged mountain road seems to be less difficult to walk. Near noon, Joan took Kinty through the woods, and a log cabin appeared in the middle of the open space in front. The hut was built by a public hired person outside of Joan. Every autumn, when the apples in the forest are ripe, Joan often spends the night in this hut and takes Jamie to inspect the fruit forest to prevent wild boars or monkeys from invading and destroying them. The children in town occasionally come to pick fruits to eat. Unless the fruit is deliberately spoiled, picked and thrown for fun, Joan will not come forward to block it. After entering the winter this year, Joan was busy heading to Leiden to take the entrance exam. He had not been in the woods for more than a month. The small roof of the forest is covered with thick snow, and the doors and windows are also blocked by the snow. From a distance, it looks like a white grave. Joan removed the snow in front of the door, opened the door, and just stepped across the threshold, suddenly stopped. Through the sunlight projecting in the door, he found that there was an inexplicable pile of dirt on the ground in the middle of the cabin, and a damp and strange breath was emitted in the dark room. The new book is opened and it is urgently needed. Please all new and old friends to vote for collection and support. Thank you very much. Chapter 11. Ferocious Badger. Joan crossed the threshold of the forest hut, carefully took 2 steps forward, and observed the pile of high mud nearby, and found a hole about 2 feet in diameter in the center of the mound, leading to the black paint. I don't know how deep. It seemed to be disturbed by the sound of footsteps, and suddenly there was a murky motion in the depths of the cave. Joan had a hunch that something was climbing up the cave and quickly retreated to the door, holding his breath and preparing to avoid the attack. As he watched, the soil slid down, and a round head came out of the cave. The animal has dark brown-gray fur. Several prominent white stripes appear on the cheeks and the top of the head. The chubby cheeks are stern, and the staring eyes are staring, looking at the surroundings with vigilance. It turned out to be a badger. Joan relieved himself secretly. Badgers are relatively common animals in the woods. They are stubby and short and stout. They are good at digging holes and feeding on small animals or plant rhizomes. Although they are somewhat aggressive, as long as they don't provoke them, they are also talked about for humans and animals. Not too dangerous. When the weather is warm, Joan often sees badgers in the woods. When he is lucky, he can hunt 1 or 2 badgers with the help of Jamie. The badger's fat is very thick, it can be refined into fat, and the meat is delicate and delicious, but the most valuable thing is the smooth and soft fur. A complete badger skin can be sold at a high price in a leather goods store in town, or a cobbler can be processed into a warm cloak. Badgers have a habit similar to bears. When the weather is cold, they go deep into the cave to hibernate. They rely on the body's thick fat to maintain the most basic physiological activities. They don't crawl out of the cave in search of food until spring. However, this badger in Joan's eyes was a bit special. I wondered if it was too hungry or alarmed. He woke up from hibernation and dug a tunnel from the ground until he dug through the floor of the hut and drilled out of the ground. Judging from the wetness of the pile of soil, the badger broke into the hut for a maximum of 3 to 5 days. Perhaps it felt that it could cover the snow, and stayed in the house without leaving until Joan, the owner of the hut, opened the door and came in. Joanne noticed that the badger's lower body was hiding in the cave, and the alert man only exposed half of his head. He was obviously ready to retract into the cave at any time. In this case, it is almost impossible to catch a retreat badger. Moreover, His hunting harvest is enough today. There is no need to fight this badger's idea. He stomped his foot violently and stomped toward the badger. With a roar, I plan to scare it away, then fill the hole. The badger was indeed terrified by Joan's actions, but to Joan's surprise, it didn't run away like most wild animals were when they were scared. After a brief horror, they showed their fierce glances from their throats. A low, ferocious roar was heard everywhere, and two claws resembling a large shovel grabbed the opening of the cave, and slammed upwards. Most of the body was exposed to the surface, and the towering mound around the cave was crushed and fell apart. Joe Anton felt his scalp tingle. It wasn't until the furious animal crawled out of the cave that he realized that the opponent was 6 feet long and 4 feet high from head to tail, and the body was much larger than the ordinary badger, which was comparable to the black bear. A thick layer of fat is wrapped under the fluffy and smooth fur, and the strong muscles under the fat layer expand and agitate as the fierce roar of this fierce beast expresses the strength of wildness in a most intuitive way. Candy heard the roar of the beast from outside the house, and the probe glanced into the room. He couldn't help changing his face, and hurried Joan to the door. "We are in trouble." Candy looked unprecedentedly serious. "That's a ferocious badger." Hearing the word violent badger, Joan also changed his face. "He once heard from my grandfather that there is a class of so-called violent animals in the world. They look similar to their kind, but they are larger, stronger, and more aggressive. If they encounter such mutant animals in the wild, there are only two endings: either kill the beast or be torn by the beast." Candy is more sophisticated than Joan, who first encountered a ferocious animal. He told Joan, "I'll deal with the ferocious badger, please find a tree and climb up." At this time the door of the cabin had been knocked open, and the violent badger burst out with red eyes. Candy didn't care much, and clenched the stick with both hands, and swung out hard, banging the beast's head. The girl's figure was slim, and her wooden stick was as thin as her thumb. At first glance, she seemed unable to pose a worthy threat to the huge beast. However, the first stick contained a force that was disproportionate to the girl's weak image. She would take off the wild horse. The violent badger rushed over like a slam and overwhelmed him on the snow before struggling to get up. The violent badger shook his dizzy head, and the bloodshot eyes glared at Candy with a harsh scream. The fat body shook violently, and his body seemed to swell again. Sure enough, it's such a grumpy monster. Candy barely kept his composure, but the finger joints clenching the stick were slightly white, showing inner tension. The violent badger is extremely combative. If he is injured in the fight, he will spontaneously fall into a violent state, completely ignorant of what is fear and pain. Even if his opponent is stronger than his own, he will dare to attack, until he fights to the opponent or exhausts himself. A drop of blood. Candy is shorter-hauled than the normal violent badger, but in the face of a mad violent badger, confrontation is not a good idea. Compared with this crazy animal, the human advantage lies in the mind rather than brute force. Candy put away the stick and moved back, intending to hide deep in the woods, taking advantage of the leafy terrain and the fierce badger. The violent badger seemed to see through her mind, and swooped up before she hid in the jungle. Candy responded in time, leaping hard before the violent badger was approaching, grabbing the tree branch with his left hand, taking advantage of the air to swing high, escaping from the violent badger thrillingly, and then swaying back like a pendulum. With his right stick, he swung down, and after the blessing, he used a hard wooden rod to hit the face of the fierce badger. He smashed the bridge of his nose on the spot. Blood spattered, and the snow was scarlet. The violent badger was hit hard again, making a wailing howl, madly slamming his head against the birch tree in which Candy lived, slamming his head and breaking the blood flow without stopping, hitting a big tree with a thick bole at the mouth 2 or 3 times fold, and the trunk fell to the side with a creak sound. There are no other trees nearby to stand on, and Candy is forced to do so. He can only grab the big tree he lives in before falling down, struggling to jump away from the violent badger. The new book is opened and it is urgently needed. Please all new and old friends to vote for collection and support. Thank you very much. Chapter 12 Blazing Sphere. Candy had just landed on both feet, and the violent badger rushed from behind her. Fortunately Jamie arrived in time, as a silver lightning struck the violent badger hard, forcing the beast to suspend chasing Candy. Jamie's weight is only half of the weight of the violent badger. The full impact only forced the fat beast to stagger back 2 steps. The thick fat layer under the fur absorbed the violent tremor, like a wave of waves. Jamie was bounced back by the elastic fat and fell to the snow. The violent badger soon stabilized his weight, turned his head and rushed to Jamie, and suddenly there was a sound of chanting spells not far away. Mage Joan protruded his index finger from behind a large tree and shot a frozen ray toward the fierce badger across the air. The ice blue light beam is in the right eye of this fierce beast, and the magically transformed cold current quickly invades the eye, and a thin and crisp frost-like eggshell condenses on the surface of the soft and wet eyeball. The cold foreign body in the eyes caused great pain to the violent badger, and also restricted its field of vision, shaking his head frantically on the snow, trying to get rid of the ice freezing the eyes. Candy took advantage of Jamie and Joan to entangle the violent badger, taking the time to complete the casting preparation, using natural divine power to create a fireball as large as a ripe watermelon, remotely controlled by her mind. Like a burning rolling stone hit the badger roared loudly. The violent badger was scorched by the flaming orb, wailing and tumbling on the snow, extinguished the flames after supporting him and climbing up, limping and trying to escape into the depths of the jungle. Candy maintained her spellcast concentration, staring at the fierce badger's gaze implied murderously, gently hooked her finger, and the flaming fireball immediately followed her will to reverse the direction, whistling to catch up with the ferocious badger, and gave it a heavyweight one strike. Boom! The violent badger was hit by a fireball and fell on his back, with his 4 feet facing the sky. Jamie didn't miss the opportunity. Just like an off-arrow arrow flew up, biting the soft throat of the fierce badger without fur protection. The tusks of the half-breed winter wolf radiate supernatural cold, and the flesh near the wound is as crisp as a pancake. The more the violent badger struggles and rolls, the more the wound is torn, the more bleeding, and the gas twitches in 2 minutes. Jamie confirmed that the prey was dead, raised fangs, and screamed with a proud head. Jamie, stop screaming. Joan interrupted the domineering roar of the half-breed winter wolf and urged angrily, go fire. Jamie whimpered and ran to the bushes ignited by the flaming sphere, took a deep breath, and then sprayed a large white cloud of coldness. The burning bushes were attacked by the cold current and the fire went out instantly. The scorched branches were covered with a layer of crystal frost flowers, and the relics of ice and fire reflected each other in the midday sun. Joan walked to the body of the violent badger, grasping the stubby tail with both hands, and exerted all his energy to drag it. Candy hurried to help. The two pulled each one of their front legs together and dragged the nearly 400-pound violent badger to the front of the cabin. Joan gasped for exhaustion, and Candy's white forehead also showed sweat on his forehead. This guy is too fat, we have to find a way to move it home. Candy probed into the cabin. Is there a vehicle like a sled in the house? Joan shook his head, regretting not bringing the sled today. Are there any carpenter's tools? Just hammers, ropes and nails are enough. Candy asked. It's all there. Joan walked into the hut and quickly came out carrying the toolbox. Candy had everything in it. The tools are quite complete, and now you need to collect some wood. Candy said. The wood is easy to find, there are trees nearby, and a pile of split wood for heating is piled up behind the hut. Joan saw that Candy was going to make a sleigh temporarily, so he carried a hatchet to the woods and wanted to cut a tree to serve as lumber. There is no need to cut down the tree, ready-made chopping wood is enough. Candy said with a smile. The sled does not need to be big enough to carry the badger. Joan nodded dubiously and helped her bring a pile of firewood. Candy selected the largest possible size from the firewood and piled it up in front of him. Rather than processing the wood in a hurry, He made a series of casting gestures and chanted the magical prayers that praised the natural origin with a melodious rhythm. The natural divine power was smoothly led out, and the girl's hands gleamed with cash. Candy stroked the piles of split-length firewood in front of him with his blessing hands. The rough and hard wood seemed to melt into a pile of glue, and was reshaped by the girl's slender and soft fingertips, and instantly transformed into a pile of yards and put them neatly. Even length and thickness of the wood, the surface is smooth and no burst. More magical thing is that these woods also automatically generate tenons and sockets. The next job is easy. Candy put these wooden components one by one like a building block, and assembled it into a delicate sleigh within 10 minutes. "What spell is this?" Joan asked in surprise. "Plastic woodwork." Candy wiped her sweat, and her pretty face was slightly red, filled with innocent smiles. "With this ring of natural magic, carpentry will become very simple." Joan nodded and had to admire her ability to cast spells. Counting plastic wood and the flaming sphere against the fierce badger just now, Candy has performed 2 ring divine spells, which shows that she has at least 3 druid class levels. Joan has not yet become a formal mage, only a few 0-ring tricks, compared with Candy's peers. The gap is too big. A heart of inferiority emotions inevitably breed in my heart. You have to work harder in the future. Joan made up her mind secretly. Candy didn't seem to be aware of his subtle change of mind, swinging his hammerhead on the sled happily, nailing 2 iron sheets to reduce friction at the bottom, and finally putting the rope on was finished. Joan and Candy moved the violent badger to the sled, and called Jamie to pull on the reins and drag. The bottom of the sled made a squeak against the ground, slowly accelerating, and finally smoothly gliding on the snow. Canty laughed and clapped his hands, cheering for Jamie. Joan was also very happy, and took out the dry food and kettle from the backpack and handed it to Candy. The two sat by the window of the wooden house and ate dry food. When Joan saw that the sky was just past noon, and it was still early, he asked Canty if he wanted to take a nap in the house and nourish the spirit. "I'm not sleepy, how about you?" "I don't have the habit of taking a nap." Joan thought for a while, and then said, "There is a very valuable black oak tree in the nearby forest. I have to go and see how it looks." "I'll go with you," Canty said happily. Chapter 13 Third Eye. The black oak is less than 100 yards from the cabin. Joan led Candy through the bushes, and a tall, straight tree appeared in their vision. From a distance, the tall canopy is indeed black senza. When you look closer, you will find that the leaves and branches are actually dark green, but the greenness is too deep, and the leaves reflect the sunlight. Candy was fascinated by the tall, upright plant at the first sight of the black oak tree, whirling around the tree, and sometimes admiring the trunk. After all, Joan is not a druid. He only knows that this tree is very valuable. Besides, he can't see anything particularly fascinating. After confirming that the black oak is growing well, he turns away and looks at the growth of other nearby trees. Joan wandered through the forest for half an hour, confirming that there was nothing abnormal, and then turned back. He suddenly heard Conrad's cheers from the black oak tree on the way, frowning secretly, and wondering why the girl was fussing again. When wandering, Candy's cheers turned into a loud conversation, using a very quirky language, some of which seemed to be derived from Elven language, but the grammar and pronunciation were different. Joan listened more and more curiously, and couldn't help but speed up, looking through the forest foliage. Candy was standing under the black oak tree from afar, looking up at the crown of the tree, gesticulating while speaking loudly, as if chatting with someone. Joan glanced at the tree. The dense foliage blocked the view, and there was no abnormality. Can't help shouting to Canty, "Who are you talking to?" Candy looked back and saw Joan. A smile appeared immediately on his face, and said cheerfully, "It is a tree spirit, Joan. A little tree spirit lives on this tree. Her name is Mila. I became a good friend when I first met. I think you and anyone can be good friends." Joan approached the black oak and watched carefully, but couldn't find where the new friend Candy said was hiding. "Mila, how did you hide?" Candy shouted at the tree. "Come out, Mila. Don't be afraid. Joan is not a bad guy." The tree was silent, and Candy's so-called tree spirit had no trace. Joan frowned gradually. This black oak tree grew up with him. He thought that no one but his grandfather knew the tree better than him. However, he had never seen any tree spirit on the tree, and had to suspect that Candy was still writing a story. "Either just saw an illusion. It's a pity that Mila is timid and shy, and dare not come out to meet you," Candy said regretfully. "How dare she take the initiative to appear in front of you?" Joan asked quietly. "Probably because I am a druid," Candy said thoughtfully. "A kind goblin can sense the breath of natural power from me, and Mila wants to make friends." Joan twitched his lips, which was really hard to refute. "What did you just talk about?" "Just knowing each other. My Mew language is not very proficient, and I don't know how much Mila understands," Candy said regretfully. "Mew language? Well, this is the language most commonly used by woodland goblins. I don't know if Mila will speak human or elven languages, so I tried to say hello to her in Mew language at the beginning." Hearing her words vividly, her expression did not look like lying, and Joan couldn't help wondering, did Candy really see the tree spirit just now? Yalfheim has been known for its frequent appearance of goblins since ancient times. It is said that there is a portal to the goblin kingdom deep in the jungle. Therefore, although Joan himself has never witnessed it, he believes that there are really tree spirits in this world. When Joan was a child, he also saw glowing humanoid insects by the pond. His grandfather once told him that it was a little goblin named Greejing. Tree spirit belongs to a branch of the big family of goblins, and it is much larger than the little goblins like Greejing, and their living habits are also different. Legend has it that tree spirits always coexist with a big tree. As long as the symbiotic big tree is still growing, the tree spirits will not be old and immortal, and their youth will stay forever. Occasionally appearing in front of humans, they are always a beautiful girl. Qian also heard that Xujing is good at casting spells. If someone tries to destroy her symbiotic tree, or destroy nearby trees, she will be retaliated against by the Jing, disorientation, or summon vines to bind each other. Now Joan recalls that this black oak tree has never been infested, and there are no wild boars and monkeys around. Perhaps it is not necessarily because of the protection of the tree spirits. When Joan was a child, he listened to his grandfather's habit of tree spirits. This beautiful and shy creature will only actively appear in front of innocent and kind people who love nature, which is exactly in line with Candy's description just now. All careers are attractive to Xujing. If the black oak really has a symbiotic tree spirit, it would be reasonable to take the initiative to appear in front of Candy. In contrast, Joan sighed, thinking that he was neither good enough nor enough to love nature. The tree spirit must not have been like him. What a good feeling, it's no surprise to avoid it from afar. Thinking so, Joan turned around and walked away so as not to disturb Candy's communication with the tree spirit who might exist. However, as soon as he walked out, Candy jumped up and down, seeming to find it more interesting to chat with him. This made Joan feel a little bit uncomfortable and tried to take the initiative to chat with her, but unfortunately he was really not good at making conversations, and finally he rushed away without saying a word. Candy was quite happy, walking on the road and singing songs with pleasure. Joan didn't know what song Candy sang and listened silently while he hurried. The sweet voice of the girl echoed in his ears, making him feel fascinated, and his steps became lighter. Walking into the glade again, a gust of wind greeted him, and Joan's cloak hood slipped backwards, revealing a fair white neck. The song suddenly stopped behind him, and exclaimed instead. Candy stunned, covering his mouth with both hands, widening his eyes, and staring straight at Joan's neck. There was a dark eye in the middle of the third and fourth cervical vertebrae, and it was quiet. Watching her, a strange luster flashed deep in her pupils. Hearing Candy's exclamation, Joan stopped and silently pulled up his cloak and hood to cover the weird eyes behind his neck and continued his journey without looking back. Candy hesitated for a few seconds before speeding up to catch up with Joan. The horror at that moment was still lingering in her heart. Although she had many questions, She couldn't take the courage to ask Joan about the weird eyeball behind his neck. Chapter 14 Lineage Mystery. After arriving home, Joan slaughtered the 3 hares first, bleeds them skillfully, peels off the rabbit skin, and throws the offal to Jamie to eat. The washed rabbit meat is smeared with a layer of honey, and he plans to put it on the stove and cook it slowly. At this time, Candy ran back with Jamie, told Joan that she had just visited Old Man Tyre again, and told the old man their experience of hunting in the forest today. Mr. Tell has something to ask you. He'll come to the barbecue. Go ahead. Candy finally said the point. Joan hesitated for a long time, and finally faced Candy's encouragement, finally nodded reluctantly, and wiped his hands out of the kitchen. It was nearly dusk, and my grandfather's hut lit an oil lamp, and the silhouette of the old man Rickett was vaguely visible through the window. He was sitting on the armchair by the fireplace as usual, and sometimes took a pipe and took a deep breath. I've been back for 2 days. Is there anything to eat at home? Old Man Tell asked his grandson. Yes, Joan answered with his head down. The money bag is still in the old place. Get it yourself. I have money. Joan feared his grandfather would not believe it, and then said, today, a violent badger was hit, and Candy helped a lot. The old man's face changed, and it took a long time before he said, this is my fault. I should take time to see Lindsay. Despite the grandfather's intention to hide his past in front of the town's residents, Joanne has long discovered that the old ranger who has retired for many years still maintains an extraordinary skill. Grandpa often visits the forest at least once a month, and when his old man visits the forest, there will be no mutated beasts on the mountain that will threaten Joan. This winter, Old Man Thiel violated the old habit that he had developed for many years, and did not go to Haushan to inspect the forest for more than a month. Joan was worried that Grandpa's body was not as tough as in previous years, and he could not visit the woods on a regular basis. Instead, he believed that Grandpa's body was okay. It was just that he missed his grandson who was traveling alone, so he did not have time to inspect the woods in time. Okay, don't talk about these boring trivia. How much do you know about Candy? The old man asked Joanne. Not at all. Joan told the truth. It's no wonder, after all, you are not the kind of character who actively inquires about the situation of other people's homes, not to mention the other party is a little girl. The old man of Tyre sneered and put down his pipe and said seriously, Candy's surname is Poyton, from the Algonquin tribe. Her parents are not ordinary people. Her father came from the same place as me, and it is regarded as my junior. Although I haven't been in contact for many years, I finally came out of the same family, and I still have some sentiments. Be polite to Candy. Joan nodded silently. Yalgangjing is the most powerful Azat tribe in the Alfheim region. Poviton seems to be the surname of the nobles in the tribe. It can be seen that Candy is indeed an extraordinary person. However, compared with the origin of Candy, Joan is more in the accident public introduction of Candy's father. Joan knew that his grandfather was born in the old continent and was a member of a druid society called the Ring of Harvest. He came to the New World more than 30 years ago. At first, he roamed around as an adventurer. Later, he settled in Dillintown, married and had children, and did not officially end his adventure career until the grandson was born. Since Candy's father and grandfather came from the same place and had the same teachers, it is likely that the other party also came from the far east of the old continent, and was also a druid or ranger from the Ring of Harvest Society. If this is the case, it's not difficult for Joan to understand why Candy became a druid at a young age. After all, family history. Just when he was thinking about it, his grandfather changed the subject again and asked him about the examination at the port of Leiden. Passed. The school officially started on April 1st. Joan hesitated, and finally told the grandfather the advice given to him by the examiner. Mr. Examiner thinks that my talent is more suitable for the path of the warlock, and I can apply for the full student loans. Absolutely not. Joan was interrupted by his grandfather before he finished. The old man seemed very excited, and even stood up from the wheelchair. Joan feared that his grandfather would fall, and quickly stepped forward to help him, forcing him to sit back again. The old man holding the pipe tightly, his face flushed with a strange blush due to extreme excitement. He coughed for a long time before calming down, and the whole person seemed to be 10 years old suddenly. "Joan, if you are really interested in arcane, I can't stop you, but the two paths of master and warlock, I would rather choose the former." "Why?" Joan looked at Grandpa in confusion. Old man Thiel sighed and raised his finger behind Joan's neck. "Remember that Joan, that was the mark you were born with. To some extent, it was a sign of strange pedigree." "I know that." Kian stroked the deformed organ behind the neck that a normal person should not have, and his expression was a little unnatural. "When the examiner detected that I had strange pedigree, I knew what was going on." "No, my boy, you don't fully know the truth." The old man's face showed pain that was hard to conceal. "This is not your fault, nor does it blame your parents. If you can be born in a normal environment, it was supposed to be a very healthy child. It's all my fault. It's all my fault." "Grandpa, I don't understand what you're talking about." Joan's eyes were blank. "The truth is very complicated and terrifying. Now I can tell you these things. Boy, it's not the right time." Old man Thiel shook his head in frustration and murmured in a low voice, "If I'm smart enough, I should take these secrets into the grave. At least you should tell me a part of the truth." Joan stared at Grandpa's haggard old face and asked back, "I don't have the right to know my life." Old man Thiel remained silent for a long time, finally raised his head and responded positively to the grandson's question. "Things have to start from 14 years ago, when I was hired by someone to track down a mysterious sect leader. We only know that the cult leader's title among believers is Virgin, and there is no other clue. With the assistance of your parents and some other partners, after a whole year of tracing, I finally lifted the fog and found the secret place where this cult group held a sacrificial ceremony. Child, please forgive me for not telling you more about this cult affair. Can't tell you where the cult lair is, lest you be hurt by your own curiosity, just like us 14 years ago. Driven by curiosity, you will step into a deep nightmare at last." He sneaked into the strange cathedral and witnessed the true face of the so-called Virgin Mary. Chapter 15 Monster. Speaking of which, the old man could not help trembling, and after 14 years, he could not forget the horror that night. "Boy, I can't describe the scene to you in words." After seeing the monster that is like a demon, and witnessing the crazy and cult sacrificial ceremony, no normal person can remain calm. Me and mine companions are no exception. What happened next was a series of escapes, hunts, and deaths. My companions fell one after another, and finally your father also sacrificed. I myself lost a leg. I survived and my mother was lucky. When we escaped from the Devil's Cave, we didn't realize that she was pregnant, and the poor little life was also contaminated by the evil magic in the cathedral, and she was born with one more eye than a normal person. Joan couldn't help but reach for the back of the neck. The round and warm eyeballs are connected to his flesh and blood. As long as he wants, he can open the eye to observe the things behind him. What's more weird is that the eyesight of that eye is sharper than that of the two eyes in front of him. Normal sight in the dark night when you can't see your fingers. If this is a sign of strange pedigree, what is the monster that gave him this pedigree? Was it the cult leader Virgin that Grandpa did not want to mention? Joan had seen portraits of the Virgin in various denominations in theology books, and they all looked so beautiful, dignified and kind. The word virgin had a good image in his mind, but after today, the original concept was completely overturned. Child, the eye behind your neck is a curse from 14 years ago. If you embark on the path of the warlock and continue to dig deeper into the magic contained in your bloodline, then sooner or later you will be with the one who gave you this bloodline. When the monsters met, they were either forced to become her servants or swallowed by her. Guillaume Thiel held his grandson's hand tightly, exhorting him word by word. You have talent, mine child, you can't choose that way. You can't indulge yourself into a monster that is far from the crowd and even dehumanized. I won't, Grandpa. I will never become a monster. Joan took Grandpa's withered hand and solemnly promised. In fact, even without his grandfather's advice, he didn't plan to go the warlock way. After all, he has become a mage apprentice, and he has become accustomed to and sincerely loves the practice of improving the ability to cast spells through continuous learning of arcane knowledge, while the practice of warlocks is completely different. For example, if the mage gets a scroll that records unknown spells, he can try to translate and parse the knowledge recorded in the scroll and copy it to his spellbook. After a period of intensive research, he may be proficient master this spell. What about warlocks? If the warlock gets the same spell scroll, it can only be used as a one-time cast item, but it is difficult to truly master the spell recorded on the scroll. Because most warlocks do not have the rich arcane theory and comprehensive knowledge structure of the mage, they can only continue to dig deeper into the magic of their own bloodline. To put it bluntly, they simply rely on talent to earth how many spells can be learned in this life, specifically which spells, if not all, are doomed to be at least a large part of them at the moment of birth. The bloodline gives the warlock extraordinary power, but also restricts the development direction of the warlock. If you are a warlock with the fire element blood power, then I'm sorry, basically don't expect to be able to comprehend ice spells in this life. For Joanne, choosing a warlock career is tantamount to giving up the qualification to learn spells freely, and can't satisfy his fanatical curiosity for eagerness to live to learn more spells and unlimited possibilities, so he doesn't want to choose this one road even if the warlock is more suitable for his talents than the mage. If he doesn't like it, he doesn't like it. After obtaining Tears of God, Joan's intelligence attribute was increased to 15. Which was only 1 point away from the charm. Moreover, if he could complete the myth trial in the future and release the seal of this artifact, he would gain more intelligence from it. Bonus: choosing a mage as a lifelong career also has bright prospects. Based on the above considerations, Joan decided to stick to the career choices he made and would never regret it. Old Man Thiel saw firmness in his grandson's eyes, nodded with satisfaction, and stopped talking about the unbearable things in the past. Instead, he asked Joan's more pressing problems now. Isn't Leiden College tuition cheap? 3,000 gold dagger a year. Other expenses such as room and board and books are counted separately. Fortunately, I have applied for the entrusted training student loan, waived half of the tuition fee, and now there is still 1,500 gold dagger. Kiao Angson to supplement the sentence. I tried to graduate as early as possible. I can also do odd jobs when I am not in class. I want to make up for my tuition fees. The old man sneered and said contemptuously, "You have seen too much of the world, and you really think that money is so profitable? You grew up so big that you haven't even had 30 gold dagger. How can you imagine that 3,000 gold dagger is what a hefty sum of money? You can't earn a year's tuition in a lifetime just by doing odd jobs." He knocked on his pipe and his face softened slightly. "Tomorrow you go to the 2 kids of Dingles and let them go how Shan cut down the black oak tree I planted, and Jason Dindle was willing to pay 1,000 gold dagger to buy the tree. That's the best tree in the whole forest. It's a pity to cut it down." Joan protested in a low voice. "I planted the tree the day you were born. And now you are leaving. I am a crippled old man who can't come to see the forest. It's better to cut down the tree and sell it to save you trouble." Old Tyre said casually. Joan listened to my grandfather's words, and was both moved and bitter in his heart, and could only bit his lips to restrain the urge to cry. However, even if the black oak is sold, the maximum is 1,000 gold dagger. And there is still a difference of 500 gold daggers tuition. Moreover, this is only 1 year's tuition. There will be no second black oak tree to sell next year. Joan said goodbye to her grandfather and left the hut with a lot of thoughts. Looking up at the fiery red sunset in the sky, I decided to go shopping in the town after dinner, and see if there was any way to make money. The fragrance of the barbecue was brought by the evening breeze, and Joan rubbed his nose and couldn't help speeding up. Candy's craftsmanship is really good. The 3 hairs are all roasted with a shiny outer skin and tender. Joan ripped off a rabbit leg and took a bite, then the rich gravy burst out, and the mouthful was delicious. Canty was not polite himself, holding the rabbit legs and chewing. Cheeks and nose tips were covered with grease, and it was a little funny. The 2 gorged on a fat rabbit, and Candy burped contentedly, standing hard with his hands on the table. Eating well, him going out for a walk. And by the way, I will give a roast rabbit and ask Mr. Tyre to try it. Would you like to go with me? I just came back from my grandfather, and I won't go. Joan followed Candy out of the kitchen, whistled and called for Jamie to come, said to Candy after the sleigh was set, I go to town and sell the violent badger fur and meat will come back. Go early and return early. Candy waved goodbye to him. Joan led the dog far away and turned back inadvertently, discovering that Candy was still standing in front of the door of their hut to watch him. The little figure was particularly thin in the twilight. P.S. This book has been signed. Please rest assured to collect. Thank you bookmates. This watermelon is a bit sweet. This week's starting point is 500 yuan. Xi. This week's starting point is 500 yuan. Chapter 16 The Magic of the Grocery Store. There is a shop specializing in leather processing in Dillon Town, and the owner, Mr. Longfellow, is the best tanner in the town. The wild beasts Joan hunted in the woods on weekdays, if the fur is well preserved and the texture is passable, he will always take the prey to the leather shop for the first time and sell the hides to Mr. Longfellow. The peeled rawhide becomes soft leather after many processing procedures such as washing, tanning, and drying. It can be used to make dresses, bags, boxes, or ladies' jewelry. Thanks to Mr. Longfellow's skill, the leather shop business is booming. The wolf skin cloak that Joan wore was custom-made at this store. The raw materials were provided by him, and only 2 gold coin processing fees were paid to Mr. Longfellow. Joan used to come to the leather shop to sell badger skins, and he still knows the market well, but the violent badger is much larger than the ordinary badger. He can sew 3 cloaks with less skin, even Mr. Longfellow. They were all amazed, and even sighed that this was the biggest badger he had seen in 2 years. With the assistance of 2 tanner apprentices, it took Mr. Longfellow more than half an hour to strip off a whole skin intact, and finally paid Joan exactly 10 kinduga. Joan was very satisfied with the price and dragged his sled to leave without bargaining with Longfellow. There were 2 blood-stained sacks piled on the sledge, which contained ferocious badger meat that had been peeled off and split into 2 large pieces. Joan wants to take advantage of the freshness of the meat and deliver it to the Golden Trout Tavern run by Uncle Baker to sell for a good price. The violent badger peeled off, the bones and offal were removed, and there were about 300 pounds of net meat left. The purchase price of the tavern was 1 pound of badger meat and 5 copper coins. Joan sold the badger meat and earned 16 gold duga. A violent badger brought Joan 26 dugas income in total, which was an unprecedented extra money. According to Joan's original intention, the money should be divided into half to Candy. However, Candy's resignation was very firm, and he found an excuse that seemed reasonable, saying that the money was used to offset the cost of his boarding at Joan's house. Candy was born in a noble world, and she didn't want to lack money. Joan had to make up for tuition before April. The economic pressure was so great that she would not be polite to her. With some cash in hand, Joan's first thought was to go to the grocery store to find Aunt Barbara and repay the credit for buying bread and honey in the morning. Aunt Barbara was surprised that he ran to pay the bill so quickly, and repeatedly asked Joan if she really made money, but could not be hungry to protect her face. Joan had to briefly describe the hunt for the violent badger, so that the overzealous Aunt Barbara could rest assured. Out of gratitude to Aunt Barbara, and also considering that there is a guest at home, she can't let Canty eat nibble with her all day. Joan buys many foods in the grocery store that he usually can't eat, including ham, sausages, bacon, butter, and whole pieces of cheese like wheels. Lin always installed a basket. In total, these foods cost less than 5 gold dugas, and 20 sparkling gold coins remained in Joan's pocket. This money is still far away from thousands of tuition fees, but the expenses of being a family of 3 are more generous. The purse jingled, and Joan's mind was alive, unable to help walking to the next door to the food counter, deliberately examining the counter dedicated to displaying books and magical objects. Aunt Barbara's grocery store is also engaged in currency exchange and business. There are often adventurers who pass by the town to send the rare things obtained during the journey to the grocery store. If you have good eyesight and a little luck, you will have it maybe that they found good things in the messy consignment goods. This is how the trick scroll that led Joan to the path of the mage. Joan is a regular customer in front of the consignment shelf, but because of his shyness, he usually just looks at it. In fact, most of the sundries displayed on the shelves are of little practical value. Coupled with the generally high price tag, they are rarely sold. Joan glanced at the shelves, not surprisingly seeing many old goods, not worthy of too much attention, but there are a few new things that caused his curiosity. Joan first picked up a roll of white linen and leaned in front of his nose to sniff, with a faint fragrance of herbs. I asked Aunt Barbara only to know that this is a new invention by the town's pharmacist and doctor, Mr. K. Islandier, called first aid bandage. It is used to bandage wounds. It has the effect of quickly stopping bleeding and preventing inflammation. Each roll of bandage is sold 5 gold coins. If Aunt Barbara's introduction didn't boast too much, Joan thought the bandage was practical, but the price was too expensive, and he had no plans to venture out for the time being. And he didn't need it. The next thing that caught Joan's interest were 3 strange objects that exuded a slight magic aura. The shelf labels read Veteran's Cane, Human Face Shield, and Magic Hat. The veteran cane looks like an ordinary wooden cane. The holder will recite a specific start mantra, and the cane will automatically become a sharp sword made of stainless steel for 15 gold coins. The human face shield is slightly flattened compared to the ordinary small round shield, and has an oval shape. There are 2 belts on the back. It is used to tie the shield to the arm to fix it. It hardly prevents the wearer from waving arms or casting gestures. The shield is made of hardwood skin, which has a certain blocking effect on arrows and swords. The peculiar thing is that the shield is painted with a thick eyebrow and a serious face. Perhaps it was because of the oblong shape of the shield itself. This supposedly majestic face was squeezed into a pancake face, adding a bit of ridiculousness. The more ridiculous thing is that when the shield bearer recites a specific the mantra, the face of this spy also changes, showing different expressions such as joy, anger, sadness and joy. Joan shook his head, suspecting that the shield was the product of the producer's prank, and his eyes shifted to the slightly worn, pointed hat decorated with gold stars that was displayed next to human shield. According to Aunt Barbara, this magic hat is a performance prop of a street artist, which can show some simple magic effects. For example, if you stain the hat first, chanting a mantra will instantly become as clean as possible. Besides, this hat can emit a strong and dazzling flash, or it can turn into the sound of several people arguing. Joan picked up the magic hat and tried it with curiosity, and it did have the wonderful functions described by Aunt Barbara. In the eyes of ordinary people, these magic effects are mysterious, and in the eyes of the caster like Joan, this hat is just enchanted with 3 zero-point tricks. After a long period of observation and speculation, Joan guessed that it was a magic trick to instantly restore the hat from dirty, and shooting a dazzling glare was the unique effect of flashing, as to make a conversation out of nowhere. Most of the voices I think come from phantom phonics at work. These little tricks are both fun and useful, and Joan is tempted by the magic hat, even if it is used to perform magic by visiting street artists to make extra money. However, when he saw that the price was as high as 25 gold dagger, he had to temporarily dismiss the idea of buying this magic hat, regain his consciousness of being a poor man, and squeezed his wretched money bag and turned away from the consignment shelf. Chapter 17 Tyndall Brothers. Joan asked Aunt Barbara to help pack the purchased food onto the sleigh, borrowed letter paper, quill pen and ink bottle from Auntie, and wrote a message to Mr. Jason Dindale on the counter of the grocery store. The current mayor and sheriff of Dillon Township, Jason Dindale, runs a sawmill. He has always been interested in the black oak tree in the Joan family forest. He had intended to buy the black oak tree for 1,000 gold dugger. But old man Tyrant Joan had no intention of selling. Now that the situation has changed, Joan will go to Leiden Harbor in 2 months to study, but the tuition has not yet arrived, and the old man is not easy to care for, and it is difficult to take care of such a large forest by himself. Before that, he sold the black oak tree to help his grandson raise some tuition. When Joan wrote the letter, he left the grocery store, dragged his sledge and walked to the end of the street, crossed a small stone bridge, and saw a plant on the banks of the Dring River in the distance, with a tall water wheel erected by the river and directed water. The wheel is 12 feet high, and it rotates day and night under the impact of the river water, providing a natural power for the riverside wood processing factory, driving a huge chainsaw to cut the round wood and processing it into regular wood. The Dindals' house was next to the sawmill, and a green-painted mailbox was erected in front of the door. Joan walked lightly to the front door, stuffed the pre-written letter into the mailbox, and dragged his sled home afterwards. Early the next morning, Joan just got up to wash and suddenly heard the barking of dogs outside the door. A glance went out, and the two figures were coming towards this side. Jamie initially thought he was a stranger and growled alertly, but soon recognized that the other party was an old friend and greeted him with a wagging tail. "Good morning, Jamie." A short boy waved to Jamie and squatted down to hug the half-breed Winter Wolf intimately. The short boy was followed by a boy with 6 or 7 points similar to his appearance, taller and thinner. Joan recognized at a glance that they were the 2 sons of the mayor's family. The shortest was the eldest son Dick Dindal, the tallest was the second son Roger Dindal. The 2 brothers were Joan and Dylan, the only friend. The Dindal brothers are older than Joan, and joined the town's militia company as a young security team after graduating from elementary school. Dick is 16 years old this year, strong and powerful, good at battle axe. Roger is 15 years old, quick response, is a small and famous shooter in the town. Dick had a bold personality. After meeting, he gave Joan a bear hug. He also picked him up and turned around 2 times before putting it down. He counted him angrily. "Why don't you go to my house? Why are you so close? Do you still need to write a letter? You can't shout it out of the door. I really can't understand you." The thoughtful Roger knew Joan's strange temper more, patted the elder brother's shoulder, and stopped him from nagging. "Joan, let's cut the trees. Let's finish the work early, and we can spare some free hunting." Dick picked up his axe and hurried toward the woods behind the house. Joan and Roger quickly followed. On the way, Roger asked Joan about Leiden College. "I don't know where he learned about the high tuition fees." "In private." He pointed to Joan. "If you have tight hands, you can borrow money from my dad. The mayor will not refuse to fund a promising young mage." Joan is very grateful for Roger's concern, but he does not intend to borrow money from anyone including the mayor. It is more than 2 months before the start of school, but where there is still a glimmer of hope, he would rather raise tuition by his labor rather than owe the graciousness of others. The 3 young men talked and laughed all the way, and came to the forest hut after half an hour. Dick entered the house and drank a large bowl of water. He wiped his mouth and continued on the road. When he saw the black oak tree in the distance, he couldn't help but grin to the side, and rushed up with an axe. Joan inadvertently glanced at the snow-melted ground floating with python-like roots, and quickly reminded Dick to watch his feet. However, it was still a step late, and the reckless Dick had tripped over the roots, staggering and falling under his feet, and the axe in his hand fell to the ground, almost cutting off his big toe. Joan has said to make you pay attention to your feet. Are you listening, Dick? Forget it. Let me come. Roger felt deeply helpless about his brother's frizzy style. He picked up the axe and walked leisurely to the black oak. He held the axe in his hands and was about to cut down the trunk. He felt inexplicably sleepy and had to put down the axe for a while. Big yawn. Strange, I suddenly feel so sleepy. Roger couldn't resist the tiredness that came from the mountains and the sea, and dropped his axe and said vaguely, "Let me take a nap first, and it's not too late to cut the tree after a short nap." Speaking, he sat on the floor under the tree, leaning against the trunk to fall asleep soundly, and also made a heavy snoring sound. Roger, why did you fall asleep? Hey, I also said that I am frivolous. You are more nonsense than me. Dick laughed. Joan couldn't laugh. The Dindal brothers have not found the atmosphere in the forest today to be particularly strange, and Joan is sensitive to signs of abnormality. Although Dick was reckless in his work, he would not wrestle on the ground for no reason. Roger has always been calm and calm. How could he fall asleep on the muddy snow? Joan had to suspect that there was some kind of supernatural power in this forest, which was preventing the Dindal brothers from cutting down the black oak in a unique way. Just when he secretly wondered, there was a rapid footstep behind him, and the dog barked quickly from far to near, and Candy hurriedly followed with Jamie. Candy ran all the way, panting, her pretty face flushed, her forehead covered with crystals of sweat, and from afar she saw Dick carrying an axe to the black oak tree, and hurriedly shouted, "Stop!" Dick turned his head and looked at Candy in confusion. "Miss ... who are you? I have never seen you in town." "She's Candy, my friend," Joan introduced. "It's so strange, I didn't expect Joan to have a girlfriend like this introvert." Dick grinned. "It's not what you think." Joan's powerless excuse. "Don't talk about that. Are you going to cut this black oak tree?" Candy stared at Dick, his face full of anger. "Yeah, but you can rest assured that we didn't cut it in vain. Joan sold the tree and got 1,000 bright gold coins from my dad." Dick rubbed his thumb and index finger with a smile, making a gesture of counting money. "That's not okay." Candy turned to look at Joan, pleading in his eyes. "Don't cut this tree." "Why?" Dick hurriedly asked. "The black oak is a symbiotic plant of Mila. If the tree is felled, Mila will die." Candy said eagerly. "What are you talking about?" "What is Mila?" Dick touched his head, his face blank. "Mila is a young sapling," Joan added cautiously. "I haven't seen it, but Candy said she had seen it on the black oak tree." "Huh? Sujing?" Dick laughed. "Miss, wouldn't you be teasing me?" "The Sujing is only a fairy tale. Only the most childish children believe that they really exist in the real world." "You are wrong. The tree spirit is not a fairy tale. She is in this forest, right in this tree. You can't see her. It doesn't mean she doesn't exist," Candy said angrily. Dick scratched his head and looked at Joan helplessly. Candy's eyes turned to Joan, and he said seriously, "I know you are forced to sell this tree in order to raise tuition fees. Anyway, it is sold to everyone, so it is better to sell it to me." Chapter 18 Wind Color. Wait. Dick heard that Candy was going to grab his own business and couldn't help crying out, "Miss Candy, this is not an ordinary oak tree. Can you really afford 1,000 gold dagger?" 1,000 gold dagger counted. I bought 2,000 gold dagger to buy this tree." Candy's brave words seemed to be lack of confidence, and the words blushed as soon as he spoke, and he added, "I didn't carry that on my body. It's a lot of money, but don't worry, I'll write a letter to the family explaining the situation, and it won't take long for my family to bring the money." "Ha, Miss Candy, your skill in storytelling is really not brilliant." "If I were Joan, I would never listen to these empty words." Dick disagreed. "Well, since you suspected that I was lying, then let Mila testify." Candy turned back sulky, holding the tree trunk with both hands, lowering his eyes and muttering to himself. Kiaoan vaguely heard that she spoke Mew language, but could not understand what it meant. Suddenly, Candy raised his head and looked at the lush canopy and sang softly. The sweet song flowed from the lips of the girl and lingered in the forest, as if the clear stream of water poured into the hearts of the teenagers. Joan and Dick could not help but stop talking. "Stop and listen. You think you have everything under your feet. The earth is just quietly subject to your feet. But I know big trees, animals and even rocks has its own life, soul and name. Have you ever heard the wild wolf Xiangai Ucheng Xiao? Do you know why the bobcat grinned? Can you sing the sound of the mountain? Can you draw the color of the wind? Storms and rivers are my brothers. Herons and otters are my friends. We are closely connected to each other, like a circle. How tall can a tree grow? If you cut it down, you will never know. Candy's singing seemed magical, and the surrounding trees shook slightly with the melody. On the surface of the trunk of the black oak tree, a human-shaped silhouette emerged. A petite and beautiful creature slowly separated from the trunk. It looked like a 6 or 7-year-old girl with beautiful appearance and naked skin. The hair is like green leaves and flowers, and the beat of Candy's singing dances in the forest among the foliage. Both Joan and Dick were deeply shocked by the marvelous sight in front of them. They all held their breath together and forgot where they were. At this moment, Roger, who was sleeping under the tree, was also awakened by Candy's song, opened his sleepy eyes, and stretched out contentedly. When I looked up, I saw the dancing young tree spirit inadvertently, and my open mouth suddenly exclaimed. The tree spirit Mila was taken aback by the sudden scream, immediately turned and escaped into the trunk, disappeared without a trace. Roger, you idiot! Dick rushed up and slapped his younger brother on the head. I blame you and scared Miss Mila away. Honey, Mila? Roger was blank. Who is that? A little tree spirit. Joan pointed to the black oak tree, a woodland goblin symbiotic with this tree. After listening to everyone talking about the scene just now, Roger understood the ins and outs. Wow, it turns out that there are really creatures like tree spirits in the world, which is really amazing. Roger regretted afterwards. Unfortunately, I fell asleep just now, and I haven't had time to see what the tree spirits look like. There will be opportunities in the future, as long as you don't carry the axe into the woods again. Candy smiled and admonished the Dingle brothers. Don't look at Mella's petite and exquisite appearance. In fact, she is very powerful, especially good at manipulating trees with deceptive spells. If someone attempts to destroy the tree that is symbiotic with her, they will definitely suffer. The Dingle brothers looked at each other, and they all showed fear. Now Dick awoke that he had not just fallen for no reason, and Roger knew that he had not fallen asleep for no reason. This is just a small warning from Mila to them. Weakness is not that Candy came to stop them in time, and the consequences may be unimaginable. The northern part of Yalfheim is Midgard, the southern part is the Mossbeheim Desert, and the western part is the steep fangs of the gully in the Idarwald Plateau where the giants live. The word Idarwald is derived from the ancient giant language, meaning Genting, so the Idarwald Plateau is also known as Genting Plateau, and it is said that the kings of Cloud Giant and Storm Giant are located as good at the top of the plateau. The Ifan River, which originated from the Genting Plateau, meanders through the Fang Mountains, flows through the Alfheim region to form a fertile alluvial plain, and flows eastwards into Peak Bay. The largest tributary of the Ifan River, Dillin River, turned to flow south, bypassing the town of Dillin, and eventually disappeared deep in the vast swamp in the south. The winter in Yalfheim is not as long as in the north. The weather began to warm in early February, the snow and ice in the southern swamps initially melted, the bushes germinated fresh green, and hibernating animals also crawled out of the caves to restore vitality. In recent years, the group of lizardmen in the swamp has expanded rapidly, and other large animals including dinosaurs have been overhunted by the lizardmen. It has become more and more rare. This swamp, which is almost completely occupied by the lizardmen, is named Lizard Swamp. The secret and deadly quagmire, coupled with brutal and ruthless monsters, has covered the lizard swamp with a mysterious and dangerous coat. He will always scare him like this. If you don't listen, you will be thrown into the lizard swamp. In recent years, the residents of Dillin Town have been deeply disturbed by the rapid expansion of the cold-blooded neighbors in the swamp. If the lizardmen grow enough to obtain sufficient food in the swamp, Dillin Town may become the target of their plunder. In order to prepare for such a crisis, the town council formed a militia policing group. The young and strong boys put on leather armor, picked up spears, and went to the barracks for training every weekend. The imaginary enemy was the lizard man in the swamp. In the afternoon, the sun was blazing, and the disgusting rotting smell permeated the swamps. and mosquitoes buzzed and roared like a cloud of black clouds against the water. A thin figure holding a long wooden stick tentatively moved on the edge of the wetland. Knee-high animal skin boots frequently plunged into the mud, and pulled out with all his strength. The teenager took off his cloak and hood. His white and delicate face was covered with sweat, and his eyes were dark and deep. If there were any choices, Joanne didn't want to go to this muddy place to feed mosquitoes. However, there is no such thing as a pie in the world. If you want to make a fortune, you have to take some risks, and you have to venture into the danger that most people dare not approach. Joan came to the swamp alone today to accomplish a somewhat weird mission: collecting medical leeches. Chapter 19. Leech. The half-elf Keilendil is the most prestigious doctor in Dillin, and he has also done research on alchemy and pharmacy. There are often foreign adventurers who come here specifically to visit Mr. Keilendil, either asking him to heal wounds or diseases, or collecting rare medicinal herbs during the adventure, and selling them to Mr. Keilendil in exchange for commission. The medicines purchased by Mr. Keilendil are varied, and the price is also determined by the efficacy of the medicine. The most weird one is the leech. A standard leech can be exchanged for a copper coin with him. Since 3 days ago, Joan witnessed the sapling mealer in the woods. He gave up the idea of cutting down the black oak and selling it to the sawmill, so that his economic pressure was even greater, and he had to work to raise tuition. After careful consideration, Joan believes that catching leeches for Mr. Keilendil is a good choice. The income does not seem high at first glance, but as long as the number of leeches caught is sufficient, the commission will also increase year on year. The swamp in early February has already begun to show its spring colors, and there are countless leeches in the rotting mud. It stands to reason that this should be a good business that people are rushing to do. But things are not that simple. Mr. Keilendil has a rigorous personality that pursues perfection in the elf family. It requires that the captured leech must be kept alive and free from any damage. The slippery leech is already difficult to catch, and the catcher will be bitten to blood. In addition, the swamp is very dangerous, and few people are willing to take such drudgery. At first, Joan was hesitant to take up the job. But what made him feel puzzled was the use of Mr. Keilendil collecting so many leeches. It was not until this morning that he consulted with Mr. Keilendil before Joan learned that the soft, slumpy, ugly blood-sucking leeches of Leech had high medical value. In this era of Joan, medicine and theology are almost inseparable, and priests who are good at magic can use magic to heal patients directly. However, the priesthood is after all a minority of the elite in the church and rarely settles in a remote country town like Dillin. The sick can only turn to the local doctor. Ordinary doctors do not have the ability to cast spells. They mainly rely on various herbs and surgical techniques to relieve pain for patients. The level of medical treatment varies from person to person, but in general, superstitious ingredients are very large. Sometimes it is difficult to tell whether the patient is cured or depends on your own immunity overcomes the pain and restores your health. The herbs and treatments provided by the doctor may only serve as a psychological comfort. Take Joan's hometown of Yolfheim, for example. The most popular and systematic medical theory of this century is bloodletting therapy. This medical theory believes that the main reason why the human body suffers from illness is because the blood in the body is infected with a virus. If you want to restore health as soon as possible, it is necessary to give the patient blood. There are a variety of tools used in bloodletting operations, rough use of daggers or knives, and the use of steel needles. The more cautious doctors will disinfect the knives with spirits before bloodletting, or roast on the fire to make a bold style. Langzong even omitted these procedures. Some so-called doctors also worked as part-time shaving masters. They were still shaving and shaving for people. When they turned their faces, they picked up the razor and bleed the patient. Such a treatment by Hulai, people with a little culture will suspect that it is not reliable. When Joan first learned of the bleeding therapy, he was very disappointed, but the cases he heard and witnessed in recent years show that this seemingly barbaric treatment is actually not completely superstitious or nonsense. Although it is not treated like the bragging of Jiang Langzhong, hundreds of diseases, but it has a significant effect on some symptoms, otherwise it will not be used as a classic in the medical world for many years. Mr. K. Islandia in Dillontown is also proficient in bloodletting therapy, but he is more cautious than the rough peers who bleed blood regardless of the patient's symptoms. Usually, only a small amount of blood is bleed when the patient is in pain. The effect of pain. Kylander's bloodletting therapy also has a major feature, that is, his bloodletting tool is neither a lancet nor a steel needle, but a clean leech is placed directly on the patient's affected area to blood. According to K. Islandia, leeches are not only substitutes for bloodletting knives, but also have many benefits that traditional bloodletting devices do not have. First, they can eliminate swelling while eliminating swelling. In addition, through many years of medical practice, Mr. K. Islandil also found that the saliva of leech has the effect of anesthetizing wounds. This morning, Joan listened to him introduce the above-mentioned magical effect of leeches in the clinic of Mr. Kylandia, and felt refreshed and consistent with his personal experience. Joan was bitten by a leech more than once when he was walking in a rice field in summer, but the wound did not feel so painful, but felt a sense of numbness. It wasn't until after listening to Mr. K. Islandil's explanation that the leech saliva also contained narcotics, so humans and animals had no pain when bitten by them, so that they didn't realize they were bitten until the leech sucked up the blood and sneaked away. Compared with other bloodthirsty mosquitoes, leeches have another characteristic. If a person is bitten by a poisonous insect, the wound will often be infected by the virus, inflamed, swollen or even ulcerated, causing great pain to the person. Although leeches are also blood-sucking pests, they have no incidental damage other than blood-sucking, and they are usually not inflamed and sore. Mr. Kylandil spent years of energy to study this phenomenon in depth, and the preliminary conclusion is that there is also a magical substance in the saliva of leech, which can play the role of disinfection and sterilization and prevent inflammation and ulceration of wounds. In order to verify his theory, Mr. K. Islandil has been purchasing leeches in large quantities in recent years, and used it as a material to extract the medicinal ingredients in his body. After repeated refining, 2 new medicaments with leech saliva as the main component are configured anesthetics and anti-inflammatory agents. Judging from the clinical trials, the effects of the 2 agents are perfect, and the purchase orders have been filled with 2 large drawers. Due to the good sales momentum, Mr. K. Islandia intends to expand the production of 2 new self-made drugs. It is a pity that the raw materials are rare. The saliva secreted by the leeches is minimal. At least 1,000 leeches extracts are needed to make a bottle of medicine. This has led to extremely expensive pharmaceuticals, but still in short supply. In order to obtain a more stable supply of raw materials, K. Islandia opened a pond behind his clinic. On the one hand, tried to artificially raise medical leeches, and also posted a purchase notice on the bulletin board on the town office square, with a high price of 1 copper coin each. Unlimited purchase of living leeches. Joan has been thinking about ways to make money these days. Passing through the town office square this morning, he accidentally saw the purchase notice posted on the notice board, and ran to the clinic to find Mr. K. Islandia to take up this task and put on a pair. The long boots worn on rainy days rushed to the swamp to pick up money. It turns out that the money is really not so easy to pick up. There are indeed countless leeches in the mud, but most of these tiny mollusks show a brownish yellow color, like a natural protective color. It is difficult to distinguish them when mixed in the mud. It is easy to find one with a layer of slippery mucus. It's good to take off your hand and run away. If you meet your temper, you will have to bite back. Joan tried it for half an hour by the swamp. His hands were covered with mud. He was so tired that he was sore with back pain. He was bitten by mosquitoes and had several big bales. The harvested leeches were pitiful. Even if they were all brought back to the clinic alive, it was not worth 2 silver coins. It seems that I have to change my mind. Joan secretly made up his mind, and then he will try to remotely control the mage's hand instead of his own hands, salvaging the leech from the air. Chapter 20 The magical use of the master's hand. Joan washes his hands and stretches forward. Looking up, The vast wetland unfolded in front of his eyes, extending to the end of the field of vision. There is still snow in the shade, and the sunny area is already a lush greenery. Large reeds and juniper grass sway in the wind, and small birds chirp in the grass from time to time. If you watch the spring in front of you with the mentality of tourists, it would be a great place for outings. Joan shook his head gently, secretly warning himself not to be fooled by the bright scenery in front of him. There are countless bottomless quagmire hidden in the green reeds. Don't think of climbing up again when you step on it. There are many predators far more terrifying than the quagmire in the swamp, not to mention dinosaurs, pythons and lizardmen. The crocodiles and poisonous snakes lurking outside the swamp are enough for him. Although making money is urgent, it is not as important as his own life. Joan didn't want to walk into the depths of the murderous swamp, raised his hand to dispel annoying mosquitoes, and wandered towards the opposite near the edge of the swamp with muddy water. It's just cool. Joan flipped all the rocks under the tree to make sure that there were no poisonous insects like centipedes and scorpions. Then he sat down with confidence and leaned back against the trunk to make a comfortable sigh. After taking a 5-minute break, he took off his backpack, took out a wooden box about 2 feet long, 1 foot wide and half a foot high, and carefully opened the lid, which was covered with a soft and damp sawdust, which was faintly visible in the sawdust. More than 10 brown yellow leeches wriggled slightly, confirming that all of his morning gains were alive. Joan's mood improved slightly. Close the wooden box and put it in the shade. Then he will try to catch the leech in a completely new way. Joan closed his eyes and meditated for a moment, calming his mood, smoothly entering the spell-focused state, skillfully playing spellcasting gestures, singing elven spells, and finally ending with a short start character. Room. Joan's right hand glowed pale, and the magic turned into a near-transparent mage's hand, probing into the mud below the earth slope. With Joan's current spellcasting ability, the limit extension distance of Ring Zero's mage's hand is almost 8 yards. This distance is not long but short, but it is enough to extend from the of Joe's body to the below swamp. There is no upper limit to the duration of mage's hand. As long as Joanne can maintain mental concentration, this invisible force field hand can replace his hands and tirelessly turn the mud to catch leeches. This magically shaped palm is different from the flesh and blood body. The maximum weight limit of 5 pounds is more than enough to pick up a small leech, which is very suitable for his current job in any way. Joan sits in the shade of the tree without moving her fingertips. It is based on the idea of remotely controlling the mage's hand to churn their mud to catch leeches. Not only is it more labor-saving than the Hansen, but also the capture efficiency is higher. A piece of leech. Joan packed all the leeches he caught into the wooden box, and looked at the increasing prey, and felt more comfortable. According to the minimum standard of catching 100 leeches per hour, at least 1,000 leeches can be caught every day, and 10 Kinduga can be exchanged for from Mr. K. Islandil. Unless he finds a more profitable way to make money, Joanne is still satisfied with the current earnings. Catching leeches is a very boring job. Fortunately, Joan can also exercise his ability to cast spells. Maintaining the mage's hand for a long time can strengthen his concentration, and by continuously catching slippery small leeches can improve him details of the control of the mage's hand. With the improvement of remote control skills, the efficiency of capturing leeches has also continued to increase. When the sun is about to set, Joan has averaged an amount of 200 leeches in an hour. The last rays of the western sky finally sank to the horizon, and the evening mist enveloped the swamp, and the sky quickly dimmed. Joan rubbed his sore eyes and got up and stretched. As the night grew deeper, he could no longer see the mud 30 feet away. In such an environment, he could not continue to catch leeches, so he had to finish today's work and took his suitcase to return to Dillon Town. Joan walked back to the town from the swamp for 2 hours. When he arrived home, it was almost 8 o'clock, and while the leeches were still alive, Joan first went to the clinic and handed over 800 wooden leeches to Mr. Killandil. Dr. Killandil is a beautiful and elegant half-elf man. He is almost 30 years old by human standards. His silent character is quite in line with Joan. He opened the wooden box and saw the dense leeches inside, and he couldn't help raising his eyebrows, showing a surprised look. Despite some surprises, K-Islander did not ask Joan what method he used to catch so many leeches in just one day. He simply estimated the total number of leeches and took out 10 gold coins and handed them to Joan. "Doctor, I have counted it. There are a total of 831 leeches here." Joan received 9 gold coins, took out his purse, and planned to get change to K-Islandil. "No need to look for it." K-Islandil waved his hand. "You have worked hard all day, and the remaining money will be your travel expenses." Joan thanked him gratefully, hesitated for a moment, and summoned the courage to ask K-Islandil, "Doctor, can you show me how you made the leech medicine? How much do you know about alchemy and pharmacy? I have only read a few related books, but I don't understand them in many places." "Interested?" "Yes." Joan nodded seriously. K-Islandil smiled and murmured, "Yeah, if you are interested in becoming an outstanding mage, my little friend, then you have to spend some energy to learn alchemy and pharmacy. After all, this also belongs to an important branch of magical knowledge. Mages who don't know pharmaceuticals will be laughed at." "Would you like to teach me?" Joan looked at the half-elf expectantly. K-Islandil thought for a moment and nodded gently. "The clinic is open for business at 8 in the morning, and I'm free between 6 and 8 o'clock. You can come to see me for refining medicine. There are also weekends. If you have time, you can come to me at any time." "That, tuition." Joan stopped talking. "Without any tuition, you can help me catch a few more leeches," K-Islandil said lightly. "That's really, thank you so much." Joan bowed deeply to him excitedly. K-Islandil smiled gently and turned to draw a book from the shelf and handed it to Joanne. "This is the Introduction to Alchemy and Pharmacy I wrote. You can take it back and take a look. There are a lot of basic knowledge worth reading. After reading this book, you are almost qualified to be my experimental assistant." Chapter 21 Alchemy Manual. "Thank you for your gift, Mr. K-Islandil. I must study your masterpiece seriously." Joan took the book in both hands and bowed deeply to the half-elf doctor again. The gratitude was beyond words. When Joan returned home, the excitement could not be calm for a long time, not even eating. He turned on the oil lamp and looked at the Alchemy and Pharmacy Introductory Handbook that K-Islandil gave him. Just looking at it, there was a bark of dogs outside the window, and it was Candy who brought Jamie back from her grandfather. "I haven't seen your shadow all day. Where did I go to play?" Candy couldn't wait to ask Joan today where he entered. Joan knew that she would have this question. Write down today's brief experience in advance, and silently handed the stationery over. Candy had already seen his quirks about whether he could speak or not, and took a look at the stationery. His eyes lit up. "Go to the swamp to collect the leeches." "This is really strange. What good is the leeches? There are people who pay for it." "Well, it seems very interesting. Will you take me with me tomorrow?" Joan shook his head firmly, and then went to the hospital to list a number of reasons for not taking Canty with him. For example, the environment near the swamp is very bad, there are too many dirty and smelly mosquitoes, and it is not suitable for the clean girl to stay for a long time. Then he needs to concentrate on the remote control of the manager's hand to catch the leeches, and he cannot be distracted to chat with Canty, let alone she will definitely feel bored when it comes to playing games. The most important one is that Candy is not good at Mage's Hand or similar spells, and can't help much, but wastes time to do business. Although Candy does nothing serious at home, he just takes a dog every day. Go shopping in the town or go hunting in the woods, and visit the small tree essence Mila along the way, and live a happy life. Candy saw that he had written a piece of paper and looked very serious. He had to flatter his mouth in grievance and barely agreed to stay in the town. Later, Candy spoke with him for a while. Basically, she talked to herself about what she did today. Joan just listened silently, sometimes tearing a piece of bread into her mouth. When he had dinner, Candy had finished speaking, yawned and went back to rest. Joan washed his face in cold water to boost his spirits a little, and then he followed the usual habit of studying spell books. Since the 3 0-ring spells recorded in the book Hand of the Mage, endoscopic surgery and frozen rage has already mastered, it is enough to spend an hour to review the casting gestures and spells. Joan ended his homework tonight, and when he closed the spell book, he still had some intentions. He is eager to learn new spells, but it is a pity that it is difficult to obtain spell resources in this town, and he can only try his luck. Fortunately, in addition to spells, Joan also has a brand new knowledge for specialization. Open the Introduction to Alchemy and Pharmacy and continue reading from the page just folded. After Candy's visit to this episode, Joan's mood at the moment has calmed down, realizing that he owes a great deal to Mr. K. This is really uncomfortable for him, who admires everything and does not ask for creed, but he has to accept K.'s kindness. As early as this afternoon, when braving the hot sun and mosquito bites to salvage the leeches in the stinky swamp, Joan realized that he would never be willing to do this humble job all the time. Mr. Landier refined a bottle of pharmacy, and he only had to work in a neat pharmacy laboratory for 2 hours. The profit from selling the bottle of pharmacy far exceeded the commission paid to Joan. Joan didn't want to do the errands like fishing for leeches for a lifetime. He even yearned for Mr. K.'s way of working. For this reason, he could not be satisfied with earning a few hard money, even if he had been exhausted all day long. You have to fight the spirit to learn some new knowledge by yourself. Only knowledge can change his destiny. Joan poured a cup of warm water, took out the Tears of God and put it in the cup for 1 minute, then took out the Tears of God, drank the magic water in one breath, and soon felt exhausted and changed again. Be energetic. Joan didn't waste his medicine, competing for reading every second, and didn't read through this manual from beginning to end until early in the morning. During the reading process, he also accumulated many questions. He recorded them neatly on the draft paper, and prepared to go to the clinic tomorrow morning to ask Dr. K. for advice. Unconsciously, chicken sounds came out of the window. Dawn was coming. Joan put away the books and rinsed briefly, lying in bed to relax his tired body and mind, and almost dreamed as soon as he closed his eyes. In the early morning of the next morning, as soon as the sky was up in the east, Joan followed the old habits that he had developed for many years and got up early. After having a simple breakfast, he hurried out and came to Mr. K.'s clinic before the small church bell sounded at 6. Neither Joan nor Kylander was a talkative person, and they hurried away after saying good morning to each other. This is the first time Joan has visited a formal alchemy laboratory. The various glass instruments and ceramic crucibles filled with the experimental table dazzled him. Dr. Kylander introduced him to the main instruments and herbs. Since Joan had read through the introductory manual last night, it was somewhat basic, and had a preliminary impression of the devices and medicinal materials introduced by K. Next, he performed well as an experimental assistant, and at least K. didn't make a mistake when he asked him to get a certain instrument. K. was very satisfied with Joan's performance as his assistant on the first day. With the help of this ingenious teenager, it usually takes 2 hours to dispense medicine. Today it takes only 1.5 hours to get it done. In the following time, K. listened to Joan's notes and pointed out the difficult problems encountered during the self-study last night while drinking coffee, and explained them casually. K. eloquence is not good, but the words are precise and concise, and it is even more rare to be patient. Always give Joan a thorough understanding before beginning the next question. Joan hasn't met a real teacher except Grandpa in these years. K.'s explanation made him feel the value of having a good teacher, and he was deeply grateful to Mr. Doctor. When the church bell rang again, the K. clinic should be open for business. Joan quit the doctor, picked up the wooden box that had already been covered with damp sawdust, walked out of the clinic, and hurried forward towards Keoyang to start a new day of work. At dusk, Joan returned from the swamp to the town. A total of more than 1,500 leeches were harvested today, and 16 bright Jinduga were exchanged with Mr. Kairandil to make his purse fuller. Chapter 22 Grey Monster in the Swamp. When Joan returned home, Candy was still waiting for him to have dinner as usual, and the two sat at the dining table, chatting while eating. Canty is mainly saying that Joanne doesn't hate playing the role of an audience. For the next 4 days, Joan's life trajectory was as usual. I go to the clinic every morning to help Mr. Kairandil to dispense medicine, and then go to the swamp to collect leeches. At least 10 hours a day are spent on this extremely boring job. Fortunately, Joan has a lonely temperament and can stand loneliness, not bored. In addition to earning a lot of money, this work also helps to train his concentration. Now he is so skilled that he can manipulate the mage's hand while reading a book, which is not too distracting. On the first Sunday of February, when the sun was shining, Joan carried his backpack to the edge of the swamp as usual, and skillfully crossed the reeds, planning to go to the old place to start a new day's work. However, just as he approached the earth slope, he stumbled as if he was hit by a stick, looking up at the top of the withstone. The earth where Joan normally lives, under that green and tall pine tree, has been occupied by people at this time. To be precise, the guy standing under the pine tree cannot be regarded as a human being. Although he has a human-like body and limbs, the skin is silver-grey like birch bark, 9 feet high from head to toe, and the spine is raised up like a giant with a hunchback, a shoulder-width body, a sturdy body, and a pair of sturdy arms with muscular near-formed shape. Joan could feel the destructive power under every inch of the skin of the opponent's body from a distance. The volcanoes that may erupt at any time in close proximity exude strong visual impact. The bowed and hunched grey giant turned slowly, facing the front with Joan, and the shock of Joan's heart increased a bit. This monster's head is closer to reptiles than humans. It has a wide mouth covered with sharp teeth. The flat nose is almost flat on the face. The two sides of the nose bridge are arranged from top to bottom. The 6 eyes, the upper and lower 2 groups of eyes are parallel and symmetrical, and the distance between the central 2 eyes is farther away. All the eyes are golden yellow with a chilling light. Joan had never seen such a horrible monster. A cold rushed straight from the bottom of his foot, barely maintaining the orientation of the town and moving his foot, trying to stay away from the dangerous monster as soon as possible. The grey giant blinked 6 eyes, looked at Joan up and down with a curious look, and then turned to be close to the pine tree, sniffing deeply under the trunk, as if contrasting Joan's breath with the residual under the tree breath. After the comparison, the grey giant nodded in satisfaction, turned around and gave Joan a thumbs up, a low and powerful roar in his mouth. Joan turned and ran away in fright. Behind him, the grey monster still roared. Judging from the pronunciation, it seemed to be repeatedly shouting words like Mout. This is obviously not a human language, nor is it the elf language or the wood language commonly used by the elves. Joan vaguely heard that this seems to be a commonly used vocabulary of the giant family, but he is far from being proficient in giant language. Let alone this, she was already scared and sweating. But how could he analyze what the grey monster meant? Joan ran out for 20 yards. Unfortunately he made a mistake and stepped on the air, his body quickly sank. Oh, step into the quagmire. Joan groaned inwardly, struggling to pull out his legs, trying to get rid of the shackles. At this critical juncture, there was ripples in the mud ahead, and a dead wood-like object slowly emerged from the depths of the quagmire, and a pair of long and cold eyes could vaguely look over here. Joan immediately recognized that it was a crocodile, and his heart was suddenly cold. The crocodile has found its prey caught in the quagmire, and its swagging tail hastened over, slowly opening its large mouth disproportionately to its body, and its mouth full of teeth reflects the chilling luster under the noonday sun. Joan watched as the crocodile approached, reluctantly remaining calm in despair, quickly completing preparations for casting spells, and raised his hand to shoot a frozen ray at the crocodile. Call out! The ice blue magic ray hit the crocodile's throat, freezing its coveted tongue, and there was no other damage worth mentioning. The crocodile shook his head frightened, his eyes full of vigilance. Hiding in the quagmire for a long time, I gradually realized that the prey that had just ejected the cold light had only such a skill, and it was not enough to pose a threat to myself, so I was tempted again. At this moment Joan snarled again from behind the grey giant, sounding more angry than before. Without looking back, Joan could use his eyes to see the grey giant standing on the hillside and yelling, seeming unwilling to see the crocodile snatching his prey. After roaring, he suddenly punched the pine tree next to him with a loud bang, and the pine more than 10 feet tall was even discounted by his punch. The grey giant grabbed the pine tree that had broken his waist and carried it in his hand as a stick. He jumped down the soil slope, leapt away and strode towards Joan. Joan looked at the grey giant who was running, and turned to look at the crocodile that might attack at any time. At the juncture of despair, the grey giant was approaching behind him, his hands high up against the tree, and he swung down hard. Joan closed his eyes subconsciously, waiting for the moment of death. However, unexpectedly, the sound of the wind breaking past, a roar came in front, followed by a dying wailing. Joan opened his eyes in surprise and happened to see the grey giant walking past him, throwing away the tree, stretching his knees and arms to the quagmire, dragging a head out of a crocodile that was smashed into the mud. It wasn't until this moment that Joan realized that the rod of the grey giant was not directed at him, but hit the crocodile lurking in the mud pit opposite. The grey giant turned to face Joan, his right thumb pointed at his chest, and he shouted proudly, "Mount." Then he turned his little finger at the dying crocodile. His expression turned to contempt, to disdain commented on it, "Mage." Although Joan doesn't understand the language of giants, it is not difficult to guess that Mot means praise and affirmation through the other's attitude and physical movements. Mog means the opposite, symbolizing depreciation and denial. Thinking so, Joan, after a short hesitation, imitated the grey giant's thumbs up and shouted at him with a trembling voice, "Mot." The grey giant was stunned for a moment, and then his face was full of joy, and his fist thumped his chest and thundered, and he roared, "Mot, Mot." Chapter 23. Mot and Mage Joan endured the fear of the grey giant and said repeatedly, "Yes, yes, you are very Mot, very Mot." The grey giant nodded in satisfaction, suddenly pointed to Joan, and said loudly, "Mot." Joan froze for a moment, then shook his head in frustration and sighed, "Where am I, Mot?" "It's simply Mog." The grey giant shook his head and solemnly emphasized that Joan was undoubtedly worthy of the Mot evaluation, that the dead crocodile was the real Mog. Joan doesn't want to argue with this simple-minded guy. Since the other party is not malicious at the moment, he can rest assured and concentrate on his feet, trying to pull the deeper and deeper right leg out of the quagmire. The grey giant stroked his chin and watched him struggle. He suddenly grinned, stretched out an arm thicker than Joan's waist, and grabbed him with a big open hand, and pulled it out of the mud with a slight mention. Backhand put him on the dry ground. The movement was surprisingly gentle. Joan was relieved and quickly thanked the big guy who helped himself out of the predicament. Realizing that the other party was blank, realizing that it could not understand human language, he simply raised his thumbs and praised him, "Mot." This time the grey giant understood, patted his chest, quite proud. Joan didn't know what to call this monster with a simple appearance and a simple heart. When he saw his pale skin, he casually gave it a nickname. "I don't know what to call, just call you Grey." Joan drew a string of letters on the mud with branches, and handed the grey giant to spell and recite the word. It's a pity that the other party is really stupid. Joan spent a lot of energy to teach it how to pronounce it. Writing is completely clueless. This big guy, his brain is not as smart as Jamie. Joan murmured secretly, and then wrote his name on the ground to teach Grey to remember. Looking up at the sky, the sun was already west, and Joan carried his suitcase and waved to Grey. "I'm going home. Bye." Turning around, he heard heavy footsteps behind him, and Grey followed. "Do you want to go home with me?" When Joan was wondering, the giant Grey was already approaching him. Suddenly, he swung his arms around his waist with a big hand, carried his back on his shoulders, and turned and walked deep into the swamp. "Hey, Grey," Stop. Where are you going to take me? Let me go. I'm going home. You aren't enough mot like this. Regardless of what Joan said, the grey giant Grey was deaf, and walked in a big stride in the mud, and disappeared into the swamp within a moment. Grey was so strenuous that with Joan's small size, he couldn't shake his finger with his breasts, so he had to use his brain to think about how to get out. Grey strode through the swamp for an hour without breathing, until he was near a small island deep in the swamp. Before slowing down, carrying Joan jumped up onto the island, and skillfully pulled apart the vines, and a rugged path appeared in front. Grey squeezed sideways into the path, turned around and pulled the vine with one hand, carefully covering the entrance, and then he moved on with confidence. Not far away, there was a bare rocky hill in front, and a cave over 7 feet high was cut from the cliff on the side of the sun. Grey sniffed near the hole and confirmed that there were no other animal smells, so he assuredly bowed into the waste. Afternoon sunlight shines through the sloping hole, dispersing the darkness inside the cave, which looks extra spacious and bright. Grey put Joan down, patted the teenager's back, motioned him to rest in the cave, and turned around on his own. Joan looked around and confirmed that this should be a natural cave. The walls around the cave were uneven. The ground was covered with a thick layer of hay and leaves to isolate the moisture. It looked clean, and the air was still fresh. I wanted to come here. It's Grey's house. At this time, there were heavy footsteps outside the cave door, and Grey dragged the crocodile who had been killed by his stick back, and sat outside the cave door to help himself. With both hands, grab the upper and lower jaws of the crocodile and tear them apart, and the muscular arms are stretched. With amazing power, the 5-foot-long crocodile is torn into 2 pieces from head to toe. The blood mixed with the intestines dripping and splashing in the air full of pungent smell. Grey wrinkled his nose and seemed to enjoy the rich blood, but Joan was pale with their horror in front of him. Grey took out the crocodile gut that had been torn in half, and then tore off the crocodile skin. Even the gut was wrapped with a huge aquatic plant leaf, and it was thrown into the deep groove not far away, leaving pink pure meat. He also carried bloodstains, biting off without washing, crunching and chewing happily, and the plasma was flowing down the corner of the mouth. Grey's appetite was so large that he gnawed half a crocodile to a pile of bones in less than 2 minutes. Suddenly sucking his fingers, he picked up the remaining half of the crocodile's body and was about to eat it. He suddenly remembered Joan and turned to hand the crocodile meat over. "Thank you. I'm not hungry." Joan shook his head quickly. Grey pushed the crocodile body towards him again, pointing at the flesh and saying, "Mot, mot." Joan suspected that he was praising the delicious crocodile meat and invited himself to taste it. In order to avoid irritating this simple-minded monster, Joan had to pull out a dagger from his waist, cut off a small piece of raw meat, and forced his nausea into his mouth to chew. The raw crocodile meat was tough to chew, and the thick gas made Joan almost vomit on the spot. He didn't dare to show a hard-to-swallow look in front of Grey, so he had to swallow his disgust. The experience of swallowing crocodile meat was really unpleasant. No matter how Grey urged, Joan didn't want to eat raw meat anymore. "Grey, I can't digest such food." Using gestures, Joan tried his best to explain his hardship to Grey. The grey giant half understood, and the 6 yellow eyes had confusion and regret. As the sky became late, the temperature in the cave plummeted. The night in early February was still quite cold, and Joan was frozen with hands and feet stiff and forced to stand up and asked Grey, "Can I make a fire?" Grey didn't seem to understand his intentions, but he didn't show an unpleasant look. Joan thought it was acquiescence, and got up and walked out of the cave. Grey jumped up nervously, and followed him step by step, seeming to fear that he would run away. Seeing that it was so vigilant, Joan had to dismiss the idea of slipping away for a while and collected some dried firewood on the island and carried it back to the cave. Grey may not understand the usefulness of these dead branches. I don't know if it was due to imitation or enthusiastic nature. He waved a tree and slashed it back to the hole, throwing it at the foot of Joan. Chapter 24 Gray's Cave. Joan saw Gray's intention and smiled gratefully at him. "I just want to make a fire to keep warm, so I don't need such a big tree." Later I added, "Thank you, Gray, doing Mott in this matter." Gray grinned happily when he heard that he praised his Mott, squatting in the hole and watching Joan busy. Joan opened his backpack, took out a small, tight leather bag, untied the opening, and turned out the flint and paper twist. Strike the flint to ignite the paper twist, and then ignite the firewood to create a bonfire. Flames in nature are not uncommon. Gray has a plain understanding of the fire material. He looked nervous when he saw the bonfire rising, and took 2 steps backwards, lest he be burned by the monster that glowed red. Seeing Joan reach his hands towards the fire, Gray snarled eagerly, grabbed his shoulders, and rescue him from the fire in time. Joan couldn't help crying, pointing to the campfire and telling him, "Mott." Gray's eyes shook his head deeply, pointing at the campfire, and corrected, "Mudge." "No, Gray, the flame is not Mudge. Of course, it is not pure Moat. This burning energy is neither good nor bad. Whether it is Mudge or Moat depends on how you use it." Joan was talking and couldn't help but find it funny where the simple-minded Gray could understand these complicated explanations. Gray does not understand, but it is not inflexible. Since Joan has repeatedly insisted that the bonfire has a Mott side, it has to reluctantly release its hand, allowing Joan to approach the bonfire under its supervision. In case Joan was attacked by the red monster, it always had time to rescue. Joan used the remaining branches to set up a simple hanger and hung the damp cloak on it for baking. When the body warmed up, the stomach grunted in protest. Joan hasn't eaten anything in the morning and still has dry food and water in his backpack, but when he thinks about it, he picks up the big piece of crocodile meat that Gray dropped on the ground and goes to the pond outside the cave. Clean it, and then use a dagger to sharpen the wooden sticks to skewer the raw meat and set it on the campfire to roast. The pink crocodile fleshed out the fat under the fire of the fire tongue, and gradually turned into a burnt yellow. When the fat fell into the fire and made a snorting sound, a mouth-watering aroma diffused out. Gray was sitting next to Joan, with his hands on his cheeks to watch him roast, and his eyes alternated with confusion and surprise. Licking and licking again, a large piece of meat has now shrunk in a circle, and even the color of the meat has become ugly, and the good things have been spoiled. The meat was almost roasted. Joan took the portable seasoning bottle from his backpack and sprinkled the salted crocodile meat evenly until it was golden and crispy. Stabbed into the meat with a dagger, the gravy that penetrated along the edge of the knife could hardly be seen bleeding. After confirming that the crocodile meat had been completely cooked, Joan inserted the wooden stick into the soil. Watching the burnt barbecue roasted with oil, it slowly flowed down the wooden stick and swallowed. Waving a knife to cut a barbecue and stuffing it into his mouth, Joan nodded in satisfaction while chewing. The stomach that had just been tortured by raw meat was soothed and his appetite was wide open. Gray Moon stared at Joan's barbecue, his face unbelievable. "Taste it." Joan picked up a barbecue with his dagger and handed it over. He also thumbs up and praised his barbecue skill as Mott. Gray took the barbecue, turned it over and observed it, throwing his doubts into his mouth and chewing carefully. Joan looked at Gray expectantly, expecting it to be well received. It was a pity that he was disappointed, and Gray yelled out the chewy roast without disguising his face with contempt. "Mudge." Joan shrugged helplessly. It seems that cooked meat does not meet Gray's taste, and fresh raw meat is his favorite. Despite the great differences in taste, Gray did not object to Joan cooking food in his own way, and he was no longer afraid of the bonfire rising outside the cave, and even a little bit like being warmed and baked. Feel it. Joan spent the night in Gray's cave. He had originally planned to sneak away while Gray was asleep, but unfortunately the Gray Giant was very alert. Even when he was taking a nap, at least one of the 3 pairs of eyes was half open. If there was a little wind and grass nearby, he would look at it for the first time. Golden's eyes are particularly eerie in the dark. Joanne is sure that Gray is not malicious to himself under normal conditions, but who knows if this barbaric monster will suddenly change his temperament. So he tried to be cautious and avoid trying things that might anger Gray. One person and one blame maintained a peculiar cohabitation state, and thus spent a peaceful night. Gray did not allow Joan to leave his sight, and Joan felt helpless about it. When he had nothing to do, he read through the Alchemy and Pharmacy Introductory Handbook given to him by Dr. K.I. Randall, Joan's herbal illustrations drawn on the reference book, and he was pleasantly surprised to find that there are many medicinal herbs recorded in the swamp near the cave. Some of the medicinal herbs are also quite expensive. If they can be collected, they can make money than catching leeches much faster. However, considering his own situation as a prisoner, these things are now superfluous. Early in the morning, the sunlight disperses the mist over the swamp and shines through the inclined hole. Joan narrowed her eyes to adjust to the light changes and slowly stood up. The bonfire at the entrance of the cave only had scarlet embers, and the carbon ash released the last trace of heat, expelling the dew and moisture trying to penetrate into the cave. Joan walked over, took off the cloak from the homemade hanger and touched it, and found with satisfaction that it was completely dried. Seeming to hear the movement, the grey giant Gray also climbed up from the haystack, grinning his fangs with big teeth and making a big yawn, stepping out of the cave, kneeling by the pond with his hands and feet, and groaning swallow the pool water. After drinking enough water, Gray wiped his wet face and burped comfortably. Joan saw Gray drinking water, and his throat throbbed inexplicably. However, he did not want to emulate Gray's animal-like drinking water, nor did he have a steel-strong stomach like Gray. Drinking raw water directly might cause diarrhea. Joan threw a few pieces of firewood into the carbon fire embers, reignited the bonfire, then turned the iron lunchbox out of the backpack, filled it with water and boiled it, moved it to the side to wait for the water temperature to cool slightly, and partly poured into the sheepskin water bag for drinking. The rest is used for washing. Gray squatted beside the fire, his big hands on his knees, and watched Joan busy in a rather obedient posture. Although he didn't quite understand why he put the water container on top of the red monster and burned it up, everything in front of him made it strange and interesting. Chapter 25 Python. After Joan finished washing, the sun had risen to the top of the tree, and it looked almost like 7 or 8 o'clock from the sky. Gray picked up the big tree that had been slapped yesterday and strode away from the cave. Joan fell behind and didn't move, secretly praying that Gray would just forget him. Unfortunately, Gray stopped after 2 steps, turned back to wave at him, and snarled in his mouth, beckoning him to keep up with his footsteps. Joan had no choice but to pick up his suitcase and follow. Gray led the way, leading Joan through the vine-grown path, and left the island following yesterday's way. The next road was difficult to go. Joan was not as tall as Gray, and he was very difficult to walk in the mud, and he fell into the bottomless quagmire without paying attention. Initially, Gray always turned back in time to drag him out of the quagmire. Later, it seemed a little annoying. He simply grabbed Joan and put his backhand on his shoulder. Gray's shoulders were strong and wide, and the 2 adults sat well side by side. Joan adjusted his sitting slightly, freeing his left arm to embrace Gray's thick neck so that he would not fall off his shoulder. Gray settled on Joan and flicked off at full speed. Joan sat steadily on his shoulder, and felt like sitting on a speeding carriage, which was generally stable. The morning breeze blew ahead, with a damp grassy breath, making him feel energized, and his mood was not as low as before. Gray seemed to run aimlessly in the swamp, but Joan soon realized that he would sometimes slow down to observe the looming traces on the wetland, guessing that it was searching for prey in a unique way. After walking for more than half an hour like this, Gray suddenly stopped and hugged Joan with his backhand, placed him on a relatively dry ground nearby, freed his hands to hold the tree trunk, and walked carefully towards the quagmire. Waving, the thick trunk hit the mud, and there was a splash of mud, mixed with dying wailing. Gray threw away the broken tree trunk, his long arm groped into the mud for a few seconds, and then a strong crocodile dragged out. Grabbing the crocodile's tail with one hand, shaking it up in the air, and realizing that the crocodile was still twitching slightly. He punched his milky jaw with the left fist. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. The bang, bang, slamming mumble clearly passed into Joan's ears, not numb the scalp. I thought that if I got a punch with Gray, I was afraid that my brain would burst on the spot. The unlucky crocodile verified Joan's conjecture. After finishing 3 punches, Gray raised the crocodile and shook it to verify that it was dead. There is no doubt that the crocodile has been cut off. The broken teeth mixed with blood have been successively shed from the mouth, and the turbid grey brain gurgling along the nostrils and ear holes. Gray grinned with satisfaction, lifted the crocodile with one hand and flicked it back, laid it on his shoulder like a sack, and strode toward Joan. Mage Joan suddenly changed his face, shouting loudly, "Beware behind you!" The grey giant looked back in surprise, glancing back and forth with 6 eyes, and soon noticed the strange ripples in the quagmire. It seemed that a slender canoe was sliding under the water. As he leaned over to observe the dynamics in the water, the mud suddenly splashed up, and a large piece of thick silt could not prevent it from covering his face, and his vision was suddenly blocked. Gray was frightened and angry, growling and cursing Mage, freeing the mud on his face with his left hand. At this time, a huge snake skull hung up in the quagmire, and the scarlet litter was swallowed in the mouth. The snake body also immediately surfaced. The torso covered with blue scales had a diameter of more than 1 foot, and only the body exposed above the water surface was enough. It is 15 feet long. Joan had never seen such a huge and gigantic maniac, and could not help but squeeze cold sweat for Gray. The python's abdomen slid quickly against the mud, swinging his slender body around Gray's legs, trying to drag the grey giant into the deep water to drown. Gray hadn't cleaned up the mud that covered his eyes at this time. He noticed in a blur that the python was holding himself tightly, and immediately snarled angrily, throwing away the dead crocodile in his hand, and freeing his hands to tear the python. The python is so powerful that it can easily crush the bones of an adult bison. However, Gray's strength was greater than it. The moment his arms were working, the developed muscle groups under the silver-gray skin expanded rapidly, and the pieces were rock solid and tough as steel, and the python was ripped from his body. The python noticed that it was unable to defeat the fierce prey in the confrontation of power, and raised its head in exasperation, exposing 2 teams of hooked fangs, trying to bite Gray's throat. From the moment Gray and python began their desperate fight, Joan instinctively ran towards the war zone. Seeing that python was about to bite Gray's throat, he made a casting gesture without thinking, and spit out a short and powerful spell. Ringer. A icy blue ray of cold air radiated from Joan's fingertips, grabbing the hissing snake letter before the python finished its bite. The tongue of this slender fork is probably the most sensitive and delicate organ in the python, and it was attacked by the frozen rays, which immediately made the python feel the tingling and cold that had never been experienced, and closed its mouth in a hurry. No longer dare to expose the vulnerable tongue to the enemy. Gray escaped. While the python was attracted to Joan, he wiped off the mud on his face. His eyes were reddened with rage. His arms stretched to stretch the flexible body of the python, and finally got rid of the shackles. At this time, the python had realized the opportunity to hunt the grey giant, and decisively gave up the struggle, as a silky satin blended into the mud, and disappeared from the eyes of Gray and Joan in a blink of an eye, with only a wave facing the water spreading in the distance indicates that the cunning python is quickly escaping. Gray didn't want to let his enemies go so easily, thumped his chest in the direction of the python's escape, shouted Mage, and then took a big step to catch up. Joan ran a few steps behind Gray, but the difference in size between the 2 sides was helpless. He couldn't keep up with Gray's footsteps. Seeing its back quickly went away, he quickly called out, trying to calm down Gray and calm down. There was no need to chase down that python. Gray was in a rage at this time, ignoring his advice at all, still striding forward and chasing after him. Joan paused in disappointment, holding a beech tree to pant violently, and it took a while to pant. Calm down and think carefully. Suddenly realized a problem. Why should I run with Gray? Now is not a good opportunity to get rid of it. Joan admits that Gray is very friendly to himself, but Gray's friendship is too domineering, and even deprives him of his freedom. Joan doesn't hate this simple-minded friend, but he is more eager to return to his home and return to his original life than being forced to accompany Gray in the mud. Chapter 26 Escape. The thought of running away was violent in his mind, and Joan couldn't help but his heartbeat accelerated. With a tense mood, he looked far away, and Gray's back was gradually blurred. He no longer wasted time, quietly turned and drilled into the reed bushes, and ran wildly in the direction of his memory. There was only one thought in his mind at this time: filled the swamp. Before Gray returned. With an upset mood, Joan fled in a panic, and I didn't know how long he ran. The swamp in front of him still couldn't see the end. Tiredness and fear kept accumulating in his heart, and his breath became more and more rapid. Every time he exhaled, there was a tingling deep in his throat with a gas. At this time, the sun had turned westward and the sky was getting darker. Joan was frustrated to find that he no longer knew where he was, lost in the depths of the endless swamp, and from the distance came strange movements, roaring like beasts and cows, and the sound fell into his ears, and he could not help creeping. At this time, Joan couldn't help but regret, knowing that he would get lost. He might as well stay with Gray, at least safe enough. Just as the remorse increased, the dog bark suddenly came across the grass in front of him. Joan was startled, and immediately heard the dog bark a little familiar, and the consternation on his face quickly turned into ecstasy. Cheering and running towards the direction of the bark. Jamie, Jamie, I'm here. The dog barked from far to near. The grass shook violently, and a white shadow suddenly sprang out, rushing excitedly towards Joan, the half-breed winter wolf Jamie. Joan hugged Jamie tightly, tears almost overflowing her eyes. At this time, footsteps came from across the grass, and two figures appeared one after another, all wearing green striped cloaks with grass camouflage, deerskin boots suitable for walking in the wetlands, and walking ahead were handsome girls with long linen hair, followed by an elderly man with crutches and grey hair. Joan immediately recognized that it was Candy and Grandpa who came across, and quickly took Jamie to meet him. Because I was too excited, I was speechless for a while. Joan, we have finally found you. Candy took his hand and looked up and down again, confirming that Joan was safe and sound, and asked with a bit of complaint, where have you been these 2 days? I've gone without even returning home. Joan opened his mouth hard. An unprecedented desire to have paper and pen on hand so that he can write the adventures and adventures of these 2 days. If he uses words to tell, he really doesn't know where to start. Old Ethel knows the quirks of his grandson better than Canty, and said lightly, it's okay, it's not too early. Let's go back first, and we will talk about other things when we get home. Canty flattened his mouth in depression, and had to suppress his curiosity for a while, whistling to call Jamie, who was flying the dragonfly, to follow. The three of them returned in the same way, and the old man of Tyre led the way with a cane. Although the old man had inconvenient legs and feet and wobbled every step he took, he stubbornly refused to support the young man, and his walking speed was not slower than that of Candy and Joan. What surprises Joan is that Grandpa seems to be very familiar with the environment of the swamp area. In his eyes, the scenery is the same, but the old man can distinguish the subtle differences, and can always find the correct and safe path to bypass the quagmire lurking under the grass. In this way, I walked silently for 2 hours. When the sun was setting, a bright moon hung high in the night sky, and the night was shrouded. The swamp seemed more mysterious than in the daytime. Not knowing whether it was due to an optimistic nature or the courageous need to walk the night, Candy hummed softly. Joan mainly focused on observing the gradually dim surroundings, and inadvertently heard Candy singing. One of the lyrics seemed to be under the violet moonlight, which left a deep impression on him. Looking up at the night sky, the crescent moon illuminates the surrounding sky, revealing a hint of pale blue to set off the hazy clouds. The bright moonlight and the clear night sky mean that tomorrow will be a good day. The girl's singing echoes in the ear, and Joan's mood is gradually relaxed. At this moment, a roar came from behind, seeming to be the horn blowing at the end of the swamp, and quickly approached here. The song came to an abrupt end, and a dignified look appeared on Candy's face. It seems that some kind of monster is catching up. She listened to the roar, and her face became even more weird. That guy is coming to us. If I guess correctly, it should be able to track us along the way. Traces and smell left. Jamie let out a low roar, expressing his agreement with Candy's conjecture in his own unique way, with his neck mane all erected and put on alert. Old Man Tell stopped and looked back in the direction of the roar. He sneered, "The guy who doesn't know life and death is chasing quite fast." Then he turned and looked at Joan and Candy. "You two, take." Jamie went into hiding, and it was enough for me to deal with the next thing. Joan heard the roar from behind and was familiar. He wanted to tell Grandpa that a tall figure with a slight hump had appeared in the field of vision, striding through the muddy swamp at a speed no less than that of a galloping horse. Silver gray the skin reflects the moonlight shining brightly, and the 6 eyes arranged symmetrically shining with golden horns. Seeing this tall and gigantic monster catching up, Candy could not help but take a breath of air and squeeze the oak stick in his hand. The old man frowned, spit out a string of spells softly in his mouth, and pointed forward with a cane, a green circle interwoven by countless complex geometric figures floating in the mud, and then 4 magic beams rose and turned into magic a 4-headed giant crocodile with a length of 10 feet from beginning to end, covered with thick scales. These giant crocodiles, summoned by natural magic, communicated with the old man, and immediately moved backwards to Joan and Candy, forming a defensive formation, watching the opposite gray quickly approaching the gray giant. Guillaume Tell chanted another prayer that praised the origin of nature. The cane gently moved forward, and the large patches of ferns and algae floating above the muddy water glowed with green light, which suddenly changed under the effect of natural magic, gathered into a huge and weird humanoid vine, 12 feet high from head to toe, like a green giant, slowly moving, the lower limbs twisted by countless hairs, blocking the path of the grey monster opposite. "Grey!" Joan couldn't help shouting loudly. The grey giant immediately looked at him, all 6 eyes overflowed with joy, and ran to Joan with cheers. The old creature created by the old man Tyr fulfills the mission entrusted by the master, throwing away 2 inextricably intertwined long arms, just like 2 green monster pythons entangled Grey to death, preventing it from approaching Joan. Chapter 27 Greybag Beast. Grey was bound by the activated vines summoned by the old man of Tyre. He was taken aback at first, and then his face was angry, and he roared and struggled to shake his arms, trying to get rid of the entanglement of the vines. "Don't hurt Grey," Joan hurriedly said to his grandfather. "It's my friend." "Friend?" The old man of Tyre looked deeply at Joan with a strange look in his eyes. "You mean that Greybag?" Joan never heard the name Greybag Beast from my grandfather, but it's not difficult to guess that he was referring to Grey, and nodded quickly. "Thanks to it saved me, otherwise I would have died in the swamp." "Well, there is such a thing, but it is not impossible to think about it." The old man Tyr stroked his beard and said thoughtfully, "Greybag monster, a monster living in the deep swamp, is said to be there is a peculiar nature. Occasionally, the creatures of other ethnic groups are mistaken for their loved ones. They take care of each other as carefully as their children, protect themselves, and devote all their love to each other, regardless of whether they are or not willingly accept its care. It seems that the big guy is treating you as his own child." Joan had previously been puzzled by Grey's indifference to himself for no reason. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he listened to Grandpa's explanation. "Grandpa, Grey's nature is not bad. You don't have to hurt it." "I don't want to hurt it, but most grey sack beasts are very stubborn and will not allow people under their protection to leave their sights. You can neither stay in the swamp forever nor take the scary monster back into the town and take it." "What about it?" The old man frowned in embarrassment. I used to say a few words to it. Maybe I can persuade it to go home. Joan walked to the grey bag that was fighting the vines. Old man Thiel instinctively raised his hand to stop it, but after thinking about it, his hand dropped again. Joan approached the grey beast and waved to him. Grey, be quiet. Those vines won't really hurt you. The grey bag beast looked down at him and looked hesitant. Joan turned to his grandfather and yelled, give up these vines. Grey won't hurt me. It's better not to. Candy said restlessly. Old man Thiel hesitated for a few seconds, and finally reluctantly gave in to Joan, interrupting the spell, and the vines activated by him retracted to the ground and became ordinary plants again. Grey regained his freedom, his face still angry, pointing at the old man of Tyre and complaining to Joan. Mage Joan almost laughed out loud, shook his head, and corrected softly and firmly, this is wrong, Grey. The old gentleman is not Mog, he is my grandfather, a very good and very mod person. Perhaps because of the subtle influence of being with Joan for 2 days, Grey has a little understanding of human language. After listening to Joan's explanation, the look of the old man is particularly alert, but it is not as full of arms as it was just now. Resentment. Grey, my grandfather came to me, I have to go home. Joan explained his hardship to the grey beast and tried to persuade it to accept the reality that had to be separated. It's not easy to explain a complicated thing to the simple-minded grey bag. Fortunately, he has enough patience, and he has some understanding of Grey's language habits and ways of thinking, plus gestures and pictures. It took half an hour to help, and finally barely made Grey understand why he could not stay in the swamp forever, why he should return to his own kind, and why Grey couldn't accompany him to settle in the small town where humans live. Joan's efforts were not in vain. After making a promise that he would come back often to visit it, Greybag Beast finally reluctantly agreed to break up with him. Before leaving, he also imitated Joan waving goodbye, and Six Eyes couldn't help but burst into tears. After saying goodbye to Grey, Joan followed his grandfather to continue on the road. Having walked far away, he still saw Grey standing in the same place when he turned around, and he couldn't help waving in the direction they went away, the moonlight shining on it, casting a lonely silhouette. Grey is pitiful, it would be nice if we could take it home, Candy said sympathetically. Not to mention that the town council and most residents will not allow such a monster to break into their lives. Even if the villagers barely agree, the grey sack beast will not be able to get used to our human living environment and way of life. Sooner or later, it will cause great trouble. Guillaume Tell is telling the truth. Joan totally agrees with Grandpa's opinion, but there is still an unspeakable bitterness in his heart, and he always feels that he owes too much to Grey. He didn't know how long his friendship with the grey beast could last, but as long as the conditions allowed, he would surely keep the promises he had made with Grey before coming back often to visit this special friend. When it was almost midnight, Joan finally returned home and could not wait to boil water to take a bath. After bathing, he felt relaxed. He wished to lie down on the soft bed immediately and sleep comfortably until dawn. However, strong willpower forced Joan to dispel laziness, drink a cup of Tears of God soaked in liquid medicine to relieve fatigue, and rejuvenate to practice the spells he mastered 10 times. There is nothing to say about endoscopy, and freezing rays have also been mastered very well. As for the mage's hand, through thousands of trainings to catch leeches during this time, all the details of the casting have been deeply imprinted on Joe. In the mind, there is almost a muscular memory, and you don't even need to deliberately maintain the concentration of the spell to relax. According to the usual habit, Joan always used some lead blocks as a training tool when he practiced the master's hand. A lead block weighs about 5 pounds, which happens to be the weight limit of the master's hand. Today, there is something abnormal. Joan grabbed the lead block with the hand of the mage, feeling unprecedentedly relaxed, and a thought came out of it, telling him that he could pick up a heavier object. Prompted by this whim, Joan took the lead by the remote master's hand. His hunch was immediately verified, and the 2 lead blocks totaled 10 pounds. which was easily picked up by the invisible magic hand, and felt no effort at all. Mage Joan scratched his head in wonder, and tried to grab the third, fourth, and fifth lead blocks, all successfully completed, which made him more curious and shocked, and continued to increase the weight limit until he caught at the same time it took 8 lead blocks, a total of 40 pounds of weight. So feel a slight tingling on both sides of the forehead, and the remote control force has reached the upper limit. Fatigue and surprise prevented Joan from continuing to stay focused. At the moment when his attention was slightly distracted, the mage's hand resolved itself, and the lead blocks piled up above the palm of the force field were scattered on the floor. Joan didn't understand what was going on for a long time. Why did the upper limit of the weight of the master's hand suddenly increase sevenfold? Is this a good thing or a bad thing? He yawned, and had to admit that he couldn't think about this complex problem in a state of exhaustion, and put aside his thoughts to go to bed. And it was not too late to recuperate tomorrow. Chapter 28. Hand of the High Mage Joan fell asleep until dawn and woke up feeling refreshed and energetic. As he thought last night, enough sleep helps the brain to rejuvenate. Sitting in bed to recall the strange things of last night, he soon thought of a reasonable explanation. In order to verify his guess, Joan performed endoscopies to enter a state of meditation. The hazy light and shadow gathered into a row of data. Among them, the physical attribute data was no different from the previous one, but the occupation level had changed significantly. After a night, Joan was no longer a master apprentice, and was quietly promoted to an official level 1 master. At the same time as the caste level increased, Joan also gained the authority to use one ring of arcane. The combination of the wizard's level and intelligence attributes provides him with a total of 2 1st-level spell slots. As long as he has sufficient rest, he can obtain 2 1st-level spell slots every day through the Link Magic Net. As for which spells are filled for these spell slots, it depends on which level arcane spells you master. After the initial excitement, Joan gradually realized that he couldn't increase his level without comprehension before comprehending the 1st-level spell. Conversely, since you have become a 1st-level wizard, it should logically have at least mastered a 1st-level spell, which is consistent with causal logic. Joan hasn't learned any 1st-level spells systematically. What is the problem? Recalling the strange experience of practicing the hands of the master last night, Joan gradually discovered the key to the problem. I don't know whether it's luck or benefit from the high-intensity training during this period. Joan has a new understanding of the mage's hand. The magic power invoked by this spell has greatly exceeded the scope of the zero-ring trick. I don't know. Unconsciously upgraded to hands of higher masters. Higher master's hand requires 1 ring of spell slots to activate. Joan has slept for 8 hours, and then sat on the bed for an hour to prepare the spell. Both 1st-level spell slots are stored in the higher mage hand. In fact, he does not have other 1st-level spells to choose from. From mage's hand to higher mage's hand, it belongs to the standard quantitative change causes qualitative change, which belongs to a very important subject in the magic theory system of the Velice world, and scholars have carried out research on this subject, so many bookshelves that can fill a wall. Joan also dabbled in this subject. From the perspective of the 3 elements of a spell, the basic functions of a spell are usually not significantly changed after it is upgraded to the advanced version. For example, the role of mage's hand is to remotely control objects, and it is still the function after being upgraded to higher mage's hand. So the seed and starting character of the spell are no different from the lower level version. In the same way, the casting materials before and after the upgrade of the spell will usually not change. The only significant change in the 3 elements is the rule element of the spell. Taking the mage's hand as an example, the upper limit of the spell's weight is about 5 pounds, and the basic range is 25 feet. With the increase of the caster level, the upper limit of the range will increase year on year. But the increase is not large. When the mage's hand was promoted to the higher mage's hand, the 2 most important elements of the rules above were significantly changed. After Joan personally tested it, he found that the maximum load of the High Master's hand is about 40 pounds, which is equivalent to 8 times the Master's hand, and the basic range is 100 feet, which is equivalent to 4 times before the upgrade. In addition to this, each time Joan raises a mage level, the upper limit of the mage's hand will increase by 10 feet. In contrast, the caster's upper limit for each level of the mage's hand increases by only 2.5. The growth rate is only about an fifth of the hand of the higher master. After a comprehensive comparison of the mage's hand and the higher mage's hand, Joan found that the latter actually increased the weight limit and range on the basis of the former, and everything else was the same. Even the duration of the spell is exactly the same as long as the caster can stay focused. The hand of the High Mage can always play a role. There are usually two ideas for improving a spell. One is to find the unreasonable design of the existing spell and make small adjustments to make it try to maximize the energy level allowed by the current spell position. This improvement method it is called optimization. Thousands of spells have been handed down in the world of Veils, and some of them are very well optimized. For example, the most well-known fireball spell structure is almost perfect. The maximum power of a 3-ring spell cannot be displayed too much. However, there are some spells that are just the opposite. For example, the well-known Ice Cone, the original spell configuration has not been carefully optimized. As a 5th level spell, it is not even as practical as 3rd level Fireball in most cases. Can be said to be the opposite of magic optimization. The basic principle of optimizing a spell is to keep the number of spell rings unchanged. For example, the upper limit of the energy level of the 3rd ring spell level is 10 degrees group, and the best fireball optimization work can exert the maximum potential of the 3rd ring spell position, but it cannot exceed the upper limit of the energy level, otherwise the 3rd ring spell position. Because of the inability to carry this overpowering spell, I have to use the 4th ring and even higher spell slots to accommodate it. This is no longer optimization, but the second way to improve the spell upgrade. The magic power called by the High Master's hand has already greatly exceeded the upper limit of the energy level of the 0-ring trick. Therefore, from Master's hand to Higher Master's hand is a standard upgraded evolution, which must inevitably occupy more higher level spell slots. Joan can only get 2 1st level spell slots per day, that is, the hands of a high level wizard at most 2 times. For Joan, who desperately needs to study and practice this new spell repeatedly, each spell slot is very valuable. Fortunately, as long as you maintain a high degree of concentration, the hand of the High Master can continue to exist. In order to avoid waste, Joan greeted Candy in advance, and also instructed Jamie to keep the door and lock himself in the room for the whole day. Practice the hands of the Higher Master. From early morning until late at night, for a full 14 hours, Joan was in a state of spellcast concentration every minute and every second. In the first few hours, his spirit was completely focused on spells, and he was completely distracted. As he became more familiar with the hands of higher mages, he realized that he did not need to be overly nervous, and then he tried to drink and eat while maintaining concentration. Dried food, although there were several times during the period when the distraction caused the spell to dissolve. Fortunately, it was timely and alert, and finally there was a panic rescue. After insisting for 8 hours, Joan could not bear it anymore, and his mental exhaustion was reflected in the way of drowsiness and headache, sitting there and dozing off, dizziness and nausea. Of course, Joan knew that a long time of concentration would put a heavy burden on his nerves, but he was not willing to give up now. The talent of the mage mainly depends on the level of intelligence. Since his intelligence is not outstanding, he can only make up for the gap with genius by redoubled efforts and perseverance. Joan took out the Tears of Gods, soaked a cup of potion and poured it down, relieved mental fatigue with the help of medicine, and clenched his teeth for 6 hours before ending his concentration, like a cut stump that fell down on the bed. Half unawake and half awake, Joan remembered that there is still one ring of spells that is useless today, which is really a waste. It just went to sleep with a trace of regret. Chapter 29 Bloodroot. The young man was anti-tossing. Joan slept like a corpse last night. When he woke up in the morning, he recovered his energy. Candy was very careful. He carefully looked at him for a long time at breakfast, and finally found a white hair on his head as expected. Pulling out that white hair by hand, Candy sternly warned Joan not to be too desperate. Beware of excessive brain use before aging. Joan now is full of magic in his head, and his hair is not an important organ. Even if he has white hair overnight, he doesn't care, let alone a white hair. However, he couldn't help expressing his kindness, and decided to shorten the time of daily specialization in magic to 12 hours. In addition, he would go to the swamp every 2 days to visit Gray. I will continue to help Dr. Kyrandil to catch leeches and collect herbs. There is no need to stay focused on casting spells while away. For Joanne, this is even a holiday for his brain. At 10 o'clock in the morning on February 14th, Joan walked into the lizard marsh again 2 days later. Just before the dirt where Gray first met him, Joan saw a gray figure sitting down under the broken pine tree. "Gray, I'm back!" Joan shouted at Tuppo. The grey bag beast jumped up in surprise, and ran down in 3 and 2 steps. He could not help but hug Joan, and threw him up excitedly. Joan felt like a cannonball, shot at the sky with a swish. The wind whispered in his ear, and his face was pale with fright. Fortunately, Gray only made a slightly rude joke with him. When he fell from the sky, he raised his hand to catch it and put it firmly on his shoulder. Joan sat on the wide shoulders of the grey bag beast, and after a while he panted evenly, patting the back of Gray's head, and counted down angrily, "You want to scare me? Don't play this dangerous game in the future." Gray grinned and smiled, wondering if he listened. "Gray, take me back to your cave. There are bloodroots growing in that area. I want to collect some," Joan said with a sign. Gray barely understood his intentions, nodded cleverly, and took a big step toward the home. This time Gray took a shortcut, and it took less than half an hour to land on the island hidden in the reeds. Joan jumped off the shoulder of the grey bag, moved his numb legs and feet, and then walked towards the grass behind the cave. Gray followed him step by step, curious in his eyes. Seeing Joan squat down to gather a piece of grass, Gray's blankness increased a bit. He had some impressions of this purple root plant. If the grass was not stepped on very much, the milky white slurry from the roots and the skin was numb and itchy and uncomfortable. It didn't understand why Joan felt the poisonous grass. Interest. The root rhizome extract of bloodroot has a calming effect and is very effective for treating symptoms such as insomnia, epilepsy, and mental disorders. Joan recapitulated the explanatory text in the pharmacy manual given by Dr. Kyrandil. As for whether Gray can understand it is unknown. A bloodroot grass with complete roots can be sold at the high price of 5 silver coins in Dr. Kyrandil's clinic, which is equivalent to Joan catching 50 leeches, and the labor is slightly more. This is obviously a more efficient way to make money. Joan swept around the cave and collected a total of 44 bloodroots. He plans to sell half of it to doctors, leaving half to practice the skills of refining medicine. It's already difficult to find bloodroots nearby, and they may be a little further away, and Joan tells Gray to pay attention to other areas in the swamp where bloodroots grow. Sit back in the cave, drink some water, take a breath, and then catch the leech. Catching leeches is really a boring job. Gray looked around for a while, probably bored, and jumped into the mud to take a bath. While enjoying himself, suddenly he turned and jumped up. The mud splashed Joan. "What's wrong, Gray?" Joan looked at the grey beast in surprise. "Mudge." Gray growled angrily, groping for a few seconds with his backhand near the butt, pulling out a black snake with the length of 2 feet and a prismatic head. This water snake is as small as an earthworm compared to the tall grey bag, but it has a fierce habit that is disproportionate to its size. It wraps around Gray's wrist and bites its arm. Joan initially saw Gray's bitten by a snake and couldn't help laughing. but soon realized that the black water snake was likely to be poisonous and quickly reminded Gray to throw it away. Gray himself didn't care. With its thick skin and thick body, the bite of this snake is like a normal person bitten by mosquitoes. Moreover, it has been in the swamp for many years and has already developed resistance to various toxins. This water snake is in his eyes. It is nothing more than a toy. When he was bitten by a water snake, Gray was not in a hurry or annoyance, but just clenched his fist, and his arm muscles immediately tightened, like a twisted steel bar, which easily broke the snake teeth into the skin, and the newly injected snake venom was also forced to come out. Joan saw a trace of black blood oozing out of Gray's arm, and suddenly remembered that a pharmacy experiment was recorded in K. Randall's pharmacy handbook. The snake venom and bloodroot grass slurry were mixed in a ratio of 1 to 20, and the prepared mixture was injected in the living body. It will quickly react with the blood, causing part of the limb and even the whole body of the living body to be paralyzed. If the injection dose is large, it may even paralyze the heart of the creature, unable to breathe, and die from suffocation in a short time. Gray, don't kill the snake first. I want to be useful, Joan said loudly at the Gray bag. Gray turned and walked over, throwing the poisonous water snake ashore. Joan thought without hesitation to play the hand of the High Master, holding down the still twisting water snake, freed his hands to unpack the backpack, took out a glass condiment bottle, and emptied the salt inside to collect snake poison. There were so many water snakes in the mud, and Joan couldn't care about catching leeches for the next afternoon. With the help of Gray, he caught hundreds of poisonous snakes, cut the jaws of the poisonous snakes with a dagger, and took out the poisonous glands to squeeze out the venom. Collect bottles. When the sun was setting, Joan was already full of a bottle of snake venom, carrying his suitcase and going home. Gray's eyes were full of reluctance, but he no longer forced him to stay as before, picking Joan on his shoulders as he came, striding across the swamp, striding him all the way to the swamp. Looking north from here, vaguely visible buildings in Dillon Town, every household raised smoke. Gray, see you tomorrow. Joan waved goodbye to the Gray Beast and took his suitcase to go home. Chapter 30. Poisoning. Joan returned today earlier than usual. The sky was not completely dark when he walked into the town. The open doors and windows on both sides of the street smelled of toast and stew, which seduced his stomach and made him voluntarily accelerate his pace towards the clinic. Dr. Calendill just sent away the last patient who made an appointment today. When he was about to lock the door and saw Joan, he invited him into the clinic and casually asked him how he got today. Joan opened the backpack and first took out the wooden box containing the leech. He often said that he could bring back thousands of fresh leeches, but today there are only less than 200 larks in the box. Dr. Calendill was wondering why he had so little harvest today. Joan pulled out 2 large bundles of moist soil-wrapped root plants from his backpack, and finally took out a glass of translucent liquid. Ampoule. The doubt in the half-elf size was quickly replaced by surprise, and he couldn't help asking Joan, where did you collect so many bloodroots? A place deep in the lizard swamp. Deep in the swamp? Dr. Calendill was even more surprised. You'd better not go to that terrible place again. It's not worth the risk of life for a few herbs. A friend helped me gather bloodroot grass. It lives in a swamp and is familiar with the environment there. Dr. Calendill opened his mouth, and finally pressed down on the urge to find the bottom. He turned to take the glass bottle, looked at it, unscrewed the cork stopper carefully, and freed his left hand to move up to the top of the bottle and face him. The direction of the fan lightly fanned, so that the fine scent particles escaping from the narrow-necked bottle floated towards the tip of his nose, and immediately smelled a faint astringent. It seems to be a glandular secretion of some kind of organism. Calendill made a guess based on his pharmaceutical experience. Joan nodded admiringly. It's a toxin secreted by a black water snake. Calendill took out a small dropper, drew a drop of snake venom from the narrow-necked flask and smeared it on the light grey test paper, illuminating it against the candlelight, and pondered, it should be the toxin of the wire snake. This thing it is very effective in treating joint and muscle swelling and pain. Each ounce is worth hundreds of gold dagger. Joan looked at the small bottle of snake venom he had collected, and visually looked like a 0.5 ounce, with a value of not less than 50 gold dagger, at least equivalent to 5,000 leeches. Are you going to sell them all? Kailendil pointed to the bloodroot grass and snake venom on the table, his eyes burning. Joan could see that Mr. Kailendil was very interested in these rare herbs. After a little thought, he decided to be honest. Doctor, I want to keep some herbs for practice. Kailendil stunned slightly, and then he heard what he meant. 20 parts of bloodroot extract with a refined snake venom. Joan nodded embarrassedly. That kind of toxin is dangerous. Kailendil stopped talking. Please don't worry, I will never use poison to harm people. Joan swears, and also adds a sentence in his heart, unless the other party actively provokes me. Kailendil hesitated for a long time before reluctantly nodding, and instructed Joan to strictly adhere to the moral bottom line of medical practitioners, neither to sell poison to those who misbehave for profit, nor to use living people as experimental subjects on the human body. Carrying out poison experiments, if they violate these creeds, they will be spurned by others, and even lead to prison. Joe listened quietly to Dr. Kailendil's teachings and carefully recorded every word he said. The refining of bloodroot grass and snake venom is not as simple as written in the book. If you have no experience and no equipment, you will definitely have problems if you rush to do it. It is nothing to waste precious materials. In case of an experimental accident, it's really dangerous. Dr. Kailendil sighed. You go home for dinner first, and come to my laboratory at 8 o'clock. I will teach you the technique of refining medicinal herbs. Thank you so much. Joan bowed excitedly to Dr. Kailendil. Bringing 40 gold coins from the sale of leeches and some medicinal herbs back home, Joanne wrote today's experience on paper and handed it to Candy, who was waiting for his dinner at the table. And by the way, he also indicated that he would go to Dr. Kailendil at night, take classes there. Really busy all day. Candy put down the note with a smile, and filled him with a bowl of creamy soup. Eat more and eat enough to learn. Potatoes and green beans are badly stewed, mixed with a lot of cream and ham crumbs, seasoned with salt, pepper, rosemary, rich in mouth, silky, mellow. This ultimate deliciousness almost stimulates Joan's tear glands out of control, and is to admit that Candy's cooking skills are much better than himself. A bowl of thick soup plus 2 large slices of thick toasted bread. Joan lowered the soup with satisfaction, thinking that the king's dinner was no different. Candy, there are ingredients at home. Yes, but there is not much left. I will go to Aunt Barbara's shop tomorrow to buy. Joan nodded, took out his money bag, counted 10 gold coins and handed it to Candy. I made a lot of money today. You can use it to buy food, which is considered to be a household this month. Candy took the gold coin, hesitated for a long time, and finally said something in his heart. Joan, my injury is almost cured, and I might be home before the end of the month. Joan froze for a moment, then remembered that Candy was not his family, but lived in the town temporarily, and eventually left. After all, she also had her own family and relatives and friends. When are we leaving? Not determined yet. Wait for my parents to pick me up. Got it. I wish you a family reunion as soon as possible. I'm gone. Will you be sad? Even if only a little. Maybe. Kian didn't dare to look directly at the girl's clear gaze, and hurriedly got up with a vague response. It's too early to say that. I'm leaving now. On the street, Joan's mood calmed down in the cold night breeze. Looking back at what Candy said just now, I feel a bit heavy. In fact, Candy came to Dylan only a month, but in his subconscious, this hearty and lively Azagirl seems to have become an integral part of the family, not necessarily thinking about her. But there are few at home such a person would make him feel empty. However, Joan had to face reality. It was just an accident that Candy walked into his life. She and he were not in the same world, just like two roads. After a short intersection, they still had to return to the normal state of running things. After all, Joan was not a passionate seed. After walking along the street for a while, his mood gradually returned to calm, and he no longer struggled with candy to stay. His thoughts returned to the pharmacy experiment class tonight. Chapter 31 Alchemy Lab. When the bell tower of the town church rang again, Joan walked into Dr. K.I. Randall's laboratory, and there were no more thoughts in his mind. From 8 o'clock to 11 o'clock, he maintained a high degree of concentration during the 2 hours. He first carefully observed the operation demonstration of Dr. K. and then tried to operate complex alchemy instruments under the guidance of the doctor. The purified snake venom extracts bloodroot. While he was busy, Joan didn't forget to take notes. Record all operation points. The hard work of the whole night was not in vain. Under the guidance of K.I. Randall, Joan basically mastered the common skills of refining drugs and successfully prepared his first paralytic toxin. The finished paralytic toxin will quickly decompose and fail under strong light. Joan carefully transfers these expensive and dangerous liquids to the frosted glass reagent bottle, plugs it with a cork stopper, attaches a silver shading protective film, and carefully puts it in backpack. Then leave to Dr. K. The half-elf sent him out and gave Joan a key to the pharmacy laboratory before leaving. Tomorrow I will travel a long distance, go to Leiden Port to attend the industry annual meeting, and also visit some old friends. And now it is not good when I will come back. You can hold this key. You can come to the laboratory at any time, and the instrument use it at will. But you must pay attention to safety, try not to touch those highly toxic or flammable and explosive materials, and keep the laboratory clean. Joan took the key and thanked gratefully. Not counting the house, just a whole set of alchemy and pharmaceutical equipment is worth tens of thousands of dollars. Due to Joan's current economic situation, I dare not dream of having my own equipment. Occasionally I can borrow K. He was very satisfied in Dr. R's laboratory. Holding the key to the laboratory door tightly, Joan ran on the street shrouded in the night, almost unable to restrain the urge to cheer. This key is too precious. Joan secretly decided to pick up the cover and move it into the laboratory tomorrow, and lay the floor in the laboratory at night in order to make full use of precious time and equipment. Joan's strong interest in alchemy and pharmacy is not just at the theoretical level. Just as he configured paralytic toxins not only to exercise pharmaceutical skills, all the skills should be applied to practice in the final analysis, and his emphasis on practicality even to exceed the theory itself. When passing by the blacksmith's shop on the street, Joan was attracted by the tinkling iron hitting and couldn't help but stop. The most famous blacksmith shop in Dillon is Flint Anvil's Industry. The old dwarf is not only proficient in forging skills, but also an experienced warrior. He is also the instructor of the Dillon Town Militia and the two brothers of the Maidendale. Dick and Roger are the proud disciples taught by Flint Anvil. Next to the blacksmith shop is a weapon and armor shop, which is also the property of the Flint family. All four walls display fine weapons, shields, and armor from the hands of the dwarves. Joan walked around the weapon shop and spent 3 kindugas to buy 6 stainless steel forged and polished sharp shuttle darts. Joan paid for it. In addition to the darts, he also received a bonus belt with a row of slots on the outside of the belt that can be used to store darts. Grandpa Joan is a high-level ranger, and he is good at crossbows and darts. Joan grew up hunting with his grandfather since he was a child. He also spent a lot of effort to learn to throw darts. Although this skill has been abandoned in the past 2 years, after all, the foundation is still there. After a little training, it is not difficult to recover 7 or 8 points. Of the 6 newly purchased darts, Joan intends to leave 5 for daily practice, and one of them will be quenched with his own paralytic toxin, in case of unexpected needs. Early the next morning, Joan went to the clinic to see off Dr. K. who was about to travel, and carried the clinic's mannequin home. This model is actually a humanoid wooden figure, about 6 feet tall, similar to the figure of an adult man. The wooden figure is covered with a layer of soft leather, and the anatomical drawings of the main organs, bones, muscles and blood vessels of the human body are drawn with precise and delicate brush strokes, and distinguish with different colors. This type of model is very common in clinics or medical schools, but it seems a bit horrifying in the eyes of ordinary people, especially in this gloomy and misty morning. Joan carried a mannequin across the street and looked as if carrying a gauze-skinned body was so scared that passers-by avoided it. Joan didn't care what the passers-by thought about himself, and hurriedly carried the mannequin back to his small courtyard before causing more riots, and stood the model upright against the wall. Joan stood 20 feet away from the mannequin, drawing a line on the ground as a boundary, and stood on the line to observe the model. Affected by the gloomy weather, the light in the courtyard was a bit dim. Fortunately, Joan's vision was sharp enough, and the blood vessels and muscle lines on the model could be clearly seen 20 feet apart. When he was ready, Joan drew a dart from his waist, followed Grandpa's original instructions, sandwiched this 2-inch-long, cold heavy weapon between his right index finger and middle finger, took a deep breath, and shook his wrist suddenly. The darts were thrown out. A flash of cold light flew through the sky, and there was a muffled noise from the opposite wall. Joan walked over and saw the dart embedded in the wall, half a foot from the target. Since Joan began specializing in magic 2 years ago, he has hardly practiced throwing darts. The most important thing about martial arts practice is perseverance. After 2 days of non-practice and hand training, let alone 2 years of desertion, Joan was not surprised by his poor performance. He pulled out the darts and returned to the boundary, concentrating on throwing again. This time, Joan threw out 5 darts one after another, and then checked the target. 1 hit the chest, 2 hit the waist, and the other 2 missed the target. The score was not good, but the progress was obvious. Joan retracted the dart and continued to practice. Throwing darts is no better than practicing magic. It consumes much more energy than the latter. Joan can maintain his spellcast concentration from morning to night, but when it comes to throwing darts, it takes only an hour to practice the right arm. Joan had to stop and rest. At this time, Candy came with Jamie, looked up and down at the mannequin with the dart pierced, and asked him curiously, "What are you doing?" "Practice throwing darts." Joan explained briefly. "Mage, what's the matter if you don't practice magic and practice darts?" Candy was angry and funny. Of course Joan had considered this question. At this stage, the level of spells he masters is too low, and the number is too small. The offensive spell has only 1 frozen ray, which is not worth mentioning. Most low-level mages will carry out some martial arts training outside of daily magic practice, which can not only enhance self-protection ability, but also strengthen the body. After all, the body is the cost of learning. If you break the body, the talent is high. No point. Chapter 32 Darts. In addition to self-defense and fitness, there is a more important reason for Joan to practice throwing darts, that is, to further develop the practical use of the hands of higher masters. These things are too cumbersome to say, and he did not like the long explanation, so in the face of Candy's question, he simply replied, "This is not your business." "Well, you know what you say." Candy snatched a dart from him, looked at it, and threw it on the table in disgust. "I don't like this kind of dart." "We the hunters of the Algonquin tribe also use darts when hunting. But it is completely different from yours, larger and heavier, looks like a large banana, usually made of hardwood or horns, dug at both ends empty, inject melted lead to increase weight." Candy draws a sketch of the Azad darts on the ground with branches, and introduces them to Joan. Throwing such darts requires special skills. In the hands of smart hunters, throwing the darts that go out can not only accurately hit the prey, but also return to the hunter. "I have seen the kind of throwing weapon you mentioned in the book. If I remember correctly, that thing is called boomerang?" Joan asked Candy. "Yes, it's a boomerang. Unfortunately, I won't make this weapon, otherwise you can switch to a boomerang. which is much stronger than the tiny darts. Candy sighed regretfully. Joan didn't say anything. He does not think that boomerang is more suitable for his current needs than darts. It is true that the Acer's boomerang is more powerful and has a longer range. Unfortunately, the skills used are quite complicated. I am afraid that it will take a lot of energy to reach the realm of freedom. Moreover, the boomerang is a long-range blunt weapon. Without a blade, it can't quench poison, and it can't play his strengths in the field of poison. Candy knew that Joan would rather be alone, and after a few chats with him, he took Jamie to inspect the forest behind the mountain. After Candy left, Joan continued to practice throwing darts. After a period of recovery, now the darts he throws can be sure to hit the target. As for whether he can hit the key depends on luck. This is not his short-term goal. After the darts reached a certain level of accuracy, Joan no longer continued the current practice method, and instead displayed the hand of the higher master, remotely controlling the invisible force field to throw the darts. This is the real highlight. The High Master's hand is similar to Joan's hands in terms of strength and flexibility, and there are two advantages that the real arm does not have. First, the extension distance is up to 110 feet, and second, the force field arm has the color is invisible, more suitable for launching a sneak attack. After a few days of training, Joan has been able to skillfully use the hand of the High Mage to hold daggers to perform basic tricks such as poke and block, and on this basis, try to remotely control the hand of the High Mage to throw darts. Further explore the potential of this spell. Joan is satisfied with the results of the first attempt. All the 5 darts thrown by the hand of the High Master hit the target, which is not much different from throwing it by hand. In order to give full play to the advantage of the higher mage's hand in extending the distance, in the next practice, Joan hangs the palm of the remote control force field over the boundary line, and then keeps retreating until he reaches the opposite wall. At this time, the distance between the High Master's hand and the target is still maintained at about 20 feet. And Joan's distance to the target is 60 feet. He must remotely control the High Master's hand to throw darts at a distance of 40 feet. You have to take into account the aiming target. It is not easy to do both at the same time. Joan practiced for a whole morning before reluctantly reaching the target, and the darts thrown out could basically hit the target. After lunch, Joan returned to the courtyard and continued to practice hard throwing darts with the hand of a High Master. The space inside the courtyard wall was not enough for him to display, so he moved the target outside the courtyard and placed it against the big tree. Joan drew a boundary line 20 feet directly in front of the target to ensure that the Higher Master's hand floated about 5 feet above the boundary line. He continued to retreat until he was 140 feet away from the target. The magic link between the Higher Master's hand has stretched to the limit. If you continue to pull away, the magic link will break, and the Higher Master's hand will also be eliminated. Joan stopped at the limit distance, 100 feet away, and remotely controlled the High Master's hand to aim at the target and throw darts. At such a long distance, targeting is no longer possible. The organs and blood vessels on the target surface are blurred in Joan's field of vision. Just a bunch of red and blue color lines are intertwined with each other, let alone precise hits. Crucially, even getting on the target becomes extremely difficult. Joan tried 3 rounds, only 4 of the 15 darts hit the target, and he could not even determine whether this was a manifestation of his true level or it was pure luck. The next round encountered a change in wind direction, and the airflow disturbance caused 5 darts to miss the target. This made Joan realize that the small dart-throwing weapon is indeed as flawed as Canty said, especially in the case of high winds. The precision head will be greatly affected. Joan remotely picked up the darts with the hand of the Higher Master, and threw it repeatedly, like the same machine with a clockwork, repeating the above process continuously. The boring practice lasted for a whole day, and Joan didn't close the job until the sun set and he couldn't see the target clearly. How effective has been the hard work all day? Joan himself had no idea, but one thing is certain: he will continue to persevere. After dinner, Joan took the key given to him by Dr. Kyle and went to the laboratory. The remaining bloodroot and snake venom were all extracted and refined into paralytic toxins, which were carefully applied to the sides of the dart's head, prismatic blade. The quenched dart flickered in the blue light under the moonlight. Joan couldn't find a suitable living creature test toxicity for a time, so he put the poisoned dart into the waist pocket to avoid the decomposition of paralytic toxin under strong light. After finishing these things, the time has come to 10 o'clock in the middle of the night. Joan cleaned the experiment table, and after washing, he got into the sleeping bag and clothes and lay down. In the early morning of the following day, Joanne woke up on the floor of the K-Island Alchemy Laboratory. After washing, it took an hour to prepare the spell. After eating a little dry food, I hurried out with the bag on my back. Bloodroot grass and snake venom have run out, and Joan intends to go to the swamp today to collect some more. Out of the town entrance, walk south along the river valley path. The vegetation along the way gradually became lush, and the road underneath became muddy. When Keoyang jumped out of the horizon completely, Joan reached the edge of the swamp, and unexpectedly saw the grey-bagged animal sitting on the dirt slope, dozing off against the stump. Chapter 33 Poisoning Grey. Good morning. Joan waved his greetings. The grey beast jumped up, cheered down the earth slope, and rushed towards him. Joan dodges alertly, lest he be caught by it again and thrown high. Fortunately, Grey still remembers his advice. This time, he didn't make any excessive jokes. He stretched his long arms and picked him up gently on his shoulders. Grey, today we continue to collect bloodroot grass, in addition to collecting snake venom. Mott. Grey patted his strong chest, indicating no problem. It hasn't been idle in these 2 days, wandering around in the swamp and finding several areas where bloodroots grow. As for the venomous snake, there is no need to deliberately search for it, as much as the depth of the mud. Today Joan arrived a little early. The fog over the swamp has not completely dissipated. Fortunately, Grey is familiar with the terrain and his walking speed in the fog is not reduced. As we approached the small island where the Grey Cave was located, there was a snapping sound of water hitting in the fog ahead. Joan immediately looked over alertly, gently reminding Grey to be careful. Grey nodded, leaned over to pick up a stone as large as a grinding disc, carrying the stone with one hand, and walking lightly towards the area where the tapping sound came. Through the hazy mist, 2 strangely fat crocodiles were seen lying in the mud, with their tails entangled tightly. The tapping sound that Joanne heard just now is actually the movement of the 2 giant alligators' tails when they beat the mud. It turned out to be 2 crocodiles. Kiawan breathed a sigh of relief and immediately lowered his guard. In this early spring season when the grass warbler flies, the crocodiles in the marshland have also entered the breeding period one after another, and the scene in front is not worthy of fuss. Grey tilted his head and looked at the 2 crocodiles that were still releasing passion. He touched the belly that had not eaten, licked his lips, and suddenly raised his right arm, and threw the big rock in his hand. The huge stone made a beautiful arc in the air. Just like the ballistic calculation, it hit the head of the male crocodile above precisely. With a muffled noise, the blood burst, and the male crocodile's head flopped softly. The female crocodile crushed in the mud pond smelled bloody, and was so scared that he turned and flung away the male crocodile. When he sniffed it, he seemed to confirm that his partner had not been saved. The grudged eyes glared at Grey fiercely, twisting his body and quickly diving into the mud, leaving only a string of gurgling bubbles. Grey, that female crocodile hates you, Joan said with a wry smile. Mudge. Grizzly snorted dismissively, before he cared about the anger of the reptile, strode toward the body of the male crocodile, and could not wait for a good meal. However, at this moment, its footsteps suddenly stagnate, all 6 eyes wide open, staring straight at the male crocodile in a daze. Joan was also aware of the abnormal situation at this time, and quickly jumped off Grey's shoulders, hurried forward 2 steps, his eyes touched the crocodile's body, and could not help but take a breath. Under Joan and Gray's gaze, the male crocodile's body was twisting and deforming at a rate visible to the human eye. The limbs were elongated, the snout and tail were shortened, and the layer on the surface was originally dark brown and rough in texture. Scale armor quickly morphed into more neat and dense dark green scales. When all the above transformations were completed, the body crawling in the mud suddenly changed from a giant crocodile to a lizard man. Witnessing this scene with my own eyes, Joan and Gray, you look at me, I look at you. Both are incredible. The suffocating silence lasted for a long time, and Joan took the lead to break the silence, with a bit of bitterness in his words. Gray were probably in big trouble. After all, Joan is more knowledgeable than the simple-minded grey-bat beast. He has long heard that the lizardman tribe is the most powerful force in the swamp. After the initial shock, he also recalled that my grandfather once said that the most respected class of the lizardman tribe is called shaman. The shaman is actually a druid. Some higher-level lizardman shamans not only ability to perform natural divine magic and master the supernatural ability of wild transformation, can be transformed into a variety of bird and beast reptiles, of course, including crocodiles. If Joan was right, the unlucky ghost who had just been killed by Gray with a boulder was probably a young lizard man shaman, and the female crocodile he had with him in the wild might be both a lizard man shaman and a man-animal partner of the dead. In the moral ethics of human society, the combination of human and animal is undoubtedly a very shameful depraved behavior. But the lizard people group may not follow the same moral norms. Considering that the lizard people themselves have the characteristics of reptiles, and they are cold-blooded animals like crocodiles, Joanne guessed that the lizardman might not care about this kind of thing at all. In any case, the status of a lizardman shaman in the tribe will never be low. The lizardman family, who has always been known for its eyebrows, may not be willing to give up, and Joan dare not imagine how they will pursue revenge. The mist above the swamp had been dispelled by the sun, and Joan looked deep into the mud, recalling the bitter glance of the female crocodile when he fled, and the ominous hunch intensified. Gray, we have to leave here as soon as possible. Trying not to leave footprints. At this time, the greyback beast also realized that he might have inadvertently offended the irresistible forces, nodded obediently, picked up Joan and jumped into the mud, wading towards the small island in the grass of Zexin. The muddy water is not over its waist, and it is very difficult to walk, but only in this way can the footprints be covered by the accumulated water on the island. Joan's nerves relaxed a little, praying to the lizardman not to catch up. At this time a shadow floated over his head, and he looked up, and a particularly powerful crow was hovering in the air. Joan had a hunch that the crow seemed to be watching him and Gray. The sense of crisis prompted his nerves to be a little allergic, and he wondered whether to use the hand of a higher mage to throw poison darts to solve the suspicious crow above his head. Joan raised his head and visually inspected the height. The crow was about 100 feet from the ground. At such a distance, he really missed a hit. The crow seemed to be aware of his killing intent, croaked twice, and suddenly turned around and flew away, disappearing in a blink of an eye. Joan's hunch was soon verified. He and Gray returned to the cave, and after a short while there was a murky movement, quickly from far and near. Gray, you stay in the cave and don't make a noise. I'll go out and see the situation. After Joan explained, he walked out of the cave quietly and moved forward under the cover of the cliff shadows and bushes. About 20 yards out, a gust of wind blew past. The grass in front fell down with the wind, and two figures appeared. Chapter 34. Lizard Man Joan squatted down quickly, hiding his breath in the dense trees and observing the two uninvited guests through the gap between the trees and trees. Unsurprisingly, the two were lizardmen, wearing shabby leather armor and armed with spears. One of them was carrying a rectangular skin shield diagonally, and the other was carrying a leather bag with 3 javelins. The two lizardmen seemed to be seasoned warriors, waving their spears carefully while walking, plucking the surrounding grass, obviously searching for traces. One of the lizardmen asked a companion, and the other shook his head and whispered a string of strangely pronounced words. The lizardman's language is completely different from humans, and Joan can only understand one or two words, thus confirming that they should use dragon language. This ancient language is not limited to the use of dragons. Humanoid creatures, such as lizardmen and kobolds, who own or consider themselves to have dragon blood, are also keen to use this language, which in their view is older and more noble than any other language. Joan was guessing what the two lizardmen were talking about. A rough bird crowed in the air, and a red-eyed crow landed. It was the crow who tracked him and Grey not long ago. When the two lizardmen saw the crow, they immediately stopped and stood upright with a respectful look. The crow fell in the grass, radiating a golden brilliance all over his body. His body quickly expanded, and turned into a lizard-man shaman in a grey robe and a wooden staff in front of Joan's eyes. The lizardman shaman talked to the two samurai in dragon language, then turned and walked to the middle of the island. He stopped at the cave door where Grey hid, and his dark red eyes stared at the mouth of the cave, revealing the cold killing intention. "Get out!" the lizardman shaman shouted into the depths of the cave in a slightly sturdy human lingua franca. "You are nowhere to escape the murderer who killed my brother Cohen." The echo lingered among the forest, and the cave was silent. "Master Chud, since the murderer has no courage to come out and face you, let me and Bunker go in and drag them out." A lizard warrior could not wait to fight. His companion also held up shields and spears, his face eager to try. The lizardman shaman Chud pondered for a few seconds and gently nodded. "One of the murderers is a human teenager, not worth mentioning, and the other is like a giant clan. It looks difficult to deal with. Do not underestimate the two of you. Our brother is working, but Lord Chud is at ease." The lizardman warrior stood up confidently, striding into the cave with a spear, and his partner quickly followed. Seeing this scene, Joan couldn't help worrying about Grey hiding in the cave. He squatted in the grass and moved his feet, intending to return to the cave to help Grey deal with the two lizard warriors. However, as soon as he moved, lizardman shaman Chud immediately sensed and turned back suddenly, his fiery eyes flashing an alert light. Joan quickly leaned over and hid in the depths of the grass, and the atmosphere dared not breathe. "Who's there? Don't get out of me!" Chud yelled at the bushes where Joan was hiding. His gaze shifted uncertainly, and he was not sure if he had just heard the wind or the footsteps. "Well, sneaky reptiles, see how long you can hide." Chud chanted the magic prayers in a low voice, and the strong and scorching magic gathered in his hands, quickly condensing into a burning flame. Chud's left hand was evenly spread, holding the flaming flame in his palm, and waved his hand suddenly. The flame flew away from the palm and flew to the bushes. The bush where Joan hides is about 15 yards away from the fire. Although he hasn't been burned yet, the heat waves and smoke have spread before the fire, especially the pungent smoke, which makes him almost cough. "Stand up." Joan pulled up the hem of his cloak to cover his nose and mouth, resisting the urge to cough, and looked around through the fireworks, hoping to escape from the rapidly spreading fire without disturbing Chud. However, he was disappointed to find that Chud happened to be stuck in the only direction where there was no fire, and with his poor strength, once he was traced by Chud, he would definitely die. Just as disappointment gradually turned into despair, the roar of Grey came suddenly from the depths of the cave ahead, followed by a screaming numbness, prompting Chud to turn his attention immediately. Footsteps came from the cave. A lizard stumbled out. The spear in his hand had been broken, the shield was smashed, his body was covered with blood, and his face was frightened as if he had just seen a ghost. "Bunker, what's the matter?" Chud snapped to the lizard warrior who escaped from the cave. Bunker shuddered, and the moment he looked at Chud, there was ecstasy in his eyes, as if the drowning man finally saw the rescue boat. He could not answer Chud's question and hurried towards him. However, just 2 steps later, a javelin suddenly flew behind him, accompanied by a roaring wind breaking into Bunker's back, and a piercing sound penetrated the body, and the blood-stained spear came out of his chest. Bunker's eyes widened, struggling to move a step forward, and he fell to Chud's feet and died. The lizard man shaman's gloomy face twitched slightly, gazing over the corpse under his feet to the cave. The grey-faced grizzled beast strode out of the hole and dragged a lizardman's body upside down in his right hand, looking like he was dragging a torn and ragged rag doll. Mage. The grey beast glared at Chud and roared loudly. His thick arm waved forward, using the lizardman's body as a throwing weapon, and smashed it hard. Chud had been guarding against this mad monster for a long time, and hurriedly fled to avoid. The left hand pushed outward, and the flaming flame shot away from the palm of the hand to the grey bag. The flames created by the fire technique hit Grey, leaving a trace of scorch on its wide and thick chest and immediately extinguished. The slight burn not only failed to scare Grey, but further stimulated its anger, and roared straight towards the lizardman shaman. Chud hurriedly cast the wooden stick to Grey's feet, and at the same time spit out a string of prayers. The wooden stick became a bucket-like, 5-yard-long piebald python on the ground, flicking the body and tightly holding Grey. All 6 eyes of the grey bag beast were burning with anger, roaring and protruding out a pair of giant palms, grasping the python's neck and tearing hard, accompanied by a crackling sound that made the scalp numb. This thick python was actually born by it torn in two. Grey dropped the python's broken limb contemptuously, and the broken corpse twisted and shrunk when it fell to the ground, and then returned to the wooden staff, only to be broken in two. "Damn monster, wait for me." The lizardman shaman was deeply shocked by the horror power of the grey bag beast, whispered a spellcasting gesture, and a twinkling flash of light appeared in his arms, as if countless blue and white snakes were moving back and forth against his arm. Chapter 35 Lightning Strike. Grey had a hunch that the lizardman shaman would cast spells again, speeding up and rushing up. Just as the fingertips were about to touch Chud's chest, the body of the lizardman shaman suddenly shrunk out of thin air, and turned into a crow with black feathers and red eyes. Grey froze for a moment, grabbed a stone and threw it into the air. The crow flapped its wings, easily avoiding the stone attack, and the sky croaked, showing a sense of mockery. Grey was so angry that he bent down again to find the stone. Chud's changing crow preemptively attacked. The bird's claws glanced down, a column of lightning struck down the sky, hitting the back of the grey bag beast. Ridge thundered. The power of the third ring lightning technique is far from comparable to that of the first ring lightning technique, and Grey's powerful physique is also a bit overwhelming. He was knocked down by the thunder and couldn't help groaning painfully. After a brief paralysis, he struggled to try get up. However, before he could even get up, another electric light descended from the sky, knocking it down again, and the back skin that was continuously struck by lightning was fleshed and bloody. Joan squatted in the bushes, watching the lizardman shaman summon thunder to bombard Grey. He was anxious and angry, but still trying to keep calm, thinking about how to help Grey out of trouble. If the lizardman shaman still stays on the ground, Joan can always rush up to fight with him desperately, but at this time the other party has turned into a crow and hangs in the air. What other means can threaten him? Joan raised his head to visually observe the flying height of the crow, about 20 yards from the bush he was hiding in. This was already far beyond the range limit of the frozen ray, and the dart could not maintain the accurate head at such a long distance. Obviously, the only thing he could rely on now, the only means of attack, is the hands of higher mages. Joan made a spellcasting gesture without thinking, and sang the mantra in a low voice. Rumor. The moment he spit out the spell activation character, Joan looked nervously into the sky, happily discovering that Chud didn't notice any abnormalities, and still devoted his main energy to maintaining the spell concentration, calling a third thunder to bombard Grey. Joan took a deep breath. Thousands of high-intensity training in the past had not been in vain, allowing him to keep his focus on the spell at an emergency. The remote control of the invisible magic hand pulled out the poisoned dart from his waist, quietly extended into the air, turned instantly, extending 50 feet away. There was less than 10 feet in height difference from the crow suspended in midair. Joan also wanted to remotely control the higher master's hand to continue to approach Chud, the closer the distance, the more confident the hit. Unfortunately, the lizard man shaman was more alert than he expected, and suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of the hand of the High Master. "Can't wait any longer." Joan gritted his teeth. His pupils contracted sharply, and concentrated all his mental strength on the remote control of the High Master's hand, struggling to throw out the poison dart. A silver horn suddenly flashed through the air, flying past the crow's belly. Joan groaned in his heart, subconsciously thinking that the poison dart he had just thrown missed. The crow's embarrassed turbulence rolled over, struggling to stretch his wings to stabilize his figure, and his scarlet eyes burned with anger, making a murderous cry to the trees where Joan was hiding. Boom! A ray of thunder fell down. Joan seemed to suddenly lose weight, bounced lightly, and rolled helplessly in the bushes. Severe pain accompanied by a sense of paralysis spread all over his body. He saw the crow like a runaway meteorite in dim light, struggling to flap his wings to try to stabilize the flying height, but still unable to fall down from his heart, and kept screaming in horror. Seeing this scene, Joan breathed a sigh of relief. In the last second before he lost consciousness, he knew that his dart had at least caused some abrasions to the lizardman shaman, and he was more relieved that the paralytic toxin applied on the dart was more effective than he expected. I don't know how long afterwards, a warm touch on his cheek made Joan gradually regain consciousness from the deep coma. Trying to get rid of the shackles of darkness, slowly opened his eyes, and saw a horrible and concerned face. Gray knelt beside Joan. His hands gently hugged his head, and he was sobbing sadly. All 6 eyes were full of tears, and the teardrops fell on Joan's face, bringing a familiar warmth. "Don't cry. I'm not dead yet." Joan smiled weakly. Gray's tears suddenly widened, his face full of sorrow quickly turned into ecstasy, and he jumped and cheered. Joan lay on the grass, moved his numb hands and feet a little, and stood up hard. No obvious trauma was found on the body, but half of the body was still numb, which was supposed to be the sequelae left by the lightning strike. Joan helped the bush to Gray and asked weakly, "How is that crow?" Mage. Gray's face was angry, and he turned and burrowed into the grass, dragging out a lizardman corpse. Joan can only recognize the identity of the deceased from the gray robes with bloodstains on the body, and then look at his almost squashed head. It is not difficult to imagine that Chud fell down after being poisoned and was caught by Gray, and he stepped on a foot. Head. Joan rested for 2 minutes, feeling that his energy had recovered, and walked to the body of the lizardman shaman to search carefully. Fortunately, Gray just stepped on his head, and he hadn't had time to take his body to vent his anger. The things that Chud carried with him were completely preserved, including 2 small leather pockets in a waist bag and the 3 glass medicine bottles, and the belt around his waist, all glow dimly with magical glory. Joan hasn't studied appraisal technique yet. He can only see that these items contain magic power, but he can't know what magic effect they have. The only exception was the 3 bottles of potion, which he saw once in Aunt Barbara's grocery store and recognized it as a magic potion containing healing magic. Joan took out 2 bottles of potion, distributed 1 bottle to Gray, opened the other bottle himself, sniffed it first, and exuded the fragrance that is really unique to the healing potion, and took the courage to drink it. A cool sensation spread from the throat to the whole body, and the medicinal effect was quickly exerted. The tingling and numbness caused by the electric shock were immediately dispelled by the potion. Gray swallowed the potion together with the glass bottle into his belly, just like eating a jelly bean. After that, he smacked his mouth and showed a comfortable expression. The wound caused by the lightning strike on the back quickly stopped bleeding and scarred, which shows the remarkable effect of the medicine. The remaining bottle of healing potion, Joan was reluctant to use it, and packed it into the backpack along with other unidentified loot. A hot wind blew behind him, and Joan looked back, realizing that the lizard man shaman's fire ignited with spells was burning more and more prosperously, and was spreading towards the cave. Joan looked at the flames and smoke for a few seconds, and turned to ask Gray, "Apart from this, Do you have any other places to hide? Chapter 36 Corpse Burning. With the help of gestures, Joan finally made the greyhound understand his question. To his satisfaction, Grey gave a positive answer. We have to throw the lizardman's body into the fire and burn it clean, so as not to leave a line index for more hunters. In addition, this place can't stay anymore. You have to change your residence in the future. It is better to stay away from the lizardman tribe. Joan instructed Grey while throwing the skin of the lizardman shaman into the sea of fire. Grey nodded halfway, following Joan's behavior, grabbed the body of the lizardman shaman and threw it into the sea of fire, then dragged the bodies of the 2 lizardman samurai into the fire one by one. Joan saw that the fire was getting bigger and he urged Grey to leave the island as soon as possible. Grey reached out and picked him up, put it on his shoulders, and ran as fast as he came, leaving the island in less than 10 minutes. Joan looked back at the small island shrouded in flames, recalling the time he spent with Grey on the island, and he couldn't help but feel sad. However, compared to giving up this residence, he was more fortunate that he and Grey were able to escape the killing of Chud and others, secretly praying that the fire was burning more, and burned all the bodies of the 3 lizard men to ashes, eliminating the traces of the scene. Grey, we all have to avoid the limelight for the next time, and we can't see each other for the time being. Seeing the grey bag's face showing up, Joan patiently explained to it, don't forget the man who witnessed us kill the lizard man by mistake. The female crocodile of Shaman Cohen is still alive, and the leader of the lizardman tribe can learn about your appearance and features from her, plus Chud. If the 3 of them can't go back, they will definitely send more lizardmen to follow us for safety reasons. I have to stay away from the swamp temporarily to avoid the lizardman's hunt. You have to find a place far away from the lizardman's sphere of influence to hide. After avoiding the thunder, we will try to meet again. As for how long to avoid and how to restore contact in the future, Joan has no clue for the time being, so he can only take one step at a time. Grey's mind is simple, but his intuition is very sharp. Joan can only understand a small part of it, but it is not difficult to feel Joan's concern for it through his manners, and then agree with the decision he made. Grey, take care. Before the separation, Joan endured the tearing impulse to hug the grey bag. I hope this storm will calm down as soon as possible, and we will meet again someday. Grey nodded heavily, tearfully watching Joan's back gradually away, until it disappeared into the depths of the reeds swaying in the wind on the edge of the swamp. It wasn't until Grey opened all 3 pairs of eyes to the maximum that he couldn't find Joan's figure, so he had to face the reality that he had left, wiped the tears in the corner of his eyes, took a heavy footstep, and turned to become strange in the cramped swamp. With reluctance, Grey looked back for the last time, and the fiery sunset reflected in his eyes. However, at the moment of a glance, it was pleasantly surprised to find that thin figure went back and forth, and returned to his vision again. Mott. The grey bag beast cheered and strode towards the familiar figure. In any case, I still can't bear to leave you alone. Going back to Grey again, Joan's face was gone, and he was replaced with unprecedented calmness and firmness. Lizardman's forces are all over the swamp. You can't find a real refuge here. Go with me and take you to an absolutely safe place. Grey is happy as long as he is with Joan, and he doesn't care much about staying in the swamp or going elsewhere. Without any hesitation he accepted Joan's suggestion and followed him away from the swamp. It was nearly dusk, and Joan took Grey along the Dillon River all the way north, and quietly came to the vicinity of Dillon town under the cover of the woods, and did not alarm any local residents along the way. Joan knew that the residents of Dillon would not welcome such a gruesome monster like Grey. If he took Grey directly into the town, it would surely cause a riot. Eventually, Grey would be driven out of the town by angry militia, or even Grey took him out of the country together. Joan does not intend to try to persuade the townspeople to accept Grey. This is pure effort. He waited patiently in the woods until the night shrouded the earth. The lights in the town went out one after another, the streets were empty and no pedestrians could be seen. Then he turned back and gestured to Grey to follow him. Joan was born and raised in Dillon and was very familiar with the terrain near the town. Instead of risking taking Gray straight to the main entrance, he went around the hill behind the town under the cover of the woods, climbing over a mountain beam, sliding down the sloping slope, and going forward not far from the woods run by old Guillaume Tell. The forest in Haushan is quite dense, and it is now in mid-February. The snow in the forest has not completely melted, and the residents of the town rarely dwell here. Joan intends to temporarily place Gray in a forest hut. The woods are rich in prey. In addition to the hares and pheasants that can be seen in all seasons, as the weather gets warmer, larger beasts such as wild boars, black bears and badgers have also become active. Skill is not difficult to get enough prey in the jungle. As for the beasts that can threaten it, according to Joan's experience, there is no one which can be called the existence at the top of the food chain. It's a pity that the plan is not as good as it was. When they were about to approach the forest hut, there was a sudden barking of dogs in front of them. The forest immediately lit a light and swayed towards this side. "Jamie, did you find the wild boar again?" The voice of the girl came from behind the bush. The grey-bag beast seemed to feel threatened, clenched his fists in a sudden, six eyes flashed with fine eyes, and slightly laid his attacking attitude on the burly body. Joan hurriedly stopped Gray and shouted across the bush, "It's me, Joan!" Candy came over in surprise, and a magical orange-colored light bulged from the top of the stick in his hand, illuminating the dark woods around him. Half-breed winter wolf Jamie followed Candy out of the bush, and saw Joan immediately cheering, and ran to the little master, and sometimes watched Gray with vigilance, full of vigilance for the big man. A slight rustling sound came from behind Candy, and the young sperm mealer stood in the bushes, the leaves covering the naked carcass, casting a curious sight on Joan and Gray. Perhaps it was frightened by the gigantic image of the grey-bag beast. When he contacted Gray's eyes, he hurriedly shrank his head to hide behind Candy. Joan squatted to caress Jamie's hairy ears and softly introduced him to the new friend behind him. Jamie was clever and lively, and did not have the concept of judging people by appearance. With the encouragement of Joan, he approached Gray actively, and gave a friendly growl, raising a front paw to greet it. Chapter 37 Take Refuge. Gray felt Jamie's friendliness, touched the back of his head, knelt down and held the paws of the half-breed wolf, wobbled, and gave a thumbs up and praised Mott. Candy saw the big man's stupid look, couldn't help covering his mouth and snickered, and then came over to say hello to Gray. Gray also had an impression of Candy. She vaguely remembered that she had accompanied an old man to find Joan in the swamp. Out of the love of the house and the spirit of Wu, she also showed a friendly attitude towards Candy. Only the natural shy little Mila dare not get close to Gray, standing behind the bushes, biting her fingers, watching the tall strange visitor curiously and nervously. If Candy had repeatedly assured her that Gray was just fierce and not evil at heart, she had been scared to hide in the black oak tree. Candy had many problems. Joan couldn't tell a word or two, so he invited everyone into the cabin. The door was too narrow for Gray, and it had to go sideways to avoid breaking the door frame. The interior space of the cabin is limited. Joan, Candy, Jamie, and Gray are all squeezed in, which makes them even narrower. Gray has to sit against the fireplace floor and hug Jamie in his arms as if holding a pet cat. Jamie likes this new friend very much, and shows Gray by shaking his tail in a unique way of hound expression. The fluffy tail swept across Gray's face, making it unable to sneeze, as if there was a thunder, and the roof shivered. After Candy was surprised, he laughed. Xiaozijingla wanted to join this warm and harmonious family, but was a little shy. He grabbed the window with his hands and watched in secret from his toes. His eyes flickered. Joan sat at the desk by the window, did not care about the curiosity of the little sperm on the opposite side, lifted a quill pen dipped in ink, and wrote quickly on the straw paper, chasing himself and Gray today by the lizard men and having to bring the story of Gray going home to take refuge. Briefly after writing, Joan handed Candy the ink pad that was not dry. Candy watched it quickly, his smile gradually disappeared, and his expression became more solemn. "Joan, you better talk to Mr. Tell about this matter. Grandpa will not agree that Gray stays here." Joan shook his head, his face somber. "How do you know if you don't try?" Candy took his hand. "Go, he'll accompany you. If he doesn't agree, I will. I will cry until he agrees." Joan was dumbfounded. "Is there such an operation? It's unheard of." "Does this really work?" "Absolutely works. If you don't believe it, just wait and see." Candy put his hands on his hips and his pretty little face was full of confidence, which shows that he usually does this trick in front of the elders at home. Fact proved that Candy was right. After reading the note Joan handed over, Old Tyre crumpled it into a trash can without expression. "Greybag beasts can't stay in the town. In case of being discovered, your 2 children can't afford the consequences." The old man hadn't finished speaking yet, and Candy, who had already had a good mood, used his tricks and wailed. The cry made a man utterly dark, and it made the hearers saddened tears. Old Man Tyre had seen this scene before, and he was at a loss for a moment. Joan's eyes floated out of the window, pretending not to notice the grandfather's suggestion. The old man, Tell, had no choice but to make a concession in the end, warning Joan and Candy to take strict care of the grey bag, prohibiting it from leaving the woods, and not allowing unauthorized entry into their residential area. "Thank you, Mr. Tyre." Candy burst into tears, rushed to hug the old man, and kissed him in the face. Joan was stunned again, crying to Candy's hand, crying, laughing, and tears. Afternoon sunlight shines through the open window into the dim blacksmith's shop, and countless fine dust swirls around the light track to form a hazy glowing cone. A dwarf with an unusually stout figure stood in the center of the light cone, as if standing in the spotlight of the stage, allowing Joan, who was standing in the opposite backlight, to take a closer look at the celebrity in Dillon. Flint Anvil, a son of Poincare from the Forge Valley of Midgard, has just completed his 150th birthday. He is still a fledgling young man in terms of the life of the dwarf, but in the entire town of Dillon you can't find a townsman who is older and more knowledgeable than him, even if the bragging ingredients are excluded. Mr. Flint is only 4 feet tall, his shoulder width is almost as vast as his head, and his thick and strong body gives a solid and powerful impression. The dwarf's proud lush beard presents a cool burgundy color, carefully combed, waxed, and braided into strands of equal thickness, braided with dozens of small and exquisite gold rings. These golden rings collided with Mr. Dwarf's long, steady breathing, and reflected the brilliant light in the sun, like a series of golden wind chimes hanging under his jaw. Joan's eyes were naturally attracted by Mr. Flint's beard, thinking that even the most vain woman could not modify her hair as beautifully as the rich man's beard. Flint Anvil coughed heavily and his broad forehead slightly curled up, as if to remind the young master opposite to stop being dazed, and his time was precious. Flint Anvil is a proud dwarf, and if the visitor does not report himself, he will never take the initiative to ask. The pride of Flint Anvil is not only based on the noble lineage and rich experience derived from the ancient dwarf king in the north, but also because he is really one of the few important people in Dillon town. This importance is first reflected in his possession of wealth. The best blacksmith shop and weapon armor shop in town are recognized by Mr. Flint as the most outstanding blacksmith in Dillon town. In recent years, he has rarely used his own forging hammer to hand over the 2 shops to his apprentices. The traditional manual forging process has also been reformed by him with great efforts. Automatic forging hammer driven by water power. In this way, Mr. Flint Anvil can free up more energy to participate in the public affairs of Dillon Town Council and Tribunal. With a hard-working style, he has offended some people in the political arena and won more respect. In addition to serving as a town councillor and court advisor, Mr. Dwarf is more enthusiastic about exerting his talents and energy on another stage. It was with his vigorous advocacy and generous funding that Dillon Town set up a security guard militia organization. In this small town with more than 2,000 permanent residents, There are no fewer than 2 registered militiamen. 100. Flint Anvil personally served as the company commander and chief instructor of the militia. Every weekend, he put on a full set of forged plate armor and carried the war armor into the training ground. He taught young people fighting skills, including Mage Joan. The 2 brothers of Dindal's family, Dick and Roger, inside. The young men in the town who are aspiring to become professional soldiers are mostly his disciples. Chapter 38. Dwarf's Water Wheel. Joan Vida is not the kind of young man Mr. Dwarf appreciates, because Joan is not the kind of young man who can hang out with his peers, drink a large glass, and laugh. This thin and lonely boy never participates in militia training. It is said that he is also keen to study magic. These are the traits that the dwarves do not like. If Joan is the grandson of Guillaume Thiel, the old hunter he respects, Flint Anvil will never condescend to meet the little mage himself. Flint Anvil coughed again, revealing a trace of impatience. Joan seemed to be awakened by the dream, looking away from Mr. Dwarf's beard and turning to look at the thick arm with his arms crossed across his chest. Good afternoon, Mr. Flint. Good afternoon, my boy. You don't come here just to ask me, okay? Said the dwarf with a solemn expression. Joanne had already prepared for this, and took a piece of paper folded into a square from his pocket and handed it over. The dwarf opened it and looked at it, recognizing that it was a bounty notice that he posted on the bulletin board of the town square yesterday. Joan copied the full text of the notice, and the words were beautiful. Yes, this is a bounty notice I posted to find out the villains who repeatedly spoiled the water wheel. The dwarf's face angered. This is the 3rd time, kid. Can you believe it? Short within a week, I had to repair the water wheel 3 times, but after each repair, a mean villain would always destroy the water wheel again that night. It was a naked crime. I swear to Moradin's hammerhead, never forgive this villain. The dwarf's rage was like a thunder, which made Joan feel terrified, and could not help having the idea of turning around to escape. But he quickly suppressed the idea and forced himself to stay to face Mr. Flint's anger. Just as Flint had a prejudice against Joanne, Joanne didn't like the hot-tempered and stubborn dwarf. If he had no choice, he didn't want to run to bear the arrogant face of the other party. Yesterday in the Everglades, Joan and Greybag Beast got into trouble because they accidentally killed a lizardman shaman. In order to avoid the follow-up pursuit of the lizardman tribe, Joan had to take Grey out of the swamp overnight. After arriving home, Joan placed Grey in the back mountain forest to take refuge, and decided that he would never enter the lizard marsh before avoiding the wind. Staying away from the swamps meant that Joan could not catch leeches or collect medicinal materials any more recently, and had to give up a fortune that was not easy to develop. This is worse for Joan, who desperately needs to make money to raise tuition fees. It is now mid-February, less than 2 months before the start of Leiden College. Joan's tuition has not yet been paid, and without the swamp money way, he has to rack his brains to find other ways to make money. Just this morning, when he passed the town square, he accidentally saw a notice that the dwarf Flint Anvil offered a reward to trace the murderer who destroyed the power system of his blacksmith shop. Killer bounty 100 gold dugger. Joan was immediately attracted by the generous amount of reward, and without hesitation, came to the blacksmith shop to meet Flint Anvil, lest anyone else would rush ahead of him to complete the task. Mr. Flint, is there a more detailed clue about the destruction of the water wheel? Joanne asked. I have a clue to pay for the reward. The old dwarf glanced at him angrily, and touched his beard. His tone softened. Although the identity of the saboteur has not yet been found, I have reason to think this is not a pure prank. Either someone secretly retaliated, or a competitor hired someone to play tricks. Revenge. Mr. Flint, do you have an enemy in town? Joan asked curiously. The enemy can't be counted, but there are too many offenders, too many to remember at all. The dwarf shrugged and spread his hands. A trace of pride appeared on his face. You have also seen that my business has been doing well in these years in the town council and the militia. There is a certain amount of voice, and it is inevitable that there will be conflicts with others in public and private. I have always upheld justice. If this leads to the resentment and even revenge of some vile villains, honestly, I don't have any at all. Accident. Joan had a slight ear to Mr. Dwarf's criticism. In general, Flint Anvil is an honest and generous gentleman, and he is even called anxious, righteous, and hateful. However, he only emphasizes his integrity. He never seems to reflect on his pride and conservative stubbornness, like people of his character must not be guilty of anything but abnormal. Mr. Flint, did you mention your competitors earlier, specifically? Oh, little one, you asked about the key. The dwarf shook his stubby fingers. I'm afraid to change to someone else. I'm afraid to discuss this sensitive topic in front of an outsider. But I don't care, I didn't do it anyway. There is nothing to hide from the loss. Joan nodded, expecting him to return to his proper story. You probably also know that our township holds general elections every 2 years, and all the members of the council vote for a new mayor. Our respectable Mr. Dingle has been re-elected for 3 terms. In general, well done, he seems to think that he can still be re-elected with his own achievements. But I have a different view. The old dwarf walked slowly in the room with his hands behind his back. If a person has been sitting in the position of mayor for 6 years, people will gradually form a habit, as if that position is designed for this person. This is not a good phenomenon. My child, change to be the town. Long, maybe he can do better than Mr. Dingle, isn't it? There is such a possibility. Joan then added a sentence to his heart. It may be worse. Mayor Dillon is not a hereditary king. The surname Dintor has never been stamped with the royal coat of arms. I think someone in Dillon Town must come forward to challenge the authority of Mr. Dindle. I expressed this publicly in Parliament, and won the approval of most members of the Parliament. Some people advocated that I should come out to run with Mr. Dingle. I didn't mean that, but I couldn't help but be sad. Flint shrugged and sighed helplessly. Politics is like this. Once the power struggle is involved, old friends will inevitably turn against each other. Mr. Dingle is a good person, but he seems to be addicted to the power in his hands. Even if he is smiling in the chamber and holding my hand and saying welcome the election, but I can see that the friendship between us has already seen a crack that is hard to bridge. Alas, I really hope that nothing has happened. Do you suspect that Mr. Dindle hired someone to secretly destroy the blacksmith's watermill as a warning to threaten you to withdraw from the mayor election? Joan tentatively asked the old dwarf. Chapter 39 Riverside Workshop. I haven't said anything like this. Flint flatly denied Joan's speculation, and then turned around. But after all, I can't rule out this possibility, right? Joan nodded. But he was a little disappointed. If Mayor Dinder really wants to force Flint to withdraw from the election, he will not use this kind of fueling method. This will stimulate the stubborn temper of the old dwarf, prompting him to put into the election. I don't think a little boy can help, but everyone says that Tyre's grandson, Joan Vida, is the smartest kid in our town. Since that's the case, just follow me. Where are you going? Joan kept up with the dwarf. Take you to the crime scene, little one. Maybe your ingenuity will come in handy. I hope so, Mr. Flint. Joan followed the dwarf out of the blacksmith's shop, and outside the courtyard was the Dillon River. As winter and spring melted, ice and snow melted, the water level in the river continued to rise, and the turbulent water washed the embankment, bringing lasting and free to the mills and factories established along the river. Natural power. Flint's forging workshop was set up on the banks of the Dring. Under the guidance of the dwarf, Joan walked into the spacious workshop and visited the new machine tool that he personally designed and manufactured. This oddly shaped machine is huge and complex. Flint Anvil proudly claims that this machine tool can replace the labor of at least 10 blacksmiths. Except for the most conspicuous row of parallel automatic forging hammers, designed by Flint. The machine tool also has many finishing functions such as cutting, grinding, milling, planing and cutting. It takes more power to drive such a huge mechanical device, which is entirely transported by the huge water wheel by the river. Joan was very interested in mechanical devices since childhood. half out of curiosity, half out of the need to investigate the case, accompanied by the dwarves to carefully observe the transmission between the water wheel and the machine tool, trying to figure out the energy contained in the river. How did it move to the factory building 10 feet away, and how did it drive the complicated machine to work? And it could replace the craftsman's skillful forging and processing of various exquisite agricultural tools and weapons. The usual forging workshop always makes noise from morning to night. The roar of forging hammers striking steel spreads all over the town, but today it is abnormally quiet, because the core components of the transmission worm gear and crank slider, they were completely destroyed. No wonder the old dwarf was so angry that he blew his beard. The machine couldn't run, so Flint had to leave the workers in the workshop, leaving only an apprentice named Tom to help him replace the new parts. Tom is a young dwarf, both an apprentice of Flint and the nephew of the old dwarf. He looks like a young Flint who is 50 years old, except that the young dwarf blacksmith is not as particular about appearance as his uncle, who has already become famous. Love is overwhelming. Tom, come and meet this little brother. His name is Joan, grandson of Old Tyre. Flint shouted at Tom, who was changing the crank slider. Tom turned back to Joan and raised his oily hands as a hello, and said with a smile, "I heard of you, Mr. Vader. Maybe you should call you Master. Joan blushed and said good afternoon awkwardly. Tom, how long will the transmission be fixed? Flint asked his nephew. I'm afraid it's not good to repair before dark, so I have to work overtime until late at night. Tom grumbled. If you don't drink 2 glasses of ale at noon, you don't have to procrastinate for so long. Flint counted nephew angrily. Dear uncle, don't you know me yet? Rather than working overtime, rather than having a drink, this is my only pleasure, Tom said aggrievedly. Stubborn boy, one day you will drown in a wine barrel. Flint stared at his nephew with hatred for iron, took out his gold-plated pocket watch, and turned to Joan. Time is no longer too early. I have to go to Mrs. Francis' birthday dinner, and I will hand it over to you and Tom. According to the rules of the past, the criminals usually do it in the middle of the night. You must be careful. There is a gold coin here. You buy it for dinner. Joan took the gold coins from the generous old dwarf and thought that he wouldn't be busy today. Soon after Flint left, it was completely dark. Joan didn't use the gold coin, and ran home to enjoy the dinner prepared by Candy. After dinner, he went to visit Gray in the back forest. Gray had a good life in this refuge. He slept in a wooden house during the day and took Jamie to the woods at night. He also caught a wild boar that broke into the fruit forest and ate it with Jamie. A meal. Perhaps due to Jamie's influence, Koizumi Milo is no longer hiding from Gray. With Mila and Jamie as companions, plus Joan and Candy visiting every night, Gray didn't feel lonely in the new environment. Joan thought of work at night, briefly told Candy about the troubles with Flint Anvil, and left the woods in a hurry to return to the Riverside factory. Sure enough, as Flint expected, his good nephew, Tom, fooled around in the tavern before returning at midnight. The drunk and hyperactive dwarf is really the most annoying creature in the world. Tom pulls Joan to endlessly tell the indecent jokes heard in the tavern, making him unable to concentrate on studying spell books at all. Take the needle thread and sew up this guy's big mouth. Tom nagged for 2 hours in his own pleasure, finally showing a tired look, yawned heavily, and stood up, shaking Joan's shoulder, asking if he would accompany himself on the river. No excuses, Joan said angrily. Tom smirked twice, and stumbled out of the workshop alone, without even closing the door. Joan took a breath and was glad that he finally got rid of the nagging ghost. Opened the spell book and read 2 pages. After a long absence of Tom's return, I wondered secretly, does it take so long to urinate? Shouldn't you be drunk by the river? Joan sighed, closed the book, and was about to go out to look for Tom. There was a singless song outside the door. At first, he thought Tom was singing, but after listening carefully, he found that the song was crisp and gentle, and it could never come from the rough throat of the dwarf blacksmith. Moreover, the singer used neither common language nor dwarf language, and it sounded more like honey, the kind of leprechaun language used by La. When Joan was wondering, There were heavy footsteps outside the door, and the noise of metal rubbing the ground. This unusual movement was mixed in the singing of the true and illusory song, which inexplicably stimulated the atmosphere of terror, so that Joan couldn't help but shudder, stretched out his dagger from his waist, and walked lightly towards the door. Chapter 40 Midnight Singing. There is a corridor outside the workshop. At the end of the corridor is a workshop displaying machine tools. Joan stood in the hallway and saw a dark shadow walking towards the machine tool with a stumbling step, dragging a wrought iron hammer in his hand, the hammerhead rubbing the ground to make a harsh noise. The man staggered to the transmission device that Tom had just repaired in the afternoon. "Stop it!" Joan raised his hand and shot an already prepared frozen ray, centered on the Dark Shadow's wrist. Wow! Black Shadow's wrist shook and the hammer fell to the ground. Joan rushed up immediately and waved his arm. The High Master's hand clenched the dagger and thrust it into the man's chest. At the moment of the blade and body, Joan saw the man's face clearly and quickly closed the offensive. His face became a little weird. "Tom, what do you want to do?" Tom opened his eyes blankly, and looked at the indifferent Joan, and at the iron hammer under his feet, looking at a loss. "Strange, why am I here?" "That's what I want to ask you." Joan pointed to the hammer under his feet. "If you can't give a reasonable explanation for the behavior just trying to destroy the machine, I can only tell Mr. Flint truthfully." When Joan mentioned Uncle's name, Tom's drunkenness immediately turned into cold sweat, and murmured, "Mr. Vader, I really don't know. I was still peeing by the river, and suddenly I heard someone singing and answering somehow. It seems that someone whispered in my ear and encouraged me to pick up the hammer to destroy the machine." "So you listened to the instigation from your ear and destroyed the machine yourself?" Joan asked Tom coldly. "How is that possible?" Tom scratched his head and added, "Guilty. I can never do such a stupid thing when I'm awake. I blame the glass of ale, which made me dizzy and thought I was dreaming, thinking anyway it's a false dream, and it won't really cause damage." Sensing the doubt in Joan's eyes, the young dwarf swears anxiously, "If I lie, Mr. Vader, then I am a bearded dwarf." Joan nodded thoughtfully. "Tom doesn't seem to be a cunning man with superb acting skills. If he didn't lie just now, he was probably influenced by some kind of hypnotic spell when he didn't know it. He unwittingly acted as the puppet of the other party, almost destroying the transmission device by himself. If this is the truth, it's not difficult for Joanne to understand why the transmission device was damaged 3 times in a row, but the perpetrator could not be found. In fact, the perpetrator was Tom himself, and the drunkard simply didn't realize that he was being used by others and left after the destruction. Iron Hammer went back to the dormitory and slept until dawn, and couldn't remember what he did last night. "Tom, take me to the place where you just heard the song," Joan whispered. Okay. Tom realized the seriousness of the situation at this time, and the wine had already woke up most of the time, running towards the door with cold sweat. Joan followed Tom to the river and heard the familiar song not far away. Looking in the direction from the song, just under the rotating water wheel, 2 petite and weird figures could be seen faintly. It was a pair of small aquatic fairies, with light green skin and sparse scales, which shimmered slightly under the silver moonlight, and their hair was like dark green watergrass. The body that floated to the surface was only 3 feet tall, and one of them was wrapped by various water plants. The braided shawl, the hairpins decorated with shells along with the waves of long hair, looks like a girl, and her companion is topless, wearing only a pair of shorts knitted by water plants, and looks like a boy. Both aquatic goblins have pointed ears, webbed hands and feet, play and laugh on the moonlit river, sometimes climb on the water wheel to sing loudly, and sometimes dance on the waves. Seeing this spectacle, Joan couldn't help but startled. Tom opened his mouth in shock, and finally could not help but exclaim, "Gosh, the hammer is on, Mr. Vader, see what it is." 2 goblins? Joan hadn't had time to answer. On the opposite river, the 2 goblins were already alert, and at the same time they looked in their direction, waved their hands grinningly, and called out in a clear goblin language, as if inviting Joan and Tom to go with them. They play. The goblin's laughter came into his ears, and Joan suddenly felt confused, and there was an impulse in his life, eager to walk towards the two goblins. Long-term spiritual practice has played a role in this critical moment. Thanks to the hard training of spells, Joan's willpower is far stronger than ordinary people. After a short confusion, he wakes up and realizes that the fairies on the river are facing casting a charm spell by himself. He quickly bit his lower lip and used pain to free himself from charm. Opposite the river, the water-dwelling goblin wearing a shell hairpin noticed that Joan was not charmed by her companion and waved a cyan beam of light to try to strengthen Joan's control. This goblin's magic power is stronger than her companion. It stands to reason that Joan needs to show a firmer willpower to resist her charm. But just when Joan realizes this, the symbol behind his neck is strange. The eyes of the bloodline suddenly opened, and a chill spread like an electric current throughout the body, instantaneously dispelling the charm of the female goblin, making Joan fully awake. Joan didn't understand what was going on. He touched the back of his neck subconsciously. He didn't care much and turned his head to look. Tom was already charmed by another goblin and was walking towards the Dylan River. Joan hurried forward to pull Tom, but unfortunately he was not strong enough. Instead of pulling Tom in time, he was almost dragged down by the solid wharf. With a thump, Tom fell off the bank and soaked in the cold river water. He suddenly awakened with a shock and screamed and beat the river with his hands and feet. Joan saw at a glance that the fool wouldn't swim. He squatted down and grabbed Tom's collar, and warned him not to move. The young dwarf finally calmed down a little bit, following Joan's instructions, freeing his right hand to grab the embankment, and climbing up in embarrassment with the help of Joan. Tom was soaked all over like a falling chicken, his wet beard sticking to his face in a dreadlocks, sneezing and cursing angrily. "Ah, damn little goblin. Ah, you wait and see for me." As if responding to the dwarf's scolding, a clear chuckle came from the opposite water wheel. Two goblins flicked their tongues at Tom and Joan, then jumped off the water wheel holding hands, and two small flowers appeared on the river. The spray, the mischievous goblin sneaked into the bottom of the river and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Joanne couldn't help being angry and funny. So far, the main messenger behind the destruction of the water wheel has revealed his true face, but Joan still can't figure out why the two water-dwelling goblins charmed Tom to destroy the water wheel transmission. Is it just because of the naughty nature of the goblin? Or is there a deeper reason? Joan fell into thought. Chapter 41 Goblin in the River. If he wants to solve these mysteries, Joan must try to talk openly with the two water-dwelling goblins. However, he is neither good at negotiating nor listening to the language used by the goblins. He cannot solve this by his own ability. Difficult. I had to go home and ask Kinti and Mila for help. The thought of asking someone to help, even if the other party is his own friend and family member, Joan couldn't help but sigh, and his mood became particularly sad. "Mr. Vader, what can I do next?" Tom was hesitant. "What happened just now? Would you tell me, Uncle?" "Don't rush to find Mr. Flint. This matter is not over yet." "Ah? It's not over yet." Tom's face was rusty. Joan glanced at Tom calmly and said, "I will take care of the rest. You should go back and change your wet clothes so as not to get cold and sick." The dwarf nodded gratefully and then asked, "What else can I do for you?" "Stay in the workshop and wait for me to come back." "Oh, okay. You need to come back soon." Tom appeared to be terrified by the goblin, and the unsafeness was written on his face. Joan hurried home and found that Candy's room had turned off the light, and went back to his bedroom. He took a note to record the adventure in the forging workshop tonight, and then took this piece of paper to the door of the next bedroom and hesitated for a few seconds, and finally knocked on the door. The door was open, and Candy came out sleepy, wearing only a loose robe, exposing smooth arms and white feet. "What is it, Joanne? Come to me so late?" Joan silently handed over the note. Candy yawned, took a note and unfolded it. Suddenly his eyes were shining, and he was completely sleepless. Meet the goblin again? Joan nodded. You guys have met 3 fairies in less than a month. Wouldn't it be a special physique that is easy to come into contact with fairies? Candy looked at Joan meaningfully. Joan himself felt strange. In the first 12 years of his life, I only saw a goblin resembling an insect, and I only saw it from a distance by the pond. But from this year to the present, I have met Xios using Mila in just 1 month, and 2 unknown aquatic leprechauns are really abnormal. Forget it. Let's not talk about some of them. Let's quickly go to Mila. Maybe she recognizes the 2 troublemakers living in the river. Candy generally ran back to the bedroom, quickly put on his coat, and dragged Joan to run back into the woods. When passing by the grandfather's wooden house, Joan motioned to Candy to take the steps lightly so as not to disturb the old man. Candy threw out his tongue and endured smiling and crouching into the woods, and soon came to the black oak tree, calling Mila out, telling the strange things that Joan encountered on the riverbank tonight in the Mu ethnic language. Joan listened to Candy and Mila talking next to him, and suddenly came up with an idea. Judging by the frequency of encountering fairies during this time, it is necessary to spend a lot of effort to learn the language of the fairies, so as not to use them in the future. At this time, Candy and Mila paused to talk, and looked at Joan with both eyes. Their faces looked dignified. Mila and I have just discussed. The 2 green-haired fairies you met on the riverside are probably Nyx, Candy said. Nicky, Joan muttered to himself, very new to the name. Nicky, is it a good or bad goblin? Nickins are difficult to classify with simple criteria such as good or bad or good and evil. These goblins living in the water are not the same as our human beings in terms of good and evil. They self-proclaim themselves as ponds, rivers, lakes, and springs. The guardians of the world like to stay in beautiful, peaceful places. If a certain kind of creature tries to destroy their ideal living environment, such as fierce beasts and immigrants who burn forests to open up wasteland and build lakes and fields, they will be regarded by Nicky the enemy. Find ways to expel it. After listening to Candy's explanation, Joan was enlightened. Nicky's habits are similar to some extreme druids who admire the natural state and oppose industrial civilization. Fortunately, the Ring of Harvest that Candy belongs to is not so extreme, and belongs to the reformists in the Druid order. Committed to maintaining the natural ecology does not exclude the progress of civilization. Nicky likes to live in a clean and natural place. Why should he settle in our human towns and settle his home in the most densely populated beaches of factories and workshops? Isn't it against their nature? Joan puzzled. Ask. Candy spread his hands with a wry smile. I can't figure out what they think, so it's necessary to talk to them, and Mila thinks so. I'm not opposed to negotiating with Nicky, but you'd better be careful. The 2 goblins are good at using charm spells, and they will become puppets manipulated by them if they are not careful. Joan solemnly reminded Candy. In fact, almost all sperm creatures are good at charm spells, but some goblins know how to use their powers carefully, such as Mila, never actively provoke others. And some goblins are more self-willed, such as the 2 Nyx, abusing spells. Pranks do not consider the consequences. Candy smiled lightly. His eyes filled with confidence. We druids often walk in the mountain forest. It is inevitable that we will meet naughty goblins. Over time, we will form a set of experiences against elaborate charm spells. It was not that easy for the 2 Nyx to fool me. That's good. Joan felt the back of the neck. Although the reason is not clear, the experience just now shows that this deformed eyeball behind the neck seems to be able to help him resist the magic charm of the goblin. It was already past midnight, and Joan worried that Tom, who was left alone in the workshop, would be controlled by the goblin again, and took Canty and Mila back in a hurry. Mr. Vader, you are finally back. Tom breathed a sigh of relief. Anything new? Joan asked him. Very quiet. Quiet and a little scary. The young dwarf was terrified, and his face was full of fear. Candy couldn't help laughing when he saw his suspicious look. Tom immediately cast his eyes in shame, accidentally seeing the sharp-eared, green-haired, naked little girl beside Candy, Her eyes suddenly widened and screamed in stammer. Mr. Y, Vida, demon, goblin. The hammer is on. Isn't enough 2 goblins. How come another one? Calm down, Tom. Milo is my friend. Oh, it turns out that you still have a goblin friend. This is ... really a master. Tom looked at Joan's eyes with some admiration. Joan didn't want to hear the startled dwarf nagging, and told him to stay in the workshop and wait to take Canty and Mila back to the Dring River. Chapter 42 Solve a case. The night was thick, the moonlight was sparse, the sylvan moonlight shrouded the earth, and the broad river surface shimmered with sparkling waves. There was no other movement on both sides of the river bank except for the low roar from the flowing water impacting the water wheel. Kian looked towards the river near the water wheel. Without finding the figure of the goblin, he turned to the little tree goblin and asked her in elven language, Mila, can you call the 2 goblins hiding under the river? Xiao Shujing blushed and nodded gently, walking to the river and singing softly. The singing voice is like an invisible string twirling in the air, so slender and soft, as if it will be blown off by the night wind at any time, yet it is so long and resilient and enduring. 2 small waves of water appeared on the surface of the river. The first thing that came out of the water was the long green grass-like hair. 2 small heads appeared in the depths of the waves, looking curiously at the Mela who sang alone on the shore. Yo, it's Nixie. Candy watched the changes on the water, his eyes glowing with excitement. The 2 Nickies quickly swam to the shore, first carefully observed the surrounding environment, and did not seem to find Joan and Candy hiding in the shadows of the distance, and boldly ventured out of the water to shore, and laughed and talked around Mila, twittering non-stop. This is also a Mew language? Joan asked Candy in a low voice. Mew language is correct, although the accent is a little weird. Candy explained with a smile. Nikki lives in the waters and usually communicates more with aquatic creatures. Compared to the rarely used Mew language, they say Shui language must be much more proficient. Joan nodded, his eyes wide open. A small fairy family has so many languages and dialects. If you want to systematically learn the languages of the fairies, I am afraid it will take a lot of energy. Xiaozu Jingmala and her aquatic relatives seem to have reached a certain consensus, holding a Nikki in one hand and walking towards the direction of Joan's hiding. Let's go and meet Mala's new friend. Canty pulled Joan out of the shadows, waved to the goblins walking across, and greeted them in Musu. Good night, son of nature. Joan jotted down Candy's pronunciation and greeted the Nickies with her tone. Good evening, human friends. Nick responded with a grin, and the female goblin with the shell hairpin repeated in lingua franca. Joan sighed in relief. It turned out that these 2 goblins could speak human language, and the next communication was more convenient. After some self-introduction, Joanne now knows that the 2 Nickies are a pair of younger brothers. The older sister's name is Sissy, and the younger brother's name is Jerry. He originally lived in a lake in the dense forest on the upper Dillon River. Settle in the river near Dillon Town. Sissy, Jerry, why did you leave your hometown and move here to settle down? Candy asked confusedly. If I remember correctly, human towns do not conform to your living habits. This is also impossible. Jerry's face was depressed. The lake where we originally lived was occupied by water ghosts. The evil undead creatures not only robbed our beautiful homeland, killed our people, but also polluted nearby. The waters of the village forced the surviving tribes to move to distant waters. Some tribes went to the upper reaches of the Dillon River to find a new home. My sister and I did not want to leave our hometown too far, so we traveled downstream along the river and found the environment near this town not bad, just stayed for a while. The river in Dillon Town is very clear, and there are plenty of fish, shrimp and water plants for us to eat. The only bad thing is the big house on the shore, which thundered from the morning to the night, making our ears noisy. Pain. Sissy pointed to the riverside wrought iron workshop, pouting her mouth in disgust. After hearing Sissy's complaint, Joan wanted to laugh but couldn't laugh. The thunder that Sissy said was actually the noise from the water wheel driving the forging hammer to hit the steel. Sissy doesn't like the roaring noise, so with Nick's nature, it is natural to try to destroy the source of the noise transmission of the hydraulic forging hammer. Having figured this out, Joan's previous questions were also solved. Sissy and Jerry didn't have enough energy to destroy the transmission, and they could only use the spell to charm Tom to destroy them. When the transmission was repaired, the hydraulic forging hammer roared, and the younger brother of Nicky was very troubled. He reapplied the old tricks again, and once again used the charm of humans to destroy the transmission by the hands of fake Tom or other blacksmiths. After repeated so many times, he finally angered Flint Anvil and posted a notice offering a reward to catch the murderer who destroyed the machine. Sissy, Jerry, it's not very appropriate for you to do this. Candy poses as a big sister, and criticizes the younger brother Nick Jing gently and seriously. Dylan is a homeland for human development. This river beach belongs to the townspeople who settled here before. No matter whether you like the human way of life or whether you agree with human industrial civilization, do not have the right to break into other people's homes and destroy them without permission. Sissy and Jerry glanced at each other, and the two beautiful little faces showed shame. After being silent for a while, Sissy looked up at Candy, with hope in her eyes. Sister Druid, we actually don't want to be an enemy of humans. If you can help us drive away those evil water ghosts, Jerry and I will be very willing to leave Dylan Town and return to the undisturbed lake deep in the jungle to rebuild his home. Candy looked at Joan hesitantly, consulting his opinion with his eyes. How many water ghosts are there? Joan asked Sissy. There are almost 20. Sissy was panic-stricken, apparently feeling terrified of the robbers who seized their homeland. Joan frowned. Water ghost is the abbreviation of aquatic ghoul, a cruel and cunning undead creature. With his current strength, he can cope with up to 1 or 2 water ghosts. Even with the addition of Candy, who has 4 druid levels, he can fight so many water ghosts. As for Myra and Nick's brothers and sisters, it's a pity that fairies are not good at fighting head-to-head, and most of the elite spells are not effective against undead creatures. It really can't help much. Joan, I know this is very dangerous, but Sissy and Jerry are in such a pitiful situation, and they must always try to help them. Candy's words showed heartfelt sympathy. You and me, take G again, me and Gray. Do you still have a chance to deal with 20 water ghosts? Joan was silent, but his brows were tighter. From the perspective of the comparison between the enemy and the enemy, Candy's vision is reasonable. However, traveling with Gray is too risky. In case it is found by the townspeople, it will be troublesome. Unless he is compelled, he does not want to involve Gray. Big brother, my sister and I will not let you help you in vain. Jerry understands humanity better than his sister, and understands the principle of no benefit is not early. At the bottom of the lake in our hometown, we can occasionally collect a very large person. Pearl clams. If you are willing to help me and my sister drive away water ghosts, I will give you the pearls collected at the bottom of the lake as a thank you. Sissy is not stupid, noting that among the two of Candy and Joan, although the druid girl seems stronger than the little mage, the latter is the one who has the right to make decisions, and begs him Candy helps, as if trying to persuade Joan. If you are not interested in pearls, venerable mage, maybe you will be interested in 2 other magic-related treasures of our Nicky family. Chapter 43 Threats from Upstream. Joan heard the temptation in Sissy's words and looked up directly at the fairy girl's lake-like green eyes. He asked quietly, let's talk about what is treasured first. 2 books. Sissy chose to tell the truth. I don't understand what is written in the book. I only know that it is related to magic. There was no obvious expression change on Joan's face, but his heart was not calm. Now he is most eager for the magic book. If Sissy can provide resources in this area, far more attractive to him than pearls. Despite some emotions, Joan didn't want to make the wrong decision driven by Lesuo, and frankly told Sissy, I'm not sure if I have enough ability to help you take home. Please give me more time to consider. I will tell you my decision as soon as possible. Okay, Mr. Master. Jerry and I are waiting for your good news." Sissy smiled and bowed, holding her brother's hand back into the river and disappearing into the depths of the waves. "Joan, what are your plans next?" Candy asked urgently. "Go back to the workshop first. I want to write a letter," Joan answered softly. Joan didn't explain much, turned back to the wrought iron workshop, asked Tom to borrow paper and pen, and wrote down the truth of the repeated destruction of the water wheel transmission and the plight and requests faced by the younger brother Nixie, and finally attached it. Own opinion. The lakes in the upper Dillon Valley are occupied by aquatic ghouls, and it is well known that the odors emitted by ghouls with strong pathogens. The longer the water ghosts move in the upstream, the lower the river water, including residents of Dillon, the daily drinking water source, the more likely it is to be contaminated by the ghoul epidemic. Once this malignant infectious disease breaks out, it will inevitably pose a great threat to the lives of all the townspeople. Describe the threat posed by the presence of the water ghost to the residents of the town. And Joan immediately wrote the conclusion: even if it is just to maintain the safety of the town's water source, it is necessary to eliminate the group of water ghosts entrenched in the upstream lake. After writing this letter, Joan handed it to Candy, and she begged her to review it again, and there was anything to add, delete, or modify. Candy glanced over quickly, raised his eyes from the stationery, looked at Joan with an extraordinarily complicated look, and spoke after a long time. "It's very well written and very convincing, but I don't understand. Why can't you express these clear, logical and rigorous opinions in words?" Joan ripped the corner of his mouth without saying anything. Candy sighed, and did not continue the topic, and instead asked Joan, "Who is this letter to?" "Of course, Mr. Flint Anvil." Joan got up and greeted Tom over and told him to immediately send the letter he had just written to Flint Anvil and bring back the other party's message. When Tom didn't drink, he was still reliable. He ran out with a whirlwind of letters, and ran back sweaty in less than an hour. "Mr. Vader, my uncle read your letter and asked me to bring you a few words." "Speak slowly." "Well, my uncle said he fully agrees with the analysis and conclusions you made in the letter and decided to take action tomorrow." Joan was not surprised by this. With Flint's style of work, how could he tolerate the threat of Dillon Town from the upstream water ghosts? What else did Mr. Flint say? "Oh, my uncle also said that in order to find the water ghost's lair as soon as possible, I hope you can persuade the two Nickies to lead him. If you are willing to participate in the combat operations tomorrow, he welcomes them and will give them after the combat ends. Your extra reward." This does not include the 100 gold duga promised in the reward notice. Tom poured a large glass of water, moistened his dry throat, and said cheerfully to Joan, "Mr. Vader, you should really participate in tomorrow's actions, and my uncle will not treat you badly. Besides, if you don't go, neither of you and my uncle know the goblin language. How can you deal with Nikki?" "Tom, are you going to fight the water ghost too?" Joanne asked the young dwarf blacksmith. "Of course. Don't look at me as a blacksmith. The militiamen in the town, including the Dingle brothers, no one dares to say that they can fight better than me." The young dwarf lifted his chest. "Really?" Joan looked at Tom suspiciously. "I didn't see how great you were when I met Nikine before." "Ah. That's two different things. To be honest, I'm a little bit afraid of magical guys, such as goblins, such as..." Coughing, the dwarf looked at Joan and swallowed the word mage in his belly. "As for the stinking ghouls, and I don't know any spells, I'm not afraid." Joan's lips slightly raised, and he smiled and said to the dwarf, "Grind your hammer, Tom, and tomorrow, Candy and I will fight alongside you." "Great. Let's unite and beat the stinking water ghosts." Tom waved his fist in excitement, then yawned again. "Mr. Vader, you haven't closed your eyes tonight, right? Before the light of day, you better go home to sleep and come here to gather before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. My uncle and I are waiting for you and Miss Candy. Then see you tomorrow." Joan was tired for a long time, and he said goodbye to Tom and went home to rest. As a mage, he can only get enough sleep tomorrow to get a new spell slot, and to be fully prepared to fight against water ghosts. When Joan arrived home, It was almost 2 o'clock in the morning, and after a quick rush, he fell asleep. It was already bright when I woke up the next morning. Joan hurried to prepare the spell. At the same time, Candy had already prepared breakfast. The two had finished breakfast as quickly as possible. They brought Jamie and arrived at the agreed time. Wrought iron workshop. Tom was anxiously waiting at the door and saw Joan and Candy coming over, and a big smile immediately appeared on the chubby round face. "I thought you were afraid to come." "Who are you talking about? A coward scared by a goblin?" Candy snapped back angrily. Tom blushed and didn't dare to quit. Joan noticed that the young dwarf blacksmith was refreshed today, wearing chainmail, wearing a horned helmet, and behind him was a large iron shield like a turtle shell. It really looked like a majestic warrior, drunken with yesterday. The virtue of the contrast is strong in contrast. However, compared with Tom, his image is stronger than that of his uncle Mr. Flint Anvil. The 8 warrior level Dillintown militia instructor is fully armed, wearing heavy full armor, a fiery cloak flying violently, wearing a horned steel helmet, a stainless steel forged, sparkling kite shield in the left hand, engraved in the center of the shield with the noble coat of arms of the Anvil family. It is awe-inspiring and awe-inspiring. Among the gorgeous equipment of Mr. Flint, the most striking thing is the heavy warhammer in his hand. The silver hammer handle is wrapped in python leather. The hammerhead made of fine gold is engraved with mysterious runes. Joan and I felt strong magical fluctuations from it. Chapter 44 Magic Crystal Shotgun. The old dwarf noticed that Joan had been staring at his warhammer, and his lips showed a proud arc, and he held up the warhammer and said to Joan, "Young man, don't blink." The Fangfan warhammer dropped his hand and threw it out, screaming and flying 30 feet away, in the middle of a half-man-high rock, and the rock was smashed with a bang. "Come back!" The old dwarf waved his hand, and the warhammer seemed to be pulled by an invisible rope, flew back suddenly, and fell into the grasp of Flint Anvil. "Wow! This hammer is so powerful, it flies like a boomerang." Candy clapped his hands, his eyes shining. "Magic flying hammer, heirloom of the Anvil clan." The old dwarf smiled proudly, and then returned to a serious look. "It's not too early, we have to hurry up, but before that, we need to hire a reliable guide." Joan heard the old dwarf's implication and gave Candy a glance. Candy nodded intently, turned and ran to the riverside water wheel, calling the younger brother Nixai out in Mew language, and asking them to lead the small expedition. 2 dwarves plus a wolf dog. Sister Druid, you and Mr. Master only have these helpers? Sissy looked at the people on the shore ready to go, and had to suspect that these few of them went to the trouble of a large group of water ghosts. "Also die. Now that you are leading your sister, we have a certain victory." Candy looks more confident than Flint. "That's it." Sissy nodded reluctantly. "Apart from leading the way, what else can Jerry and I do for you?" After thinking about it, Candy turned and asked his companion, "Fight against water ghosts. It is inevitable to wading. Everyone will swim a bit, but not proficient." "Jamie swims fast like a fish," Joan answered. Jamie nodded and whined that his swimming skills were indeed as brilliant as the little master said. Sorry, I can't swim." Tom looked embarrassed. "We dwarves are not good at swimming. Just be careful not to be dragged into the lake by water ghosts," Flint said carelessly. "It doesn't matter if you can't swim. Our Nikin has a supernatural ability, which enables people who are not able to pass water to temporarily acquire the physique of breathing underwater, even if they are dragged into the lake by water ghosts," Jerry said with a grin. "There's nothing to worry about." Flint waved his hand. Tom led the horse. "Let's go on the road and try to reach the lake before dark." Tom brought 4 horses in one breath. Flint rode on the tallest and mighty white horse with the help of his nephew. Tom picked a grey pony that was as short as he was but very solid. The remaining 2 tall and medium black horses were left to Joe, Anne and Candy. Candy is an Azag girl who grew up on horseback. Riding horses is as easy as walking. Joan's riding was taught by his grandfather, and his level was not bad. After a period of adaptation, he galloped freely. Mr. Flint took the lead. Joan, Candy and Tom followed, and the mixed winter wolf Jamie followed the owner's mount and ran no slower than the horse. Sissy and Jerry's brothers swam fast in the river, leading the knights on the bank. A group of 4 horses galloped along the river bank, attracting many curious eyes of passers-by along the way. When approaching Zenku, a cry came suddenly behind him. "Allow 8 a minute." Joan listened familiarly, quickly strangled the reins, turned the horse's head to look around, and saw the Dingle brothers chasing from afar. "Joan, where are you going?" "A big battle," Dick asked excitedly. Joan hadn't spoken yet. Flint Lemur turned back, and said angrily, "Spark off. We're going to do the business. We don't have time to talk to you two imps." "Mr. Flint, I can't say that. Joan and Candy are younger than us. If you take them to work, why can't you bring me and Dick?" Roger Zenzen said in a word, "How can I say he? Dick is also your student. The instructor has something to do. The student should be helpful." "Hey, you dear, can really talk." The old dwarf shook his head with a smile. "It's not that I don't want to bring your brothers. It's really too dangerous for this trip. In case something goes wrong with your brothers, I'm not good to Jason. Explain. You can rest assured that we can take care of ourselves." Dick couldn't wait to say, "No matter where you go, be sure to bring me and Roger." "But you don't have armor or weapons." "You can't help you when you go." Flint looked embarrassed. "What's so difficult? Wait a moment, we'll go home and get the equipment right away." Dick turned his horse and ran. Roger hurriedly followed, and while he ran, he turned around and told everyone not to leave first, and the 2 of them would come back immediately. 2 stinky boys, love to join in the fun. The old dwarf looked at the backs of the 2 proud disciples and shook his head. "Uncle, take Dick and Roger. The strength of these 2 brothers is not much worse than me. Maybe they can help," Tom said with a smile. Flint glanced at his nephew angrily. I didn't know where his confidence came from. He thought he was better than Roger and Dick. The Dingle brothers did not let everyone wait for a long time, and flew back within a quarter of an hour. Dick put on a shiny breastplate, with axe and shield on both sides of the saddle. Roger wore studded leather armor, a short sword on his waist, and a short-barreled shotgun obliquely behind his back. "Yo, Roger, actually stolen your father's baby too." Tom saw Roger carrying a shotgun and whistled exaggeratedly. Gun weapons are expensive and rare high-end goods in the old continent or the new continent. Ordinary people may not have the opportunity to touch them once in a lifetime. The major powers in the world of Velice, except for Fizen, who uses the magic crystal rifle as a standard equipment for elite infantry, other countries have not installed this new weapon in the army on a large scale. As for the shotguns held by private people, most of them are luxury goods made at high prices. The holders are mostly noble gentlemen or wealthy merchants, which are used to decorate the volleyball when hunting foxes on vacation. For example, the short-barreled shotgun held by Roger is worth 500 gold ducats. This is not the cost of supplementing the magic crystal. Hunters who really make a living by hunting can't afford such expensive guns. Joan had seen the structure diagram of the shotgun in the book, but it was the first time in kind. Born out of curiosity, he borrowed the shotgun to observe it carefully. The mahogany buttstock is attached with a layer of translucent paste, and the heavy hand feels very comfortable. The forged brass gun body has a loading slot on the left side. According to Roger, it can be filled with ordinary lead and shotguns. The latter are many small steel wrapped in lead skins. Prey within a 60-foot cone in front of them caused extensive damage. Chapter 45 Ghostfire. The firearms of the Velice world are not driven by gunpowder. The core components of the gun machine are a pair of parallel rails and an enchanting power supply. The power supply device is usually constant with a ring of arcane electric claws, which immediately activates a high-voltage current after startup, making the energized guide rail and the bullet form a closed loop. The electromagnetic repulsion generated in the guide rail is used to push the bullet. After sufficient acceleration, it leaves the gun barrel and whistles out. The impact force is far stronger than ordinary crossbows. It is said that it can easily penetrate the skinned wooden shield that is 100 steps away. The structure of the firearm is simple. and the manufacturing cost is not low. In order to ensure the initial velocity of the metal projectile, the guide rail must be cast with a special magic crystal alloy. In order to maintain the continuous power supply of the excitation device, the magic crystal must also be added during the enchanting process. What is more terrible is that the magic crystal is also constantly worn out during the use of the firearm. If the magic crystal is not replenished in time, the firearm will become a burning stick. The magic crystal accounted for at least 70% of the total cost of firearms. Expensive magic crystals caused the cost of firearms to remain high, which in turn delayed the popularization of this new weapon, at least in the short term. Cheap traditional bow and crossbow. Sissy and Jerry's brother and sister originally lived in the unfrozen lake among the forests on the upper Dillon River. The so-called unfrozen lake of the fairies is actually a large hot spring, about 40 miles away from Dillon town. Under the guidance of Nick's younger brother, Joan and his team of 6 ride along the Dring Valley. The deeper the valley, the denser the vegetation on both sides of the river, and the road becomes rugged. Sometimes I have to dismount and walk. The knife cut off the thorns and vines that blocked the road. The group set off in the morning until the sun went down and did not reach their destination. As the sky gradually darkened, Flint Anvil's face became more and more heavy, and he said to Joan, riding side by side, "Even if we rush to the lake, the sky is already dark, and our dwarves have dark vision. It doesn't matter. You and Candy and the Dindle brothers don't have night vision. It's best not to clash with ghouls at night. We'll find a safe place to camp near the unfrozen lake, and we'll do it again when it's dawn, not late." Joan nodded his head and fully agreed with the old dwarf's judgment. Most undead creatures like ghouls also have dark vision. The night does not hinder their vision, but provides a layer of cover. In order to avoid being passive, it is undoubtedly a safer way to deal with the group of water ghosts when the light is full tomorrow. According to information provided by Sissy and Jerry, this place is very close to the unfrozen lake. Moving on is likely to disturb the water ghosts entrenched in the lake, so Flint decided to camp nearby. It is best to install the camp in an open area away from the river, beach and jungle to prevent the water ghost from diving into the camp along the river channel or under the cover of the jungle. Launch a sneak attack. Everyone dismounted one after another and moved their stiff hands and feet to ease the fatigue caused by long-distance riding. While searching for a campsite, Joan accidentally noticed that there was a faint flash of fire in the forest in front of him, and he couldn't help but froze. At this time, Tom also felt the light in the forest, and looked like an orange-wood lantern from afar, shouting excitedly, "Look at everyone, there are lights in front, maybe we don't have to sleep tonight. It looks like the lights of the people in the mountains. We can go to stay overnight and ask about the water ghost." Dick said, "Wait first. Don't you think it's weird? How can someone settle in this wild forest? And besides, is the water ghost's lair? Is this family not afraid at all?" Roger questioned cautiously. Roger was right, the lights seem suspicious, and we better be careful. Joan had an ominous premonition. If the light is not the lights of people in the mountains, will it be the campfire of the traveler? Candy made another guess. "I'm afraid it's not a campfire." The old dwarf caressed the long beard with a serious look. "I lived 150 years old, but I have never seen a campfire that moves." As Flint said, the orange fire fluttered through the forest, and as time went on, it continued to approach the area where everyone camped. Half-blooded winter wolf has the most keen sense, and roared immediately when he sensed the evil spirit contained in the firelight. Joan squatted down and gently stroked Jamie's back, calmed it down, and then told his companion, "Jamie sensed the evil spirit of the undead. If I guessed right, the light might be a ghost fire formed by the grudges." Hearing the word ghost fire, including Flint, everyone could not help but change his face. Ghost fire is a general term for a type of incorporeal undead. Most of the souls of dead people are aggregated by negative energy pollution. They often appear on the battlefield or in the wilderness of robbers. They wander around with strong resentment against the living, spreading fear and despair. Creatures killed by ghost fire have their souls polluted by negative energy and merge into the ghost fire. The more wraiths the ghost fire absorbs, the more firewood is added to the campfire, and its power will become stronger. The ghost fire approaching Joan and others looked as big as a wash basin, and I did not know how many innocent dead souls were absorbed. Ghost fire. Paul is not the scout from the water ghosts, Flint said, stroking his beard. Dick showed the battle axe and said aloud, whether it is a ghost fire or a demon fire, since it is not a good thing, then you are welcome. Cut it and talk about it. Don't go over first. Let me come. Roger quickly stopped the impulsive brother, and took his back shotgun with his backhand, skillfully loaded the bullets, and raised the gun to aim. Can you hit? Dick looked at his brother with concern. Such a conspicuous target, it is difficult to miss the target. Roger lip corners evoked a confident arc, with the aid of the sight to lock the wandering ghost fire. Calmly pull the trigger. A shining electric arc erupted from the muzzle, and the lead bullet whistled away from the gun barrel. The ghost fire was 100 feet away. At the moment of being shot, the ghost fire shivered slightly and disappeared out of thin air immediately, and the light in the forest immediately dimmed. Tom held the torch high and looked around blankly. Is the ghost fire extinguished by a shotgun? Roger, beware. Dick suddenly pushed away his brother. At the same time, an orange wood fire suddenly appeared from where Roger had originally stood. Go to death, monster. The sturdy Dick held up his battle axe and slashed into the ghost fire. The sharp axe blade cut through the ghost fire without encountering the slightest obstacle, as if cutting through a void of air, hitting heavily on the gravel ground, splashing the dazzling Mars. Dick slashed through the air, staggering forward under the inertia. The ghost fire hit him at the same time. When the two sides collided, a strong electric current burst out inside the ghost fire, like a flashing leather whip hit Dick hard, knocking this strong young boy to the ground, trembling into paralysis. The ghost fire fluttered to Dick, who was unable to fall to the ground, and set out to give him a fatal blow and ingest his soul. At this moment, a big hand formed by magical forces came flying across the sky, and slaps the ghost fire from Dick. P.S. The alloy used to make the electromagnetic rail of the magic crystal firearm has the characteristics of superconductivity at room temperature. Chapter 46 Water Ghost. Fortunately, it's too late to catch up. Joan breathed a sigh of relief, concentrating on the remote control hand of the High Master to push away the ghost fire, preventing it from approaching Dick. Joan, good job. The old dwarf cast a glance of appreciation to the young mage, and then issued a command loudly, little guys, listen to me carefully. Ghost fire is an incorporeal undead and cannot be a non-magical weapon because of the injury. Roger, don't waste the bullets, hurry and drag your elder brother to a safe place, and Tom, don't move forward, your hammerhead is useless to the ghost fire, and the undead is given to me to deal with. The old dwarf struggled to throw the warhammer, and the magic flying hammer circled and danced, like a silver wheel passing through the dark night sky, hitting a ghost fire with a roar of thunder and thunder, shaking the forest trees shaking. The ghost fire was also obviously hit hard. Numerous injustices were annihilated under the hammer. The ghost phosphor fire became dim, and the volume shrank by a circle. Flint raised his hand to retrieve the warhammer and threw it again after the victory. The second hammer also hit the ghost fire, but passed through like a ball of air, failing to cause real damage to the ghost fire. The old dwarf frowned, and had to admit a grim reality. Even magic weapons did not necessarily cause tangible damage to the incorporeal undead every time. Fortunately, Joan was still maintaining the hand of the High Master and slapped in an attempt to pounce on Flint's ghost. The incorporeal traits of ghost fire can penetrate physical obstacles such as walls, evade most weapons and magic attacks, but cannot pass through the invisible force field barrier, and the hand of the High Mage has the force field attribute spell. So Joan will make sure to hit it every time he makes a shot. The upper limit of the power that the High Master's hand can carry is only 40 pounds. This kind of blow cannot eliminate the ghost fire, but it is enough to contain it. When Flint Anvil roared for the third time and threw a magic warhammer, the ghost fire finally ushered in the end and was crushed on the spot by a heavy flying hammer. Boom! At the last moment before the destruction, the ghost fire suddenly exploded on its own, and a high concentration of negative energy escaped. The vegetation within 10 feet of the surrounding area withered, as if it had been drained of water, and the explosion roared through the forest for a long time. Seeing the scene of destruction caused by the self-destruction of the ghost fire, everyone feared that they were not close to the monster, otherwise they might have been pulled to be buried with them. Confirming that the ghost fire was completely destroyed, Joan ended his spellcasting and turned back to ask Candy, who was taking care of the wounded, "How is Dick?" "It has been awakened, but it is still weak." The sequely left by the electric shock numbed Dick's limbs, barely supporting him to stand up, but unable to pick up his weapon. "Sorry, I blamed me for being too careless." Not only did not help, but also became a burden for everyone. Dick's eyes flashed in tears. "No need to be sad. You will get better soon." Canty drew a handful of olives from his purse, chanted the magical prayers softly, and injected olives with natural divine power, making these small berries green and radiant, exuding a light fragrance. After the spell was cast, Candy handed these blessed fruits to Dick, beckoning him to eat. Dick didn't like the bitter taste of green olives very much, but in the face of Candy's encouragement, he had to stick his scalp into his mouth and eat 4 at a time. He was surprised to find that his hands and feet were no longer numb and his physical strength was restored. "Thank you very much to the druid girl." After seeing Dick recovering, everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly there was a sound of water blows from the lake opposite the woods, and there was also a piercing scream, quickly from far and near. The 2 little figures flew over. It was Nick's elder brother, with anxiety and fear on his face. "Everyone beware." Large groups of water ghosts rushed over. It must have been a spooky fire that disturbed the water ghosts lurking in the lake and rushed to attack before we were ready. Dick said bitterly. "Boy, can you still use your axe?" Flint asked, patting Dick's shoulder. "Of course it's okay." Dick raised his chest and couldn't wait to wash the shame he had just suffered through a fierce battle. "That's good. We have to organize a formation to resist the siege before the water ghost arrives." After all, the old dwarf had seen big winds and waves, looked around the young people around him, and calmly arranged his troops. "Joan, Candy, and Roger retreat, and they will climb the tree as soon as they can climb the tree. You don't have armor and shields. You can't stop the sharp minions of the water ghost. Dick and Tom, come to me and show you the weapons and shields. Help me form a shield wall against the enemy, so that our mage, druid and gunman can calmly the stinking ghouls." Jamie roared urgently, seeming to be dissatisfied with Mr. Commander's neglect of it. "Oh, and Jamie, our brave beagle." The old dwarf smiled and touched the head of the half-winter wolf. "You'll be there under the tree, in case the water ghost breaks through our defense line, trying climbing the tree and attacking our people. You just pull it off, bite off its leg like you would with a bone." Jamie barked happily twice, as if to say guaranteed to complete the task. "Uncle Dwarf, don't forget me and Jerry." "What can I do for you?" At a critical juncture, the elder brother Nick's courage showed admiration, but Flint thought that these 2 goblins had better not fight head-on with the water ghosts, so they would leave the mounts of the crowd to their sisters and take care of them. Ghost hurt. Sissy and Jerry were glad to take orders, and led the horse, who had already shown panic, to hide in the jungle. Joan, Roger, and Candy each climbed a large tree and found a more comfortable position to shelter, so that they could free their hands to cast spells or shoot. Canty noticed that the light in the forest was dim, so he blessed the zero-ring lighting technique at a branch. The moment a fingertip touches a tree branch, the magic light shines. The little sphere of light hangs on the branch, like an orange lantern, dispersing the surrounding darkness, and the warm glow makes the companions who are waiting for them feel at ease. Jamie first smelled the rancid smell in the night breeze and growled in disgust. The branches in the bushes opposite shook, and a group of evil-looking monsters rushed out screaming. Most of these abominable undead creatures are transformed from the bodies of drowned people. Although they still retain the human form of life, they have mutated long and sharp teeth and claws. The dead white skin is tightly stretched on the dry bone shelf. The fire of pale soul flashed deep in his eye socket, revealing naked greed and cruelty. These greedy undead creatures are aquatic ghouls commonly known as water ghosts. Chapter 47 Fishy Wind. At the first sight of Joan, Joan remembered the horror legends about ghouls in the book. It is said that the world's first ghoul was transformed by a human-eating tyrant. When he died, the wicked man's endless thirst for living creatures brought it back to the Yang world. The ghoul's skinny rickets are deceptive. In fact, they are not only agile, but also more powerful than they were in life. Sharp claws can easily tear the belly of the prey and pull out the victim's intestines. More terrifying than brute force is the virus carried by the ghoul. If the physique is not strong enough, if the ghoul is scratched or bitten, he will be paralyzed and unable to move. Even if he escapes by accident, he will inevitably be tortured by the epidemic. It is precisely because of the inaccessibility of the ghoul's body virus that Flint prevented Joan, Roger, and Candy, who lacked heavy armor and shield protection, from avoiding direct confrontation with the ghoul, and Tom and Dick, who remained beside him, a warrior in armor and a shield. He is not afraid of the venomous minions of ghouls. The old dwarf stood in the middle with the kite shield, and Tom and Dick stood side by side on the left and right sides. The three heavily armed soldiers held up their shields to form a steel barrier to block the water ghost who was in the front row. Then they waved their weapons and hit them head-on. Both the war hammer and the battle axe are heavy weapons with full weight. The skinny water ghost gets on, and the bones are broken and blood is scattered on the spot. At the same time that the dwarf uncle and the Dindle brothers resisted the siege of the water ghost, the three people hiding in the tree were not idle. Roger fired frequently and shot. The electric light from the shotgun gleamed in the night, and every time the gunshot sounded, a ghoul was torn apart by large lead bombs. Canty casting summoned a group of flaming spheres, and the remote-controlled fireball brought back rolling in the densest area of water ghosts, burning the water ghosts screaming and hurriedly fleeing. Joan focused on the hand of the higher mage, clenched the dagger with the invisible magic hand, and poked the water ghost at a distance of 100 feet, making the other party unable to return. Just as he was focused on casting spells, Jamie's roar came suddenly. Joan looked down, and it really made Flint guess that a ghoul, thinner and more cunning than the ordinary water ghost, quietly bypassed the composition of Flint. Dick and Tom, under the cover of the bushes, climbed under the big tree where he lived. The sly goblin was about to climb up and sneak attack. Jamie smelled a stench from it and hurried to bite its throat, turning it to the ground. The ghoul and Jamie fought fiercely, tumbling back and forth in the grass. Joan wanted to help Jamie and was worried about accidentally hurting it. When he was hesitating, there were countless creeping vines on the grass under his feet, entangled Jamie and the ghoul. At the same time, a gunshot came from the opposite tree, and the ghoul's head burst. Joan compares his thumbs to Roger and applauds his shooting. Roger smiles and baits his shotgun, saying that it is only this weapon that can kill the sneaking ghoul in time. Candy cancelled the entanglement technique, and the wildly dancing vines on the grass quickly retracted to the ground. Jamie regained his freedom. He sniffed around under the Joan tree and guarded against other sneakers. 6 people and 1 dog cooperated in a tacit agreement, and the battle lasted less than half an hour to wipe out the water ghosts. The 3 of Joan got down from the tree and used Jamie's sensitive sense to hunt down the water ghosts who had fled into the bushes, and pulled them out one by one to kill them, so as not to leave trouble. When the water ghosts were all wiped out, Candy whistled and called on Nick brother. Sissy and Jerry led the horse back to the battlefield, and they were all scared with white faces when they saw the scene everywhere. But when they learned that the water ghosts that occupied the unfrozen lake had all been eliminated, they immediately showed a happy smile. At this time, a gust of wind blew across the lake shore, and there was a disgusting and sweet smell in the wind. "Hey, have you smelled a strange smell?" "It smells disgusting." Roger asked his companion beside him by covering his nose. Jamie sniffed in the direction of the night wind and suddenly barked loudly. Joan understands Jamie's habits, sees it so nervous, immediately awakens to a bad situation, and quickly reminds his companions to take up their weapons. Enemies more dangerous than water ghosts are about to show up. Roger and Conti quickly climbed back to the tree. Dick and Flint and Uncle Tom also clenched their arms, eyes fixed on the direction where the smell came. There was a crackling sound of a broken tree branch in the forest. A tall, thin figure was moving quickly in the forest shrouded in the night. When running, his body was toppling, like a drunk who might fall at any time, but he could maintain a balance in a weird way. In a flash, he rushed out of the bush and appeared in front of Joan and others. This monster is bowed and hunched, human-like, with a huge eagle nose on its flat face, 9 feet high from head to toe, with a pair of thick long arms and huge claws that are not proportional to the thin body, running when the upper body leaned forward, a pair of claws dragged on the ground, looking like a green-skinned ape. Except for the cluttered, curly hair that resembles aquatic plants above the head, this monster has no other hairs, and its grey-green skin is covered with rough particles and lumps, like it is covered with a thick layer of moss, so it is running naked in the forest. There was a breathtaking scream in the mouth, echoing each other with a sound. Witnessing this strange monster, Joan immediately thought of a class of legendary monsters and quickly warned his companions, "Beware. That is a troll." The troll's thin body and slender limbs made it look a little fragile. In fact, it had amazing speed and strength. It rushed to Tom in a flash, his long arm flicked, and the claws ripped the air and screamed. The young dwarf's face was slightly pale, and he had the courage to lift his shield. The troll's claws hit the shield and made a dull roar. The steel-made shield appeared cracks. The solid Tom fell backwards holding the shield and tumbling on the grass. The strong impact was transmitted through the shield, and Tom's arms were numb and almost unconscious. The troll's clouded eyes were full of murderous intent, crawling fast to Tom with his hands and feet, protruding his long arms and trying to grab the dwarf's throat. A dart shot in time, hitting the troll's face, plunging deeply into its left eye socket, forcing it to hunt down Tom temporarily. Joan remotely controlled the higher master's hand to throw out the dart, and he couldn't even check whether it was hit or not. Immediately, he manipulated the magic hand to grab Tom's ankle and tried to drag it backward, keeping him as far as possible from the threat of the troll. A flash of light flashed in the woods, and the buzz of the guns popping out came. The troll's belly exploded into a large hole in the bowl, and thick green blood spewed out. The monster has been hit by Joan and darts, plus Roger, but there is no painful expression on his face. He raised his hand and grabbed the dart deep in the eye socket, and pulled it out. With the one attached to the dart tip, the eyes were thrown into the mouth, and they swallowed without chewing. Chapter 48. Troll. Seeing the monster's crazy behavior, the young people in the woods were all stunned. Only Flint, the old dwarf, didn't change his face, and suddenly made a thunder roar, long-bearded fluttering like a raging flame, and the short body seemed to expand in a circle out of thin air. The fighting spirit erupted like the tide of the dike, and the old dwarf stimulated all the potential in his body. The fierce momentum instantly overwhelmed the troll on the opposite side, almost twice as tall as him, striding forward and struggling to shield it. Boom! The stainless steel shield engraved with the Anvil clan's family crest hit the troll's abdomen with great force, and the strength of the force hit the troll's bow and held his belly, and he repeatedly vomited in pain. The old dwarf threw down the shield decisively, struck forward with both hands holding the hammer, and used the momentum of the charge to swing 4 hammers one after another. Boom! 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 4 hammers hit the troll almost at the same time, smashing the monster's chest into a large collapse. The troll stumbled back every time it was hit by a warhammer, and after 4 consecutive hits, it finally couldn't support it and fell to the grass on its back. The fierce offensive just overdrawn Flint Anvil's fitness, and after cunning the troll, he could not help coughing. his face flushed with sickness, but his eyes were still fixed on the struggling troll lying on the ground. The troll was lying on the grass, groaning and cursing. His breastbone was smashed and collapsed by the warhammer, and his internal organs shattered into a mud. If other creatures suffered such severe damage, they would have died out, and the trolls were not only alive, but the wounds healed at an alarming rate, and the momentum continued to develop according to this momentum, and at most 1 minute later, this monster seemed to have an undead body. Can climb up intact and fight again. Joan stood on the tree, condescending to witness the resurrection of the troll, and immediately remembered that a book described this kind of monster with super vitality. It is said that even if the troll is split into pieces of meat, it cannot be really killed. Only strong acid and flame can restrain the monster's abnormal regeneration. He was about to say the trick to deal with the troll. The well-informed old dwarf had already issued the order, "Children, come with a torch. Only flames can completely destroy this abominable troll. Let me come." Candy jumped directly from the tree more than 10 feet above the ground, quickly made a spellcasting gesture, chanted the magic prayer, and a blazing flame rose in the palm of his hand. Candy lifted the magical flame created with fire burning and walked to the old dwarf, flipped his palm down, and the flame flew out of his hand, igniting the troll that was trying to roll over and climb. The dark green skin of the troll is like dry bark, and when it touches the flame, it burns instantly. The monster screamed in horror, struggling toward the lake, trying to jump into the water to extinguish the flames that were burning more and more. "Let me lie down." Flint struggled to throw the magic warhammer. The whistling hammer hit the troll's knee, and the monster's right leg was discounted and fell to the ground. This time the troll failed to get up again, and surrounded by the fire made a crackling sound similar to the burning of dry wood, emitting a disgusting burning smell. Joan came down from the tree and ran beside Flint. The young mage stood side by side with the old dwarf, watching the troll moaning and twitching in the fire, and a chill came from the bottom of his heart. The Candy, Tom and Dindle brothers also surrounded them one after another, silently watching the pile of bonfires fueled by trolls until the bonfire went out. Candy reached out the oak stick and prodded the black body tentatively. The rod end made a muff, and the scorched corpse shattered into a pile of ashes. "Okay, now this monster can never be resurrected," Candy said with relief. People around were relieved. Flint supported the horned helmet, and ordered everyone to form a group around the lake to investigate and search. If a large group of water ghosts or other monsters were found, they whistled to call the police, and the other groups rushed to the location where the alarm came. The Dindle brothers are in a group, with Sissy as a sentry. Flint and Uncle Tom are in a group, led by Jerry, and Joan and Candy form a group. Jamie, who has a sharp sense, opens the way. The three groups were on the road at the same time, and walked along the misty unfrozen lake on foot. No abnormalities were found on the way. It seems that the water ghosts entrenched in the lake have been eliminated in the battle just now, and there is no second troll or ghost fire lurking in this area. Joan and Candy took the lead back to the meeting place. Candy walked to the lake, picked up a handful of water, and couldn't help but sigh. "It's so warm. I really want to take a bath in this hot spring." Joan didn't say anything, thinking that this hot spring was once occupied by stench water ghosts. He felt that Candy had better give up the idea of bathing. Jamie didn't dislike it, jumped into the hot spring happily, and actually caught a big fish, enjoying a supper beautifully. Joan looked at the fish and had to admire its strong vitality. It didn't take long for the other two groups to return to the assembly point. The Dindle brothers did not find the enemy. Flint and Tom caught an injured water ghost by the lake. They were killed by 2 hammers before the other party jumped into the lake, which completely ended the short rule of the water ghost family on the unfrozen lake. Candy noticed that the elder brother Nick had not been with them, so he asked Tom where the brothers had gone. Sissy took her brother back to the lake and said that they wanted to take back the treasure they had collected at the bottom of the lake and give it to us as a gift. Tom said expectantly. "Will they really come back?" Roger murmured. "If they dive into the bottom of the lake and don't show up, we can't take them." Dick glared at his brother contemptuously and said angrily, "Just what you think." "Jerry and Sissy are not the kind of ungrateful people." Roger shrugged and stopped arguing. Everyone raised a bonfire by the lake, picked up the water and dry food they carried with them and ate a late dinner. It was almost midnight, and Flint directed the young man to set up the tent and arranged for the vigil to take turns. He and Jamie were responsible for keeping the midnight so that the exhausted children could sleep peacefully. Just as everyone was about to go to bed, there was a rush of water from the lake, and Sissy and Jerry surfaced, and the wet green hair sparkled in the silver moonlight. The sisters and brothers laughed and chased to swim ashore, back to the crowd, and sat down around the campfire. Sissy held 2 boxes made of red coral in her hand, opened the larger one, and everyone was immediately dazzled by the pearl jewels. The box contains 6 round and beautiful pearls, each as big as a pigeon egg. Sissy took the pearls out and gave them to Joan, Candy, Brothers Dingdall, Flint and Tom one by one. Chapter 49 Generous Rewards. Flint picked up the pearls and illuminated the bright moonlight, and smiled and commented, "The best pearls are also worth at least 300 gold dugger." "Sissy, Jerry, you can be very generous." Joan heard that the pearl was worth 300 gold coins, and the corner of her mouth could not help twitching, carefully putting the orb in his pocket. After getting this pearl, he didn't have to do anything in vain. He was getting closer and closer to the goal of tuition. "Mr. Master, this is specially prepared for you." Sissy opened another smaller coral box and handed it to Joan. There are 2 volumes of sheepskin scrolls in the box. The yellowed pages exude an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. After Joan thanked Sissy, he took over the 2 sheepskin books and turned them over, and his eyes could not help but show a splendid glory. The first book is his long-sought spell book. The original master wanted to come to be a great master. There are a total of 6 low-level spells in the book, including 3 zero-ring tricks, light and repair, surgery and communication, in addition to the 3 one-ring spells, magic missile, electric claw and appraisal. Another book is even more bizarre. It is not a spell, but a super magic mystery book that optimizes the structure of the spell, called Spell Spare Guide. The subject of this super magic study is very clear, that is, to optimize the spells that originally need to contact the subject to be effective, so that it can extend the range of 5 feet without increasing the number of spells. Joan hadn't learned Contact Arcane Art, but the first ring of Arcane Energy Arcane Claw recorded in the spell book just obtained is just such a spell, which can release current when you touch the enemy, causes electric shock injury. Among the 1st level spells, the lethality of Electric Claw ranks at the top. But the biggest disadvantage of this spell is that it needs to touch the enemy to take effect. If the opponent is a monster such as a troll, and the weak mage comes into close contact with him, isn't this death? I'm afraid I was slapped and slapped before I even touched the other party. Spell Spike can just make up for the shortcomings of Electric Claw and its similar spells. Although the 5-foot range is not too long, it is at least safer than Personal Touch. Joan had 2 books in his backpack, and he was unprecedentedly happy. There may be a rule of good intentions and good rewards in the world. The gratitude of Nick's elder brother has made Joan so satisfied that he has forgotten that there is still a reward for Flint Anvil. Early the next morning, Nick's elder sister and brother returned to Dillontown, and Joan could not wait to study behind closed doors to study the newly acquired spellbook until Tom broke in. "Mr. Vader, my uncle sent me to find you." Joan raised his head from the spellbook and answered impatiently, "I'm not free now." "Then you better take some free time." Tom smiled a little strangely. "It's about commissions worth 100 gold duga and more valuable gifts than commissions." Hearing the word commission, Joan's ears stood up immediately. Silently put away the books and followed Tom to meet Flint. "Little guy, I want to thank you, not only because you have fulfilled your promise, so that my wrought iron workshop can be restarted, but also because of the courage, love and responsibility you showed in a series of events. You can use violent means to expel Nickeen, ignore the hardships of the 2 poor little wanderers, and take the commission from me, but you did not make a selfish choice, but wrote to me to explain the truth and take the initiative. It is proposed to eliminate the water ghosts that pose a potential threat to the town, and help the wandering goblins take home." The old dwarf patted Joan's shoulder, his eyes full of praise. "My child, you deserve to be the grandson of Guillaume Tell. Your noble behavior breaks my old concept of the group of mages, and your grandfather has reason to be proud of you." The old dwarf turned and picked up a jingling purse and stuffed it into Joan. "This is the agreed remuneration. In addition, I have extra gratitude to give you." The old dwarf opened the drawer and took out 2 books and a scroll. "I heard you like books, then these gifts should not disappoint you." Joan took the book and scroll full of curiosity. First, he unwrapped the scroll that exuded magical fluctuations. After a brief look, he was surprised to find that the scroll was a ring of arcane magic weapon. This spell can temporarily upgrade a common weapon or armor into a magic weapon. The higher the caster level, the higher the enchantment level. In addition to this spell also plays a key role in the process of manufacturing magic weapons and armor. You can obtain magic weapons by keeping it on the weapon and armor. Joan then picked up 2 other books presented by Flint, and the surprise in his heart immediately escalated into ecstasy. The 2 books are Basic Enchanting and Introduction to Architecture. The former is about the basic knowledge of making magic items. The latter teaches you to make simple mechanical devices and low-level constructs from scratch. Dr. Calendil once told Joan that the mage should not only specialize in magic, but also learn to apply it, and alchemy and pharmacy are important areas of applied magic. In fact, Dr. Calendil's remarks are not comprehensive. In addition to alchemy and pharmacy, manufacturing magic guides and constructs is also an important field of magic applications. Joan actually wanted to get access to the knowledge in the field of enchanting and construction, but unfortunately, he could not find a teacher and lacked self-study materials. Now that I have received 2 books from Flint and the textbooks are available, Joan naturally thinks of a possibility. "Mr. Flint, you are the most outstanding master of armament design and forging in the town. If I encounter difficulties in learning enchanting and construction studies, can I seek guidance from you?" Joan's voice trembled with expectation. "Watch the old dwarf." Flint Anvil caressed the long beard and smiled with a serious face. "I have a lot of students, but they are either blacksmiths or militiamen. They all have muscles in their heads. It is also good to occasionally accept a smart student. Well, little one, it's rare that you have this self-motivated spirit. You are welcome to forge at any time workshop. The door here is always open to you." "Thank you so much, Mr. Flint." Joan hurriedly bowed deeply to the generous old dwarf, in order to cover his emotions. Chapter 50. Joan's new spell. Time passed quietly, and Joan returned from the unfrozen lake to the town of Dillin, which has been a week so far. During these 7 days, Joan devoted all his time to studying the spellbook given by Nick's elder brother except for dinner and sleep. Until this evening, Candy reminded him at the dining table that he realized that his coat had worn a small hole. For a young mage obsessed with magic research, of course, this is not a big deal. However, when Joan saw a hole in his clothes, he suddenly got a move and realized that this was a good opportunity to apply his new learned tricks. So when Candy offered to help him sew up his clothes, Joan shook his head and refused, and decided to try to use magic instead of needlework to repair the top. After dinner, Joan returned to his bedroom and hurried to the desk next to the window. He moved all the books, pens and ink bottles to the windowsill, then took off his shirt and tiled it on the empty table. Through the moonlight thrown in through the window, Joan saw that the elbow of this sheepskin tunic had a hole as large as a thumb. Obviously, this was the wear caused by long hours of working at the desk. The spell Joan intends to use to repair his coat is called Repair, a simple zero-loop trick, but it is very versatile and can repair damage or cracks on an object, such as repairing a broken chain or a broken wine bag, or restore a key that has been broken in half. As long as the damage or breakage does not exceed 1 foot in any direction, the caster can repair it without leaving any traces. This spell can even repair a magic item or a construct in the physical sense, but unfortunately it cannot restore the magic effect on such objects. Joan's old coat is certainly not a magical thing. The magic of healing is more than enough to sew a small hole. It is slightly different from the spells that Joan had mastered before. The use of repair requires the use of spellcasting materials. Fortunately, it is not an expensive or rare material. Joan opened the second drawer on the right side of the desk dedicated to storing the cast materials, took out a small paper bag, and after opening, took out 2 pieces of natural magnet and chanted the mantra gently. As the spell progressed, the black magnet in Joan's hand shook slightly, emitting a yellow halo representing the change school. The minute spellcasting process proceeded to the last step in an orderly manner, and Joan spit out a long word in pure Elven language. In Vinyanta, this word has the meaning of revival in Elven, and it is the starting character used to guide the magic of repair. At the moment of spitting out the activation character, Joan's fingertip slightly touched the hole in the elbow of the shirt. The 2 magnets in his palm seemed to melt into a golden liquid, flowing along his fingers to the hole, filling it tightly. When the magic light faded away, the magnet disappeared, and the hole disappeared at the same time. Joan sighed with satisfaction, picked up the jacket and walked to the window, shining against the moonlight, and indeed did not see any signs of damage. The place where the hole was supposed to be filled with dense woolen fabric looks ordinary. Woolen thread. Joan was very satisfied with the repair results, and wanted to turn over his coat to check the repair situation of the inner layer. A dark cloud floated in the air, covering the moon, and the light in front of the window dimmed immediately. Joan frowned and wanted to turn on the fuel lamp. But then he thought he had a better idea. Returning to the desk with his coat, Joan leaned down to open the drawer, rummaging through the window with some shimmering light to find the spelling material bag. First picked up a wooden box about the size of a fist, and thought about it, then took out a small cut brass wire, neatly placed on the table. Joan opened the wooden box first, and a ray of pale fluorescence leaked out. Glowing is some dry moss, perhaps because this moss is mostly grown in places like graveyards and contains phosphorus, so it will emit a slight white light in a dim area, known by local people as luminous moss. Of course Joan doesn't expect to use this faint phosphorescent light to replace the lights at night, which is a complete torment to the eyes. This luminous moss is actually an arcane material used to cast the zero-ring brightness technique. Of course, no luminous moss is necessary. Other luminous mushrooms can be used. The recommended material for the spell book is a live firefly. Firefly. Stop it. In mid-February, Alfheim is at the turn of winter and spring. The snow in the pond has just melted. Not to mention the live fireflies, Joan, and even the firefly specimens are not easy to collect. In contrast, it is more convenient to go to the graveyard to dig the luminous moss. Picking up a small piece of luminous moss and rubbing it gently in the palm of his hand, Joan chanted a string of obscure mantras, and his palm faintly felt the heat rise. Anna finally spit out a Kenya word symbolizing sun and light, and the spell effect was activated. Spreading the palms, the luminous moss has disappeared, and a small ball of light leaps slightly against the palm of the palm, and the light emitted illuminates the room. The intensity of this light is equivalent to a torch, but it does not emit the heat that burns Joan's palm. Joan walked up to the candlestick holding the ball of light and placed the light source created by the magic lightly on the candlestick. It looked like the candle was really lit. The duration of the lighting effect is closely related to the magic power that the caster can call. With Joan's current cast level, the created light ball can last for up to 10 minutes. And it will be automatically extinguished after it is exhausted. Joan used this 10-minute lighting time to carefully check the top of the jacket and confirm that it was repaired from the inside to the outside. He nodded in satisfaction, and then put his jacket on his body. In the following time, Joan rearranged his desk. All books, pens and ink bottles are restored to their original positions. as if they were measured with a ruler. Joan treats these details with rigors that are different from ordinary people. Even if the placement of a teacup does not meet his habits, it will make him grudge and he has to put it back in place. He has read a book about psychic abilities, a large part of which discusses people's psychological tendencies and subconsciousness. According to the book, Joan suspects that he may have a tendency to obsessive-compulsive disorder, but he does not care about it. Quickly organized the desk. Joan picked up the 3-inch copper wire, held it in his hand and chanted the spell, and at the same time made a series of casting gestures, and finally read the start character of the telecommunication ring 0 softly. Hyola.